What if you had an AI agent running 24/7? It does your emails, books your meetings, sends your messages, handles your calendar, and controls your browser, all while you sleep. This thing is called OpenClaw, and it has 215,000 GitHub stars. That means 215,000 people already said yes to this. It works on Mac, Windows, Linux, your phone, even your Apple Watch. It connects to WhatsApp, Telegram, Discord, Gmail, everything. And the best part is completely free to run yourself. No subscriptions, no middleman, just pure AI automation on your machine. Today, I'm giving you the full 5-hour course. Every single thing, start to finish for free. This is the only video you need. Okay, let's talk about OpenClaw. I want you to picture this. You wake up in the morning and your AI agent already replied to 3 emails, booked 2 meetings, sent a follow-up message to a lead, and ran a full report on your business. You didn't touch a thing. That is what OpenClaw does. It's a self-hosted AI agent. That means it lives on your computer, your data stays private, and nobody else is watching. No big tech company sitting in the middle. And it connects to Claude, GPT, whatever AI model you want to use. We're talking browser control, calendar automation, cron jobs, mobile notifications, voice commands, sub-agents, and plugins, over 500-700 of them. This thing is basically a full AI employee, except it never sleeps, never complains, and costs you almost nothing to run. In this video, I'm walking you through everything: setup, integrations, automations, security, advanced workflows, and real business examples. And I'm going to show you exactly how to use OpenClaw to grow a community like the AI Profit Boardroom. Real examples, real prompts, real automations you can steal today. Stay with me, because in about 2 minutes, I'm going to show you something that is going to completely change how you run your business. Let's go. OpenClaw, new free update. OpenClaw just dropped something wild, and it's completely free. AI agents are now living, moving, and working together inside a virtual world. Not just answering questions, actually existing. This changes everything about how you think about AI automation. I'm going to show you exactly what's happening, why it matters, and how you can use this right now. Stay till the end because I've got something that's going to save you hundreds of hours. So here's the deal. OpenClaw just released a massive free update, and most people have no idea this is even a thing yet. But this is one of those moments where AI jumps a level, not a small step, a big one. Here's what's new. OpenClaw now lets AI agents live inside a virtual world together, not just one agent doing one task, multiple agents running at the same time in the same space with their own lives, their own goals, and their own ways of working together. Think about that for a second. You've got AI agents that can talk to each other, pass information back and forth, divide up work, and run on their own while you sleep. That's not just a chatbot, that's something completely different. Let me break down exactly what this update means and why you should care. First, let's talk about what OpenClaw actually is. OpenClaw is a free AI agent framework. A framework means it's the structure, it's the system, it's the thing that lets you build and run AI agents without having to code everything from scratch. You just plug in the logic, point it at a task, and let it go. Now, before this update, OpenClaw was already powerful. You could run a single agent, give it a goal, and it would figure out how to complete that goal step by step. That alone is huge for automation. But now it's a whole different level. With this update, OpenClaw agents now exist inside a shared virtual environment. Picture it like a virtual office. You've got multiple AI agents walking around that office. Each one has its own role. Each one has its own task. They can communicate with each other. They can hand off work. They can even make decisions based on what the other agents are doing. This is what people in AI call multi-agent systems. And it's one of the fastest growing areas in AI right now. The reason it's so powerful is because it mirrors how real teams work. In your business, you don't have one person doing everything. You've got a team. Everyone has a role, everyone talks to each other, everyone moves the work forward. Now your AI can work the same way. Here's an example. Let's say you want to grow the AI Profit Boardroom. You want more people joining the community, more leads coming in, more content going out. Before, you'd have to either do all of that yourself, hire a team, or use a bunch of separate tools that don't talk to each other. With OpenClaw's new multi-agent setup, you could run something like this. If you want to see how this applies directly to building and scaling your own AI systems, this is exactly the kind of thing we go deep on inside the AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to scale your business, save hundreds of hours with AI automation, and get more customers. If you want to learn how to set up multi-agent systems like OpenClaw for your business, the link is in the comment and description. Agent 1 is your research agent. Its job is to go out and find what questions people are asking about AI automation. What are people typing into Google? What are they struggling with? It feeds all of that back to the system. Agent 2 is your content agent. It takes what Agent 1 found, and turns it into content, blog posts, video scripts, email drafts, social media posts, content that speaks directly to what people actually want to know. Agent 3 is your outreach agent. It takes that content, finds the right places to post it, and pushes it out. Maybe it's engaging in communities, maybe it's building backlinks, maybe it's finding leads who'd be a perfect fit for the AI profit boardroom. And all three of these agents are running at the same time in the same virtual environment, passing information back and forth, working like a team. Now, that's just one example. The use cases here are massive, and we're just at the start. Let me talk about the virtual world piece, because this is what makes this update different from anything else out there right now. Okay? Most multi-agent systems just have agents sending messages to each other, like emails going back and forth. OpenClaw's new update gives agents a shared space to exist in. They're not just passing notes, they're operating in the same environment. They can see what other agents are doing. They can respond to changes in that environment in real time. They can adapt. This is much closer to how real intelligence works. When you and your team are in the same room, you're not just sending messages, you're reading the room, you're picking up on what's happening around you, you're adjusting. OpenClaw's agents can now do something similar. For anyone building AI automation systems, this is a game changer because it means your agents can be more flexible, more responsive, and more effective at completing complex multi-step tasks. And here's the thing that really matters for you. This is free. OpenClaw is an open source framework. You can download it, run it, and build with it at no cost. That means the barrier to getting started is just about zero. One of the big things about this virtual world setup is persistence. That means the agents and the environment they live in don't just reset every time you run them. They can remember, they can build on previous work, they can develop over time. This is huge because one of the biggest problems with AI agents right now is memory. Most AI systems forget everything the moment the session ends. You have to start from scratch every time. But with a persistent virtual environment, your agents can carry context forward. They know what happened yesterday. They know what tasks are ongoing. They can pick up where they left off. For business automation, this is massive. Think about a customer support agent that actually remembers every past conversation with a customer, or a content agent that knows what you've already published and never repeats itself, or a lead generation agent that tracks every prospect and knows exactly where they are in the pipeline. That's what persistence unlocks. Now, let me talk about how you'd actually get started with OpenClaw if you want to try this. OpenClaw is available on GitHub. It's open source. You can fork it, clone it, and run it locally. The setup requires some technical knowledge, but it's not out of reach. If you're comfortable with Python, you can get a basic agent running in a few hours. The new multi-agent virtual world features are part of the latest release. You'll want to pull the most recent version and check the documentation for how to set up multiple agents inside the shared environment. Here's a practical way to start. Build one agent first, give it a single task. Something simple. Maybe it's an agent that pulls data from a website and summarizes it. Get that working. Then add a second agent that takes that summary and does something with it. Maybe it formats it into a post. Get that working. Then you got two agents talking to each other. That's a multi-agent system. From there, you add more. The key thing is to start simple. Don't try to build the whole virtual office on day one. Pick one workflow, automate one thing, then build from there. For the AI Profit Boardroom, for example, I'd start with a research and content pipeline. Agent 1 pulls trending topics in AI automation every day. Agent 2 takes those topics and drafts content outlines. That's it. 2 agents, 1 workflow. But that 1 workflow could save hours every week. There's also something really interesting happening in the broader AI world that this update connects to. The whole industry is moving toward what people call agentic AI. That means AI that acts, not just AI that answers, AI that takes steps, makes decisions, uses tools, and moves work forward on its own. OpenClaw is right at the center of this shift, and the virtual world update is a big signal of where things are going. Multi-agent systems with shared environments, persistent memory, and real-time coordination. That's the next phase of AI automation. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like OpenClaw. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 45,000 members who are crushing it with AI. The link is in the comments and description. Today, we're going to be looking at Start Office UI and OpenClaw. So imagine opening up your laptop and seeing a tiny pixel office where your OpenClaw is literally walking around doing work, and you can see what it's doing in real time. That's Start Office UI. It just hit 2,800 stars on GitHub in less than a week. So I'm going to break down exactly what it is, how it works, and how it's set up, even if you've never touched code before. This is a tweet by Min Choi, as you can see. And basically, this is kind of like a UI where you've got your OpenClaws working inside the office in real time. Pretty cool idea. So you can see all of them in the same office, each doing their own thing, right? As some people say, visibility is the first step to control. Now, what does it actually look like in real time? So here's an example. You basically have a retro pixel art office room. There's a desk, a couch area, and a bug fixing area. And your AI moves between these areas depending on what it's doing. So little speech bubbles pop up showing what the task the AI that currently is working on. And then there's also like a yesterday notes card showing what the AI did yesterday. It works in 3 languages: English, Chinese, and Japanese, switchable in one click. And you can even use like AI generated backgrounds to redecorate the office as well. Yeah, it's pretty insane. Now, who is this for? Well, if you use OpenClaw, this is really the full experience. The OpenClaw agent can walk around the office and that sort of thing. If you don't use OpenClaw, I wonder if you can connect this to other agents, or whether it's just for OpenClaw itself. That would be interesting to know as well. But yeah, pretty amazing. And super fun to play with. So if you want to get the full video notes on this and a full step-by-step guide, we've got that inside the AI Profit Board, link in the comments description. I've shown you what it is, how it works, what it looks like, and also how to install it. Literally just give the GitHub link to your OpenClaw. We've got a full beginner's guide inside the AI Profit Board, as you can see right here, along with a full 6-hour course on OpenClaw, another 3-hour course right here. And we update this daily with all sorts of new trainings. This community has 2,600 members, which means you can get help and support whenever you need to. And also you can post inside the community, get help and support, and post your questions, share your wins, etc. We also have tons of trainings on like how to automate your business, how to save time, the playbooks I personally use, daily updates, how to get more clients, how to rank #1 inside Google and AI search engines, and then also how to grow a YouTube channel. So that's all inside the AI Profit Board, link in the comment description, or just go to the AIProfitBoard.com. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. New OpenClaw free update is insane. Today, I'm going to show you the brand new OpenClaw update that just dropped. This thing is free. It's huge. It fixes stuff that was broken for months. And honestly, it might make OpenClaw the safest AI agent tool out there. Let's get into it. So OpenClaw just dropped version 22.6.2.26. And look, I know version numbers are boring, but this one is different. This is not some tiny little patch. This is a full security and reliability overhaul, and it changes everything about how you run AI agents. Let me break it down for you real quick. There are 6 big things in this update: external secrets management, thread-bound agents, WebSocket transport for codecs, Android app improvements, a new agent routing command line tool, and over 11 security fixes. 11, that's not a small number. Now, before I go deep on each one, let me explain why this matters. If you've been using OpenClaw to automate stuff, you know it's powerful. You can run tasks, you can build workflows, you can connect it to almost anything. But here's the problem: it had issues. Cron jobs would fail silently, credentials were floating around in places they shouldn't be, and if you were running multiple agents at the same time, things got messy real fast. This update fixes all of that. So let's go through it. #1, external secrets management. This is massive. Before this update, your API keys and credentials were just kind of sitting there. Not great. Now you've got a proper secret system built right in. You use simple commands like OpenClaw, secrets configure OpenClaw, secrets apply OpenClaw, secrets reload. Is clean, is secure. And it means your tokens aren't just hanging out where they shouldn't be. If you're running any kind of automation that touches other tools or platforms, this alone is worth the update. You don't want your keys exposed, period. #2, ACP thread-bound agents. Okay, this one is a bit technical, but stay with me. If you use OpenClaw with something like Discord or Telegram, you know, agents can get confused between different conversations. Like you're talking in one thread and the agent starts mixing up context from another thread. Super annoying. Thread-bound agents fix that. Each agent now sticks to its own thread. It knows where it is. It knows what conversation it's in, and it doesn't leak context between sessions. This makes multi-session workflows way more reliable. #3, WebSocket first codecs transport. So if you're using the OpenAI codecs backend with OpenClaw, it now defaults to WebSocket instead of the old method, What does that mean for you? Faster connections, more reliable communication, less stuff breaking randomly, and if WebSocket doesn't work for some reason, it falls back to SSE automatically. So you're covered either way. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. All right, back to it. Number 4, Android app improvements. Now, this one is interesting because it shows where OpenClaw is heading. They've added better device status info, device info commands, and notifications listing. What does that tell us? They're building toward a full native AI assistant experience on your phone. We're not there yet, but this is a big step in that direction. Imagine having your own AI agent running tasks right from your Android device. That's where this is going. Number 5, agent routing CLI. This is a new set of command line tools. You can now bind and unbind agents to specific accounts and channels. So if you've got multiple agents doing different things across different platforms, you can map them out cleanly. You can see what's connected where. You can manage the whole thing from the command line. Simple, fast, no confusion. Number 6, security hardening. And this one is probably the most important. They pushed over 11 security fixes in this single update. File include validation, exec approval, tightening, SRF guardrails. If you don't know what those mean, don't worry, the short version is this. There were ways bad actors could potentially mess with your OpenClaw setup, things like log poisoning, where someone injects bad content into your logs to trick the system, or attacks through WebSocket connections to your local machine. These fixes close those doors. And here's some important context. Microsoft security researchers recently came out and said OpenClaw should be run in isolated environments, like virtual machines, not on your regular work computer. That's a big deal. And it tells you that even Microsoft is taking this tool seriously enough to study it and warn people about it. This update directly addresses a lot of those concerns. But here's the thing, no update replaces good security practices. If you're running AI agents, you should still be careful. Use isolated environments, keep things locked down. Don't just trust that any single update makes you bulletproof. Now let me talk about the real world benefits, because features are cool, but what actually changes for you? First, cron jobs actually work now. If you've been scheduling tasks and they just silently fail, that should be fixed. Second, less wasted tokens. When agents mess up and retry over and over, you burn through resources for nothing. The stability fixes here reduce that. Third, if you're on a team, this is way safer to use now. The secrets management alone makes it viable for team environments. Fourth, multi-agent workflows are cleaner. If you're running several agents at once, they play nicer together now. Now, if you want to learn how to actually use tools like OpenClaw to automate your workflows and scale your business, you should check out the AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to learn how to use AI agents like OpenClaw to automate tasks, get more customers, and build systems that run without you. I'll drop the link in the description and comments. All right, so how do you actually get this update? Super simple. If you already have OpenClaw installed, just run OpenClaw update. That's it. One command. If you're starting fresh, head to the GitHub page and follow the install instructions. I'll link everything below. One thing though, if you're running OpenClaw in production right now, read the migration notes first. Don't just slam the update button and hope for the best. Some of the changes, especially around secrets management and agent routing, might need you to reconfigure a few things. Take 5 minutes, read the notes, then update. You'll thank yourself later. Let me also talk about what this update doesn't do, because I think that's just as important. This is not a flashy features update. There's no new AI model integration. There's no wild new capability that makes you go, wow. And that's actually a good thing, because what OpenClaw needed was exactly this: stability, security, reliability. The foundation had cracks, and they went in and fixed them. That's what mature software looks like. And it tells me the OpenClaw team is thinking long-term. They're not just chasing hype. They're building something that actually works in the real world. Now, here's what I think is coming next. The Android improvements tell me they're going mobile in a big way. The thread-bound agents tell me they're thinking about multi-platform support more seriously. And the secrets management tells me they want enterprise teams to adopt this. So if you're watching this and thinking about whether to start using OpenClaw, now is actually a great time. The tool is more stable than it's ever been. The security is tighter and the roadmap looks solid. So here's my take. If you're already using OpenClaw, update now. Read the migration notes, update, and test your workflows. If you're not using it yet, go check it out. It's free, it's open source. And with this update, it's genuinely ready for real work. Now, if you want to take this further and learn how to use AI tools like OpenClaw, to automate your entire business. Join the AI Profit Boardroom. You'll get step-by-step processes for setting up AI automation, plus a community of people who are actually doing this every single day. Link is in the description and comments below. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and over 100 AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. It's free. Links in the comments and description. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI. Make sure you like this video, subscribe if you haven't already, and drop a comment telling me which feature from this update you're most excited about. Julian reads every single comment. I'll see you in the next one. 500 OpenClaw use cases. So I just built a website with over 500 OpenClaw use cases, and today I'm going to show you exactly how to use it. This is organized by category. It also shows you, for example, who's using it, how to get access to it. The prompt you can just copy and paste to start automating with this task, and you can click between or search inside this section to get over 500 use cases across 14 different categories with 500 different copy and paste prompts. And all of these have proven case studies and links to example case studies, as you can see right here. So if you're looking for real ways to use OpenClaw, this is one of the best ways to do it. Most people set up OpenClaw and then just kind of stare at it. They have no idea what to do with it, and that ends today. This website is basically a cheat code because you have over 500 real things you can make OpenClaw do for you right now, not someday, today, plus all the copy and pastable prompts to use it too, with links to example case studies for each use case. So we're talking, for example, building tools, running tasks, automating your entire workflow, all without writing a single line of code. And the crazy part is most people with OpenClaw have no idea any of this is even possible. And that's exactly why we built this. So today I'm going to talk you through the whole setup, show you how to find the right use cases for you, and I can show you how we can test some of them live together. So by the end of this video, you're going to know exactly how to make OpenClaw 100 times more powerful. So if we have a look at OpenClaw and the setup right here, basically what you can see is that we've split this into categories. So we've researched all of the use cases. So for example, if we have a look at this, you can see that we've actually, for example, taken the morning brief example use case, which is from this website, right? Which is looking at how people are using OpenClaw. And then what we've done is we've created a prompt where you can just implement that yourself, right? So if you want to just steal this example, you can just copy and paste the prompt. Then you can go over to OpenClaw and use this example case study right here. So we can just paste that prompt right here, and we can say, okay, every day I see it at 7 a.m. Send me a morning brief with unread email summary, today's calendar, weather, and my top 3 tasks, right? And then if I paste in that example prompt into OpenClaw, it's going to implement it right now, right? And that's basically how all of this works. So it's a really simple setup, is super easy to use, and basically you can just check out whatever you want. So for example, here we could, for example, inbox and declutter our emails, right? We could turn our meeting notes to action items. All of these prompts are examples of real ways people are actually using this. So we even, for example, said, maintain my grocery list. When I say add X, add it, group items by produce, and whenever I ask, and give me the list whenever I need it, right? All sorts of stuff. Now, if we go to, for example, like content creation, we could say, okay, generate 20 YouTube video ideas for niche channel, include, and then it will just generate ideas for my channel right here. And again, we have links to the actual case studies of people using this stuff, right? So for example, here, we're actually linked to Matthew Berman's article where he talks about how to use this sort of stuff. And if you need like more information on that particular topic, or if you want to just dive deeper into it, right? So it's a pretty amazing tool. Basically, the way that I built it, just to be 100% transparent with you, is I went into Claude and just said, like, give me 500 use cases of how people can use AI and what it works. Let me try and find the original chat here. Yeah, so this is basically how we built it, like, just so you know how to build your own version if you wanted to. So we said, like, find me 500 use cases for OpenClaw. And then a lot of the links came back super generic. The links weren't correct for most of them. And then from there, we gave it more ideas, more briefing on how to do it, added a CTA to our community on top of it, and then also created a full step-by-step guide on what OpenClaw is and that sort of thing. And then once you've done that, and once you've generated a website, like you can see right here with the 500 use cases, you can just click on Share Artifact. And that's how you can create an awesome website like this, whatever tool you want to learn about. So if you want to get the full details on that, we've actually got it for free. If you want to get access to this website, it's completely free inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description. So just go to the classroom, and then you would go to this section here, the March 2026 version, and you can just get access right there. Click on that link and it takes you directly to the website where you can just search through and use it however you want to. So if you're wondering, okay, what are the best skills, the best use cases, how it works, etc., it's all right here for you for free. So that's basically it for me. Thanks so much for watching today. That is 500 use cases on how OpenAI works. If we have a look at the main use cases here, so you got like productivity and admin, developer and coding, content creation, research and learning, marketing and SEO is a big one. So I'd recommend checking out that. That's probably one of the most useful sections. Communication and messaging, you got smart home and personal life. This is quite interesting as well, because like a lot of people are using this for their personal life too, not just for like business related stuff. And you can see some examples of prompts and how people using this with links to case studies and everything else. We've also got stuff, for example, for like community and social, data and analytics, automation and integration. Like you can actually, this is quite interesting. So for example, if you want to create sub agents, we have a prompt for it right here with examples of how it works. And you can see here, the prompt is like route tasks to specialized agents, coding tasks to whatever. And you can separate your OpenClaw into different agents depending on the work required. So that's all inside here with advanced prompts and copy and pastable use cases, as you can see. So thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. If you haven't already, feel free to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. This is my AI automation community where we really deep dive on stuff like OpenClaw. Link in the comment description, or just go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. This really focuses on helping you save time and scale with automation. So for example, we have a daily accountability group where you can post your goals, stay accountable, and make sure you avoid information overload, plus see what other people are working on, which is great. We have a weekly update post. So each week I condense my 60 hours of research into what's good and what you can safely ignore to save you time. You can post questions inside the community, get help and support whenever you need to. And then also inside the calendar here, you can jump on weekly video calls, get help and support in real time. These are Zoom meetings where you can actually meet the community as well. Inside the map, you can actually zoom in on your local area and meet cool people in your area, which is awesome. And inside the classroom, you can get all of my best training. So for example, you can go from beginner to expert with AI automation and learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. Additionally, inside the classroom, you can get my best playbooks on, for example, how to automate X, newsletters, shorts, AI avatar videos, and everything else. Additionally, you can get my daily updates. So inside this section, we update this with all the new updates. So recently, for example, today, we created a new training on OpenAI, OpenClaw, AI SEO, LobsterBoard, 500 OpenClaw use cases. You can see we've already covered a video on ChatGPT 5.3 Instant and Gemini 3.1 Flashlight. These came out today and we just cover them as soon as we can with a video tutorial and a step-by-step guide so you can implement and learn how to use this stuff yourself. And we do that every single day, right? Also, inside the classroom here, you can learn how to get more clients with the agency course. You can watch about the coaching calls over here. You can connect with me personally, so you can actually direct message me personally inside here. And then you can learn how to rank inside Google AI search engines with this section and how to grow a YouTube channel with AI based on what's working for me. OpenClaw and LobsterBoard is insane. So OpenClaw just got a superpower upgrade, and when you combine it with LobsterBoard, it becomes something completely different. So LobsterBoard is a free tool that gives you one single screen showing everything, and you can host this locally for free. Here's an example of what it looks like. So you can add all these different widgets for your OpenClaw, and basically this is a free tool where you can check, for example, your AI agent's activity, how many tokens it's used, the tasks, website traffic, server stats, all live, all in real time, all in one place. And most people using OpenClaw have no idea what their agent is actually doing. This fixes it completely, and we're setting up the whole thing together today. I'll show you how to build it from scratch. Right now, if you're running OpenClaw and you don't have this set up, then potentially you don't really know or understand what your agent's working on, whether it's doing things, and you have no easy way of seeing it all at once. LobsterBoard basically changes that, and it's a free way to set this up, as you can see right here. So we're gonna just have a look at this. We'll look at how to build dashboards together live. There's 50 widgets. You don't need to code. You can get it set up in a couple of minutes. And by the end of this video, you'll have a beautiful live command center showing you exactly what your AI is doing at all times. So let's build it right now. So this is LobsterBoard, and basically I've already got it installed inside OpenClaw. Let me show you an example of how that worked. Right, so we literally said, can you install this? Gave it a link to the GitHub for LobsterBoard, and then once we did that, we actually got this installed. Now this is basically a self-hosted drag and drop dashboard. So you can kind of build your own sort of mission control, like you see here with system log, the scheduled tasks, what you're working on today, the calendar, everything connected to OpenClaw, but in a more visual way. Because if you, for example, just use a chat, like you can see right here, there's not that much to organize, right? It's just like it's a little bit messy. You can go through the sections on the left hand side here, but it's not really like a mission control dashboard. This is essentially what you're building inside LobsterBoard. So it took a couple of minutes to install that, and we literally said, can you install this? Then it thought for a few minutes and then said, sure. LobsterBoard is up and running here. And then if we go to that link, you can see an example. If we edit out the layout, you can then edit this how you want to. Now you can switch between 5 different styles, as you can see. So you can switch between all these different cool styles of the way it's laid out. So you get a lot of customization. Then you can also switch between the zoom and how much you want to zoom in and that sort of thing. So we're just going to leave that on default. You can change the canvas size. So this is the canvas for your dashboard that you can sort of build out. And then there's a bunch of other stuff cool here that you can, for example, like check out templates. You can export templates. You can clear the whole screen as well. So we can actually clear all the widgets off the screen there, and we can preview that as well and then save it once it's done. So if we have a look on the left-hand side, we've got, for example, like we can add a little countdown here. We can scroll down. We can add like details about our system, like the CPU, the disk usage, etc., network speed, which is pretty useful. You can add Docker if you're running OpenClaw through Docker as well, which is easy. And then if you just click on something and you want to delete it, you can just click on delete inside your keyboard and it will delete that directly there. There's other interesting stuff as well. You can add like a sleep score. So I guess you can connect that to like an Oura Ring or something like that, which is pretty interesting. And then over here, we have the OpenClaw release calendar, so you can actually check for new releases. And these are like specific to OpenClaw, right? So on the left-hand side, you'll see that you've got like system dashboards, you've got the basics, so this is just like generic info. But the most important thing that probably most people would use here is the OpenClaw linked widgets, right? So you can add like cron jobs, system, you can add the release details, you can add the activity list, etc. Right, as you can see. And then you can resize these as well, so we can move them around or we can resize them in the bottom left, like you can see. But it's a really easy way to just build out like an awesome mission control, right? It's kind of like drag and drop, no messing around, super simple. OpenClaw can set it all up in a couple of minutes, and it's completely free to set up as well, right? Look at that. But what else can we do here? We can add like a to-do list, so we can edit a to-do list, which is pretty nice as well. And you can change the settings on the right-hand side. So you can say, okay, here's a widget type, title, position. Here's how often it should refresh. And then here's the content adjustable things as well. If you want to delete anything, you can just click on it and then click delete widget over here. And then you can add like, even like the GitHub stats. You can add all sorts of crazy stuff. A quote of the day, which is pretty nice. Content. So you can actually iframe embed a website on here, or you can add a new image and that sort of thing. You can add like quick links if you just want to quickly link out from your dashboard from anywhere. And that's basically how it works, right? Then once you've done that, you can click on save. Then once you've done that, you can click on preview, and this is what your dashboard looks like, right? So for example, here, if we actually go back to OpenClaw control and we click on that link, we've got the dashboard that we literally just set up over here, right? Super simple and easy, very intuitive to use. You can customize it as much as you want, and it gives you a ton of different widgets you can see here. Obviously, it's not like I've not made it look super beautiful because I'm just doing this on a live stream right now and I'm doing it live in front of your eyes. But how cool is that? Like you can, it's even linked directly to everything automatically. So for example, here it's automatically taken the information from OpenClaw. It's got the information on the latest release of OpenClaw, how much disk space this is taking up, how much system memory is taking up as well, and then the system log as well, right? And whether OpenClaw is actually up to date. So you can just get all the key information about OpenClaw and just manage it in one single place. And I think this is the way that OpenClaw is going. It's like, you know, you can have different templates, you can have like mission control and just easier ways to orchestrate and organize OpenClaw. I think that's the way that most people want to be running this stuff. Let's have a look what we got on the questions. Honestly, love this. Thank you very much, sir. What do you think is the best workflow for building complex mobile apps? The one that I've seen that's the best is Rourke. Rourke is amazing for creating apps, and it makes it super simple to get them published as well. So I'd recommend that instead. What else we got here? Steven says, would you recommend Perplexity Computer or OpenClaw for updating blogs? For updating blogs, I would recommend using OpenClaw instead. That's actually proven for me. Perplexity Computer is great for like just going off and doing tasks autonomously, but it doesn't link to other things that well so far. I think they're actually updating. I saw it this morning where they're going to add an update where it links it to skills, but currently that is not set up. Do you actually run OpenClaw agents? Yes, as I've shown today. So we've already shown, for example, an example workflow where I was ranking with the content, the SEO content that OpenClaw created. So it's pretty simple. What skills would you recommend for OpenClaw? And so if you go to the classroom inside the AI Profit Board, link in the comments description, and then just go to the skills update. So we've got a bunch of ideas on skills and that sort of thing. I'll also show you like how to be careful with this stuff, because if you're installing anything related to OpenClaw, you always want to be checking, okay, what the skill MD file's saying, etc. Is it secure? And I have a lot of training on all of that inside there. What's the desktop? Is it free? Yes, you can use what is it now? We've got a full training on it inside this section, right? It's ClawX. That's the one that I checked out yesterday. So it's a desktop app for OpenClaw. Corey says, I have my OpenClaw running on a VM in OVH Cloud. How can I actually connect to other services? So you just give it the API. So if you want to connect it to 11 Labs, for example, for generating voice outputs, then you would just get an API for 11 Labs and give it to OpenClaw and say, like, save this as a skill. How can I get OpenClaw to send me reminders through Discord? So you would connect it to Discord. We've got lots of training on that inside the course here, right? And once you've connected it to Discord, in fact, let me show you something even better. So inside this section, we have a full section on Discord parallel agents and how to set those up. Once you've connected it to Discord, you can actually say, okay, schedule this task and give me reminders like every 5 hours, for example, inside Discord. So it's pretty simple. What do I tell OpenClaw to install this dashboard? So to install the dashboard, all you do is you say, can you install this? And then you paste in the GitHub link, which you can see from LobsterBoard right here. And Sebastian says, have you seen the guy that made an iOS app factory? No, but that's pretty cool. I like the idea of that. That's awesome. There's so many cool people doing so many cool things with OpenClaw, and I think that's the fantastic thing about it being open source. So that is basically how to use LobsterBoard. That's how it works, etc. I've shown you how to install it, shown you how to set it up, how to use it, and how it works in real time. It's really cool. It's a really powerful tool. If you want to get a full guide on how to use it, all the best ways to use it, etc., you get that inside the AI Profit Board, along with all of my best trainings on OpenClaw. So you can see, for example, here, we give you a 6-hour course on how to use OpenClaw. Here we have another 3-hour course on how to use it with all the best use cases and a step-by-step guide. We update this daily, so we add new trainings every single day on OpenClaw and all the new updates that come out just to help you as much as we can. So, for example, recently we compared all the alternatives. We show you how to run OpenClaw for free with Ollama, and we even, for example, show how to set up mission control with OpenClaw to build like awesome dashboards automatically, so you don't even need to drag and drop this stuff. So you can get that all inside the AI Profit Board, link in the comments description, or just go to the AIProfitBoard.com. This is my AI automation community that helps you save time, scale, and grow with AI automation. Now, inside the community, you can ask questions, get help, get support whenever you need to. We also have a daily accountability group so that you can stay focused and avoid information overwhelm. And additionally, you can see that what I do is I condense my 60 hours of research each week on AI tools, and I show you what's interesting, what's useful, and what you can safely ignore so that you save time, right? So it's just like, here's the top 3 most useful things that came out this week. Here's everything else you can safely ignore. Additionally, you can see here that for the AI Profit Board, we actually have over 133 pages of testimonials from happy people inside our school community. So you can see lots of people getting wins. It's pretty much a infinite scroll at this point, and you can see some of the awesome stuff, how people are winning with this stuff. So that's great to see too. Also, inside the calendar, you can get 4 weekly coaching calls. So you can get weekly coaching calls and jump on live calls and get help and support in real time. Inside the map, you can connect with local community members. What this means, essentially, it's like a networking group where you can meet cool people in your area and you can connect with them locally, which is great. Just zoom in on the area. Inside the classroom, you can get access to all of my best trainings. So you can go from beginner to expert with AI automation and learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. Additionally, you'll get all my best playbooks. So for example, you can learn how to automate AI avatar videos, shorts, Instagram, newsletters, Twitter, etc. We have all of my best automations inside the classroom. And then additionally, you can see that we update daily with new interesting guides inside the SOP update section. So I just look at everything that comes out and I'm like, right, boom, here's the most interesting stuff for you. OpenClaw AI SEO 0 to 780 SEO traffic a day. So OpenClaw just became the most powerful free SEO tool on the planet, and it's getting websites to the top of Google. Like you can see, it's actually done with mine directly over here. So you can see us ranking directly inside Google AI overviews, as well as on the first page of Google using this method. You can also see, for example, on our traffic that it spiked up dramatically since before and after using AI SEO and particularly OpenClaw to do this. So I'm going to guide you through the process. We're talking about going from 0 visitors to 780 clicks a day using a free AI agent that researches topics, writes full blog posts, and publishes them to your website on your own every single day without you doing anything. I'm going to test it live together right now. Here's the problem. Google rewards websites that publish fresh content every single day, but writing articles is exhausting. Most people can't do it, so their websites never grow. OpenClaw can help you fix that. You set it up once, it does writing, does publishing, does research, all on autopilot. I'll show you how today. And I'm going to show you exactly what we did to get this article ranking on Google, like you can see, and how we went from like literally we were getting like no clicks a day back over here to the point now where we are getting some days like 780 clicks a day from video. You can see yesterday we grew to around about 500 or 208 clicks per day using this method. So I'm going to guide you through it and show you how. So here's an example. So I actually said create an SEO optimized article for this, use this prompt, etc. with OpenClaw. So we're using OpenClaw inside Telegram. If you don't know what OpenClaw is, basically it's an AI assistant that can go off and do things for you, and you can install it locally. Now you can use this same method with any sort of AI agent that you want, but I just like to use OpenClaw. I can easily give it source context. I can even give it the tonality. I can use Claude Sonnet for writing the content, and it can do a pretty good job for me. Now, if we have a look as an example, you can see I actually created the content directly here. So this is the article that it created for the website. And if you're wondering, okay, like, can it publish directly to WordPress as well? Yes, it can. And I'll show you an example. So for example, if we go over to OpenClaw here, and I'll talk you through exactly how this works. So you can see that basically it can publish articles directly to WordPress like this inside OpenClaw, right? Which is pretty insane. So it can actually, for example, create content on our website just using our keyword, and we're good to go on that. So we can see an example of the WordPress publish page here. Also gives us a local guide file as well. Let's have a look at another one. So if we click on the chat, you can see another example. So I actually created this article directly on Kimi K2.5 and ClawBot, aka Modbot, and how to rank with it. Right? And the article itself looks pretty nice. Like, look at the design, the CTAs throughout the page. Even created an image with Nano Banana and then published it to the page as well. So let me talk you through exactly how this works in a few separate steps. So number one, what you want to do really is you want to make sure that when you're publishing to WordPress inside the chat, go over to your website. So for example, like this. And there's two things that you need. Number one, you need a login. So you need to get the login details for the website. So you can just create a separate user for OpenClaw. I'll talk you through how to do that in a second. So there's so many pop-ups in WordPress, crazy. So you can see an example of our OpenClaw right here. So this is a separate account we created for OpenClaw. And then the other thing that you need for OpenClaw when you're setting it up with WordPress, and you just give these login details directly to the AI agent, is you need to get an API token key. So you get an API token key. You can see an example right here. So you can add an application password, and that just allows you to connect the login and the API token directly to your website, so that when you put it inside the chat, it can then create content directly using that API, right? So literally two things you need from WordPress. Number one, login details, username, password, and then the second one is, of course, the API token. Both of those you can generate inside WordPress. I've shown you how to do that today. Once you've done that, you then need a good prompt for creating the content. Now, you can just say like, create a nice article or whatever if you want. But what I'd recommend is using a prompt like, for example, we have inside the AI Profit Boardroom. So if you go to the classroom here, scroll down, the prompt that we use is in this section. Right, so we have a full section on like how we create articles and rank them using AI SEO, and they're the exact same instructions in the prompt, which you can see down here. You can just grab that in the description for using inside the articles that we rank as well. So if you want to rank those articles, we use that prompt from that section, and then we use that to generate articles and get them ranking directly inside OpenClaw. And then you can see an example of how it works here. So it's a pretty simple process. You give the login details to WordPress, to OpenClaw. Then once you've done that, you're going to give it a prompt that helps it create content. And then finally from that, what you want to do is just give it a keyword so that it can start ranking it, right? And that's basically how it works step by step. And then you can see here our results with SEO here. So these are some of the keywords that we're ranking for, like mobile alarmer, anti-gravity, etc. Stuff that is trending right now. We typically go for trending keywords. The way that we decide on those keywords we want to rank for is we use Ahrefs Keyword Explorer. So if I go to Ahrefs over here, and you can do this inside Google autocomplete. You don't have to use Ahrefs. Like to use Ahrefs data. So we can go inside here. We can select, for example, the United States inside the country, and then we can just type in, for example, let's say we want to rank for articles about OpenClaw. Well, we can find a bunch of easy keywords, and obviously OpenClaw itself pretty hard to rank for. You don't want to go for that. What you want to do is instead just find some easy keywords like you can see here. So these are low difficulty keywords that you can easily rank for, right? So for example, OpenClaw installation guide, pretty easy to rank for. I could probably get OpenClaw to create an article around that, publish it to WordPress, use the prompt that I've given it, and then it can rank it, right? And that's basically what we're doing to rank articles like you can see right here, right? So it's a pretty simple, repeatable process. That content is still ranking directly inside Google as well. Obviously, when we rank for keywords like that, it generates traffic to our website, which is awesome. And it's all easy to automate. The other crazy thing here as well is that you can actually create this across multiple platforms as well, right? So for us, for example, we have multiple websites, we have multiple platforms. We don't just rely on one single platform to rank. Like we'll create articles on X, on Reddit, all sorts of different places, because it's so easy to create the content and automate it and then publish it with something like OpenClaw. And that's basically how the process works, all right? We've actually got a full breakdown, as you can see, inside the AI Profit Boardroom. So step number one, you're going to connect OpenClaw to your website. Step number two, you find a keyword. Step number three, you're going to tell Claw to write the article. And then step number four, you're going to schedule it to run automatically each day. Because obviously you can schedule tasks with OpenClaw. So you can say like, create one article a day on how to use it and that sort of thing. We also have a full 6-hour course on how to use OpenClaw inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This is basically my AI community with 1,500 members, as you can see, that shows you how to scale, save time, and grow with AI automation. So inside the community, you can ask questions, you can get help, you can get support whenever you need it. There's always people online because there's so many people inside the group. And we have a daily accountability group so that you can stay 100% focused. Additionally, what I also do is I research these tools for like 60 hours a week, and then I condense it down into a weekly update that you can just read inside this section here so you can save time and avoid overwhelm. Also, if you're wondering, okay, like, are people getting results with this? How does it work? What are people's experiences with this? We've actually got 133 pages of testimonials from people getting great results with this. So you can see all the testimonials of people just getting awesome results with our school communities, which is great. And you can see examples of each of these on the screen right now. So it's awesome. I mean, it's pretty much an infinite scroll of people and their wins and what they're achieving through the school groups. So I'm super happy with that. And also inside the calendar, you get 4 weekly coaching calls. You can jump on live video calls, ask questions, share your screen, get help, get support whenever you need to. You can meet people in your local area via the map, which is great. So it's kind of like a network that connects you with loads of people across the world. And then also inside the classroom, you get all of my best training. So for example, if you want to go from beginner to expert with AI automation, learn how to build your first AI agent in 5 minutes, you can check that section out right here. If you want to, for example, learn how I automate X, newsletters, shorts, Instagram, how I create avatar videos, then we've got the full process is broken down inside this section. If you want to get the daily updates and all the AI SEO training from today, including an extra video tutorial, you can check that out right here, along with a full 6-hour course on OpenClaw and also another 3-hour course over there. We're also updating this daily, so you can see we're just adding new trainings every single day on how to use this stuff, how to implement it. We've tested out alternatives like ClawX, Copor. We show you how to run free local APIs, like for example Olama with Quen 3.5, so that you can actually connect this to OpenClaw and get it running for free, as you can see right here. So every single day we're just updating this with new guides, new information, new video tutorials that help you grow based on what I think is the most useful for you. You can also learn how to get more agency clients with the agency course. So you can watch your coaching calls back. And ClawX just changed how everyone uses OpenClaw. Most people have no idea it exists yet. So right now, OpenClaw is one of the most powerful AI agent systems on the planet. It can work for you 24/7, automate your tasks, talk to apps, schedule jobs, all of it. But there's one massive problem. You have to use command line to run it, and that's like having a Ferrari, but the only way to drive it with a manual written in Japanese. So ClawX fixes that, and this is a brand new free desktop app that puts OpenClaw inside a clean, beautiful UI, as you can see right here. And this runs via a desktop app, which is pretty cool. Now, this is a brand new free desktop app that basically helps you use OpenClaw, but you don't need to type commands. You don't need any confusing setup. There's no tech degree needed. You just install it through a setup wizard, and then your AI agent is live. And I actually got OpenClaw to set up directly. So I'll show you exactly how I got that to work. And we can run through that in a second. So if you go back to OpenClaw, which you can see right here. What I literally did, and this was really easy to set up, I just got the GitHub details of ClawX. So it's a free open source project on GitHub, as you can see. I took the URL of GitHub, then plugged it into OpenClaw and said, install this for OpenClaw, please, right? And it kind of creates ClawX, and as you can see, this is running locally. But the interesting thing about this is it's inside a desktop app. So it almost feels like Claude Cowork and that sort of thing, which is pretty powerful. Now, it took a few minutes to generate, but then once it did, it gives me an overview of what it's doing, how it works, etc. It sets it up automatically inside the chat, so you can see, and then it will tell you, okay, this is set up and good to go. Now, also, for example, asked me, it said installed now, as you can see, but it did ask me, like, do you want to set this up as an app inside macOS? And I was like, yeah, let's do that, right? And then from here, we actually got the full app, as you can see. So inside the desktop app, we've got Telegram, Discord, WhatsApp. It just makes it way easier to manage, and it's a pretty clean UI as well. So you can see we've got Discord connected here, and it gives you kind of like this mission control as well. So you got like how many connected. You can easily like set up a new channel as well if you want to set up a new channel here. So you can click on Telegram, add the bot token, and the allowed user ID. So it's really easy to connect other apps. You could add WhatsApp and that sort of thing as well. Just scan the QR code. You can also, for example, go to the dashboard here. This is kind of like mission control, where you can see the gateway, what skills you set up, everything else. And then you've got all the models you're using over here. Inside the settings, you can change between light and dark. You can change the language, the AI providers that you have. So it's quite easy to, for example, add other APIs. Like you could even add Olama and run this for free locally as well, which is pretty cool. And then you can add custom AIs here, but Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, they're all available. And that means you can just configure the setup of your OpenClaw way faster by doing this, and it's super easy to do. You can also download the latest updates inside this section. You've got the dashboard, channels, skills, scheduled tasks, and then the main chat, right? So you can actually just chat with OpenClaw directly inside the chat here. So if you say, hey, are you working? This will be connected to my OpenClaw. And the cool thing about all of this is you can easily get OpenClaw to set this up yourself, right? Which means you don't even need to like run the terminal commands to set it up as well, which is pretty cool, right? And you can see here it's working directly. It's awesome. So let's see what we got inside the questions here. Greg says, hey, aren't you finding OpenClaw so full of bugs? Absolutely. Yeah, it's very buggy. I mean, that's what you're going to get with like open source projects, right? Open source projects, you're always going to get issues where it's, for example, like breaking or struggling or that sort of thing, right? And it happens all the time. So I would just be aware that this can happen. There's some issues from time to time, but yeah, you're going to get that with like open source projects. It's not like Claude where, you know, it's a really clean, smooth experience. Even like the updating section here, it struggles with. But that's basically how to set up ClawX. That's how to run it. You can see here it's running inside the chat. I've shown you how it works, etc. And you can run it just as an application, which is pretty cool. It's also quite easy to create scheduled tasks and manage your scheduled tasks, as you can see. And the other thing here is as well, like it's kind of managing all the problems that people have, right? So for example, people struggle with the terminal setup on OpenClaw. So with this, you just have like a one-click installation. The configuration files can be quite difficult, but with ClawX, you get like the visual real-time validation and that sort of thing. And then there's process management, multiple AI providers, and it's much easier to like add skills and plugins and that sort of thing. So that's basically how to use it, how to set up, how to get it working. I've shown you what it looks like. It's pretty cool. Definitely worth checking out. Again, it does feel like almost like the Claude Cowork of OpenClaw, if that makes sense. And you can get OpenClaw to just set up inside the chat, just paste in the GitHub details. So thanks so much for watching. If you haven't already, check out the AI Profit Boarding. We've got tons of video notes, as you can see right here. We've also got a full framework on how to use this, a 30-day plan on how to set up, a bunch of use cases here as well, and also 100 prompts on how you can test this out with ClawX and just decide, like, you know, do you prefer the desktop app or the gateway or that sort of thing. So that's basically how it works. Now, inside the AI Profit Boarding as well, we have a full 6-hour course on how to master OpenClaw with step-by-step guides and that sort of thing. We have another 3-hour course here, and we update this every single day with new updates. So for example, Quen 3.5, released a new model you can run with OpenClaw this morning. We've already done a video tutorial on full step-by-step guide here. And we actually date the updates. So you can see, for example, 2nd of March, 1st of March, etc. And we're adding new updates every single day. So this is all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description, or go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. Inside the community, you can post questions, get help, get support. There's always people online because there's 2,500 people inside here. I also do weekly updates. Now, inside the weekly AI updates, what I do is I look at my 60 hours of research each week with AI, and I break down what's useful and what's not, just to save you time and to help you avoid information overload. We also have a daily accountability group. And again, this just helps you avoid information overload so you can stay focused and just really focus on what matters to you most, right? Now, inside the classroom, you can get all of our best trainings. So for example, if you want to go from beginner to expert with AI automation, you can do that here, plus learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. Additionally, you can get our playbook, which shows you how to automate X, newsletters, shorts, avatar videos, and everything else. Inside the SOP updates, you can get daily updates like you can see right here, with all the new guides and that sort of thing. And then you can also go inside the map and meet people in your local area. Additionally, you can learn how to get more clients with the agency course. You can watch back the coaching calls. You can learn how to rank #1 with AI SEO, and also how to grow a YouTube channel with AI based on what's working for me. So that's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description, or go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. Shackle says, are there tiers to Claw better or worse? Yeah, there's plenty of alternatives that I've tested that have just not been as good. We've got loads of guides inside here. Does Copor support Open Router? I think it does, as far as I'm aware. I think so. Are there tiers to Claw? We already answered that one. ClawX update OpenClaw automatically. Well, you just set up auto updates inside the gateway of OpenClaw if you want to automatically update. Or it says I want to build an autonomous job application setup. Yeah, so you can. I've done that with the way that I did that before. I built out a job board with DataButton. DataButton was the one that I used, and we have a full tutorial on how I did that right here. Right, so we have a full tutorial on how DataButton work right there. So that's basically how it works. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it as always. I've answered all the questions. Thanks for being on today. I'll see you on the next one. Cheers. Bye-bye. OpenClaw just dropped its new free update for March the 2nd, and it's packed. We're talking AI that can now read your PDFs instantly, AI agents that can talk to each other and hand off tasks without you lifting a finger, real-time responses that stream live so it actually feels like a conversation inside Telegram, plus over 100 security fixes so your setup is better than before. This is not an upgrade. This is a completely different tool to how it feels like last week. And here's the craziest part. It's completely free. You can get updated and set this up today. We're going to look at every single one of these new features together right now live so you can see exactly what this thing can do and whether it actually lives up to the hype. If you've been waiting for one AI tool to run your entire life, this might be it. Let's find out. So we're going to get straight into this. You can see the update right here, and this is the update. Now, the first thing to note here is the Telegram streaming example of the messages, right? So you can see the messages and how it comes in real time like this inside the video. So if you want to see the full change log, here are all the new updates like you can see. So a bunch of changes, a heavy list of changes. As you can see, there must be at least 50 different changes added to this, and there's a bunch of new updates here. Now, if you want to update this automatically, what you can do is just go to your config file here, scroll down inside OpenClaw if you've got this running, and then you're going to make sure that you have auto update enabled over here. Auto update, right? Now, once you've done that, we're going to go over to the chat and we're going to click update now. You can see the notification here. So it says the 2nd of March update is currently running the 1st of March update, so we need to update. We're going to click on that update now button. Sometimes this breaks, sometimes it doesn't work. We're going to figure out what happens together and test it out, and we'll see how it performs. So it's beginning to update now. Sometimes the gateway breaks. I will warn you now, but if it does, it's okay, because I'll show you exactly how to fix it along the way and how to get this working. Now, let's talk about the update whilst it's beginning to auto update itself, and we'll talk you through some of the changes and how it happens. So if you've never heard of OpenClaw before, I'll keep this short, but you're about to be very happy on what you stumbled on. This free tool got one of its biggest updates ever, and it's basically like a really powerful sort of AI that runs locally on your laptop, and it lets you, for example, connect to AI assistants, automate tasks, build custom workflows, and do all of this, and it's completely free and open source to use. So you can even connect it to, for example, Olama or Quen 3.5 and run this locally without any API costs as well, which is pretty awesome. So once we've done this, we can see it. Now I'm just going to check the terminal and make sure that it's working. Check the logs inside the terminal. When I actually click update now, it doesn't seem to be, but let's see if it's working now. I'm just going to say, are you working? Sometimes it just takes a little while to respond. So I'm going to see what happens when we click, are you working? It might have just broken again. So let's test it out. And then let's talk about what changed in the meantime. So now you get this sort of live messages inside Telegram. Right. So what that means is that you get the responses instantly and you can see them as they go along inside the chat, which is pretty cool. And then also you can basically, when your AI responds inside Telegram, the text now appears word by word in real time, just like watching someone type. So here's the example, right? So this is an example of an OpenClaw responding, and someone said, like, send me a 30-line haiku, and then it started to produce the haiku in real time right here, right? It's pretty cool because then you don't have to wait for the whole message to load. You just get it good to go, right? And so if we go back inside the chat now, I'm just going to say, are you updated to the latest version? Because you can see already that it's getting buggy inside the chat here. So if we click on update now, it clicks updating and then stops working, right? So I'm going to see what it responds with now and just make sure it is working on the right version. If not, we might have to run a terminal command to get it running, or we could just uninstall it and then reinstall it again using the newest updates as well. Let's see what we got inside the chats here. So Sakura says, what is the best model to run locally and get results? So I would recommend checking out Ollama Qwen 3.5. GLM 4.7 Flash is a cloud model, but it runs locally with Ollama, if that makes sense. So it runs via Ollama, but it's a cloud API. But if you want like a fully local way of running OpenClaw, then you can use Ollama 3.5. I actually did a video on it earlier this morning and created a full guide. You can check that out inside the AI Profit Boardroom. So if you go to the OpenClaw plus Qwen 3.5 plus Ollama just dropped some smaller models that are faster to run locally, but still very powerful. And those were just dropped a few hours ago. So I've got a full guide and tutorial on how to set that up, as you can see right here inside the AI Profit Boardroom. So let's go back to the update details now. And if we go back to OpenClaw, you can see that it says we're actually ahead. So it is running the March the 2nd release. There does seem to be some sort of bug inside the update section. So like when I click this, it doesn't respond. But you can see here that it's running the March the 2nd update, which is great. So it's good to go, right? I'm just going to make sure, I'm going to say, are you running, let's just copy this. Are you running the update? If not, can you update to the version, the March the 2nd version. So let's just see what it does in a second. If not, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the URL from the changelog at the top here, and then we'll plug that back into OpenClaw. So now it's beginning to check with OpenClaw to see whether it's done or not. In the meantime, let me talk you through what the other updates are. Right, so one of the other cool things here is ACP agents, sub-agents are now on by default. Now, if you're wondering what ACP is, ACP stands for Agent Communication Protocol. It's like a walkie-talkie system that lets multiple AI agents talk to each other and hand off tasks. Now, bear in mind with ACP, you can even, for example, you can even use something like Claude Code with ACP if you've never seen that before. And this is switched on by default now. I'm sure you would have to allow permissions to get it using Claude Code, but you can see an example of how this works. And this means it can basically run like Claude Code locally for you and a bunch of other sub-agents, right? So your agents can build teams, work together, spawn sub-agents, that sort of thing. Right. So if you're wondering, okay, what changed? Well, previously you had to manually turn this feature on. Now it's enabled automatically when you set up OpenClaw. So you can have like one AI agent that handles customer questions, another one that handles scheduling. With ACP, they now automatically pass tasks to each other without you having to be middleman, right? So ACP dispatch now defaults to enable. And if you're upgrading from the older version and you specifically don't want agents talking to each other, you can manually turn this off with this command right here, as you can see. So let's go back to OpenClaw, see what we're doing. And it's like, yeah, your OpenClaw is already on the 2nd of March. So this is interesting because the button at the top doesn't work, right? That it did update, but it doesn't tell me. So just make sure it is running inside the chat if you want to make sure, right? And if it's struggling, all you do, I've done this before if it breaks, is like you copy the URL over here, you go back to OpenClaw, you paste it in the chat and you say update to this version, right? So that's how to update, how to fix things. If you see any bugs or errors like I've just seen, then you can fix it quickly using this method. If you go back to OpenClaw and the updates, now the other thing is native PDF tools. So your AI can now read your documents. So what changed is basically OpenClaw now has a built-in PDF tool that lets your AI assistant read, analyze, and work with PDFs. And then the supported AI providers include Anthropic and Google with automatic fallback for other AI models. What this means is basically like you can upload a PDF, the AI can read and summarize it. You know, you could drop in like a research paper, the AI answers questions about it. You can send a client proposal, the AI helps you actually edit it as well. And there are configurable limits, which mean you can control how large a PDF can be when you upload it, how many pages get processed, and which AI model handles the reading, right? The next one, OpenClaw config validate, right? So you can stop breaking things before they break, if that makes sense. So this is quite an interesting one. What changed is there's a brand new command. It's called OpenClaw config validate, right? And what it does is before you start up your entire OpenClaw setup, you can now check if your settings are correct first, right? So basically, it's like a spell checker, but for your AI configuration on OpenClaw, and it can catch errors before they cause problems. Now, this is useful for you because like one typo in a config file used to mean like hours of troubleshooting. And I think we've all been there with OpenClaw. Now you can run one command and it tells you exactly what's wrong and where, right? And you can even run OpenClaw validate JSON to get a clean structured error report. There's some other cool stuff as well. So for example, one of the most popular messaging apps in Vietnam, Zalo, used by over 70 million people, is now added inside OpenClaw 2. And there's 100 security fixes. You can see a list of all of them right here. Some other cool stuff that didn't make the big headlines. So this is the big headline inside the tweet in terms of what came in. But if we go back to the updates, some other stuff worth knowing. So you can use locally hosted AI for memory search now with Ollama. You can attach files when spawning subagents. You can reload the config. You get transcripts of what the AI agent actually heard if you want that. You can do Docker health checks, which means you can just check if you're running it via Docker, you can check if it's healthy or not, right? And then you got funny startup messages as well. So it's called a plugin banner taglines. And basically this means when it starts up, it gives you funny messages. That's essentially it. So this is basically how it works. And you know, you might be wondering, okay, who is this update for? So let me talk you through that, right? So if you're a business owner, then the PDF tool and the Telegram updates are going to give you like better customer facing AI bots, right? If you're an e-commerce seller, then multi-agent ACP coordination automates more of your workflows. If you're a content creator, the Telegram updates with live messages just makes AI interactions feel more natural for you and your audience, especially if you're showing this stuff. And then it can also use Ollama memory, and it's got more security patches as well. If you're based in Vietnam, obviously it's using Zalo now. And if you're just an AI hobbyist, then there's 100 extra fixes, which means things actually work better now. And that's basically it. So that's how to update, that's how to use it. You can see it's working quite nicely here. Pretty easy to set up. Even, for example, we updated the CLI as well directly using this too. And you can now use ACP agents. So just to recap, the too long didn't read. OpenClaw is a free tool that connects AI models to messaging apps and automates workflows. Version the 2nd of March is one of the biggest updates yet. The 6 big headline features are Telegram live messages, ACP subagents on by default, native PDF tool, the config validator, Zalo plugin, and 100 security fixes. If you're struggling, you know how to fix it, as you've seen today, if you've seen any issues. And if you're new, this is one of the best free automation tools available right now. And this update just makes it better. Right. And the other thing I would say here is like they seem to be prioritizing security in each of these updates. That's basically how to get OpenClaw, how to use it, how to set it up. If you want all the links, we've got it inside the video notes, inside the AI Profit Board today. This also comes with a 6-hour masterclass on OpenClaw and another 3-hour one, as you can see right here, with full courses and setup guides and everything else on all the best use cases. We're constantly updating this community with all the new updates. You can see we've actually added 6 updates today on the newest updates. Yesterday, we covered mission control for OpenClaw, how to use OpenClaw with Claude Code as well. We've also got other stuff on like OpenClaw versus alternatives like Accomplish. I've pretty much tested like all the big alternatives to OpenClaw, and that's basically how to use it. Now, If you want to check this out, this is the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description, or just go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. And if you want to learn how to save time, scale, and grow with AI automation, this is one of the best places. Inside the community, you'll get access to 2,500 entrepreneurs who are doing similar things as you. You get a daily accountability group so you can check in, post your goals, and stay 100% focused. You can ask questions to get help and support inside the community too. And I also post weekly updates, right? So I actually tell you what's worth paying attention to, what to ignore. As you can see right here, we added a new weekly update today. I usually spend about 60 hours testing this stuff each week. And so like, I just condense that down into like, here's the stuff to figure out. Here's the stuff you should try, like top 3 things. And then here's all the other stuff you can ignore. And if you're wondering, okay, like, are people getting results with stuff like this? You can actually see we have over 133 pages of wins from happy people inside our school communities. So you can see all the wins, all the people getting results with this stuff. It's pretty much an infinite scroll, as you can see right here. Just loads of people getting awesome results, which is great to see. Inside the community as well, you get 4 weekly coaching calls. So you can jump on these video coaching calls, get help, get support whenever you need to. You can meet people in your local area. Just zoom into the area that you want. And then also inside the classroom, you can see that we have a 5-week masterclass that takes you from beginner to expert with AI automation and teaches you how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. Additionally, you'll learn all of my best playbooks I personally run for my business. So for example, like AI avatar videos, shorts, Instagram, newsletters, X, and everything else. We also have a full course for agencies. So if you want to learn how to get more clients, you can check that out here. If you want to get the latest updates, just check out this section. You can see we update it every day with the most important updates. And then if you want to watch about the coaching calls, you can do that over here. If you want to learn how to rank one with AI SEO, you can check that out. And also if you want to learn how to grow a YouTube channel based on what's working for me with AI, there's a training on that too. So let's just check out the questions. I think we got one more from Naeem, who says how to get Kimi K 2.5 for free or the Minimax 2.5, right? So there's a few different ways. I want to talk to you, but so what I would say, one of the easiest ways you can do this, right, is you can actually go to inside the onboarding for OpenClaw, you can select Minimax, right? And if you do the OAuth, then you automatically get opted in for 7 days for free as a free trial for Minimax coding, right? So if you select Minimax on the onboarding for OpenClaw, then you get 7 days to test out Minimax for free with OpenClaw directly, right? Automatically subscribes you to the coding plan. So that's one option. The other option is if you want to get Kimi K 2.5 for free, you can do that with Olama, right? So you can check out Kimi K 2.5 on Olama. We actually have full guides on both of these things, as well as GLM 4.7 Flash. So if you type in inside the AI Profit Boardroom, if you type in the search bar GLM 4.7, then you can see how to set it up inside this tutorial, which is a full video guide plus a step-by-step process that talks you through it, right? If you want to learn how to set up Kimi K 2.5 with Olama for free, then you can check out this video guide and the full setup instructions right there. So whichever setup you prefer is waiting inside there for you. And then also if you want to check out how to set up Minimax M2.5, then you can check this out directly inside here as well. And so we talk you through exactly how to set that up with a video tutorial and a full guide, as you can see. So if you go inside the classroom here, and then you go to SOP updates, we have a full video tutorial on NotebookLM. We set it up, we tested it, we created a 30-day roadmap for it, and also 100 prompts on how to use it, right? So if you want to check that out, that's inside here, as you can see. OpenClaw plus Quen 3.5 plus the free AI local coding agent that runs 24/7. So OpenClaw just became completely free, and it's because of it. Brand new model just dropped today from Quen 3.5, and we're testing out today. So you can run it locally, bring it into OpenClaw, giving you a full AI agent running for free right now today. We're talking about an AI that can, for example, automate tasks, run 24/7, automate tons of coding stuff as well for you. And here's the crazy part: the 9B model just beat AI models 3 times its size, crushing competitors on multiple benchmarks. This isn't just a free alternative. This is better than what some people are paying for. Nobody's talking about this yet. So in this video, we're going to test out together. You can see it running with or directly. Here, I'll show you how to set it up today for free and how to run it locally directly. So what you can see is we set this up this morning, and it just relaunched inside the chat. So this is running with the local model, and you can see I just double checked with it. So I said, what API are you using inside OpenClaw? It said I'm running Olama with Quen 3.5 model locally on your Mac Studio, right? So It's definitely works. It's definitely responsive. We can run it for free. I'll show you exactly how to set this up. So you can see that we ran this inside the terminal here. And the way that you can run this inside the terminal is you just go to Olama. You want to make sure you have Olama downloading. And that's pretty simple. You can just run this in literally like 2 clicks. Here's the way that it works. 3 clicks. So you're going to make sure that you run Olama and you just install it with this terminal command, as you can see. Once you've done that, you download the model in your terminal, which is Olama 3.5. And then from there, you can run Olama launch OpenClaw, and you'll actually run OpenClaw directly, right, for free. And that's literally how you set up in like 3 clicks. Let me show you how this works directly. So if we open up a new terminal here to install the new version of Olama, you just copy and paste this command. Okay? So you grab that, go to your terminal, type that in, as you can see. Then you're going to download the local model, Olama Run 3.5. At this point, there's multiple different models that you can use. Default one is 9B, right? So this is the default one. So if you run this command, it's going to set up and install the default version of Qwen 3.5, which is 9B. Now, there are more lightweight versions. You've got 4B, 2B, 0.8B, etc. One thing you have to note here is that when you're running this, the more lightweight the model, the less powerful it is, which means that it's not going to be as good at running tools, right? So open tools, a lot of cool tools externally, you might be running it with multiple different APIs, that sort of thing. The bigger the model is, the more powerful it is at running separate tools, which means it's going to be more autonomous, basically, when you get outputs. So once you've run Olama, which we did with the terminal command a second ago, the second step is to run Olama Qwen 3.5, right? So we just paste that into the terminal like so, right? And that will install Qwen 3.5 for you. If you ever want to close it, because it's automatically going to run the model, then you can just click buy, right? And then the final bit is that you run Olama launch OpenClaw, and then you pick the model you want to use. Now, for example, we're using model Qwen 3.5 because this is a new version, and we just click that like so. We proceed, click yes, that'll prepare the assistant for us, set up the gateway. You can see here it's beginning to run the gateway with Olama 3.5 and with Olama and Qwen 3.5. Mayo says your AI is doing live. It's the real me today. Actually, I don't know if you know this, but I go live like every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. So, I create a lot of human content. I don't know if you check this out, but if you like human-only content, we actually have Julian Goldie podcast, as you can see right here. And we also have this channel as well with human-only content. So if you prefer like human-only stuff, you can check out those 2 channels. So now you can see that it's set up Qwen 3.5 with Olama. And now you can see after we run that command, wake up, literally a minute later it responds. So now you can use OpenClaw for free with Qwen 3.5, which just came out. The benefits of that, of course, are that it runs locally, it's free to set up, you're not going to have to pay for APIs, which is pretty cool. So that's basically it for setting up. Now, why would you need this? Well, it's free to run after setup, your data is on your machine, no usage limits, it works in plain English, and you can literally set up in 3 clicks. Right? If you want to get all the video notes on how to set this up, a 30-day plan for running mastering OpenClaw with Olama as well, you can check out the video notes from today. And the main thing to note here is some people say local AI is slow or not powerful enough, but Qwen 3.5 is right up there on the benchmark of tools, right? So you can see the benchmark right here in terms of how Qwen 3.5 9B versus other models. It's actually outperforming, for example, like G5 Nano in many cases, outperforms Gemini 2.0 Flash and the old version of Qwen 3 as well. So it's a really powerful model that you can run locally, and it works well with OpenClaw, as you've seen over here. So if you want to get a 30-day plan plus 100 prompts that you can test out with OpenClaw, plus a 6-hour course on OpenClaw and another 3-hour course right here, you can get this all inside the AI Profit Boarding. Link in the comments description, or go to profitboarding.com. And we have 2,500 members inside here, which online you can answer your questions, help you, support you, etc. You can meet cool people in here. We have a daily accountability group, which means that you can get help whenever you need it. And also, this just helps you stay laser focused. So what you can do each day is post your goals, and then this helps you avoid shiny object syndrome, helps you avoid overwhelm, and you can stay laser focused and accountable to what you want to achieve today. Also, we have 4 weekly coaching calls. You can jump on the live video coaching call, share your screen, ask questions, that sort of thing. You can meet cool people in your local area. And then inside the classroom here too, you can get all of my best training. So if you want to go from beginner to expert with AI automation and learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes, you can check that out right here. If you want to get my best playbooks on, for example, how to automate avatar videos, shorts, Instagram, newsletters, Twitter, etc. All of my playbooks and video tutorials are inside this section. And then additionally, you can see inside the SAP updates, this is where we add new guides every single day. So we add new videos and guides. As you can see, I've already added 4 new guides today. And we look at all the latest stuff that just came out, and then we're like, right, what's the most useful stuff for you right now? And that's how we decide what content we're going to have inside here. Additionally, if you want to get more clients, you can check the agency course. If you want to watch about the coaching course, you can do that here. If you want to learn how to rank #1 with AICO, you can do that there. And then also you can learn how to grow a YouTube channel in just 6 weeks with AI based on what's working for me inside the AI Profit Boardroom. So feel free to get that link in the comment description or go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. And then also we have over 133 pages of people just winning and growing with this stuff, right? So there's a lot of people learning this stuff, and I love just seeing people getting results with this. So it's amazing to see how many people are sharing the wins and getting awesome results. New OpenClaw update is insane. Today I'm going to show you the OpenClaw update that just changed everything. We're talking real-time AI streaming, Claude 4.6 thinking inside your workflows, native Kubernetes, and a plugin that literally sees your code changes. This is not a drill. OpenClaw just dropped 2026.3.1 and people said it was dead. They were wrong. Stay with me because by the end of this video, you're going to know exactly how to use this update to build faster, automate smarter, and run AI workflows that actually work in production. Now let's get into it. OpenClaw 2026.3.1 just dropped, and I want to break down every single thing that changed and why it matters to you. Let's start with the big one. OpenAI WebSocket streaming is now live inside OpenClaw. What does that mean in plain English? It means your AI agents no longer wait. Before this update, you'd send a request and you'd sit there watching a loading spinner like it's 2015. Now, the response streams in token by token in real time over a persistent WebSocket connection. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. This is a massive deal if you're running any kind of customer-facing AI tool. Think about a chatbot on your site. Think about a live AI assistant. Think about an automated content pipeline that needs to move fast. With WebSocket streaming, latency drops hard. The experience goes from clunky to clean. And here's something I want you to think about. If you're building anything for the AI Profit Boardroom community, like an onboarding assistant, a live Q&A bot, or an automated welcome sequence, this kind of real-time streaming makes the whole thing feel alive. It doesn't feel like a robot anymore. It feels instant. That's the difference between a tool people use once and a tool they come back to every day. Now, here's where it gets really interesting, and this is the one I'm most excited about. Claude 4.6 adaptive thinking is now baked into OpenClaw. This is not just a new model. Adaptive thinking means Claude can now decide on the fly how much reasoning to apply to a problem. Simple task, it moves fast. Complex task, it slows down, thinks harder, goes deeper, it adapts. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like OpenClaw. The link is in the comments and description. This matters because before you'd have to manually tune how much compute you threw at a problem. Too little, and the output was garbage. Too much, and you were burning time and costs on a simple task. Now OpenClaw and Claude figure it out together. Let me show you what this looks like in practice for the AI Profit Boardroom. You could run a prompt like this. You could say, analyze this week's community engagement data from the AI Profit Boardroom, identify which topics got the most responses, suggest 3 new content ideas that would perform well based on what's already working, then rank them by estimated impact. Before adaptive thinking, a task like that needed a lot of hand-holding. You'd have to break it into steps, run multiple prompts, stitch it together yourself. Now, Claude 4.6 inside OpenClaw handles the full chain. It decides which parts need deep reasoning and which parts are straightforward. You get a better output, faster, with less effort on your end. That's the power of adaptive thinking, and that's why this update matters. Now, I know what some of you are thinking, this sounds great, but what about running it at scale? What about production? What about when things break? Good news, that's exactly what the next 2 updates address. Docker support just got significantly better, and OpenClaw now has native Kubernetes support. Let me explain why this is a big deal, even if you're not super technical. Docker lets you package your OpenClaw setup into a neat container that runs the same way everywhere. Your laptop, a cloud server, your team's machine. No more it works on my machine. No more broken environments. Docker was already supported, but the new update makes it cleaner, more stable, and way easier to configure. Kubernetes takes that further. Kubernetes is what big companies use to manage hundreds or thousands of containers at once. It handles scaling. If traffic spikes, it spins up more containers. If something crashes, it restarts it automatically. It's basically the infrastructure backbone of every serious tech company on the planet. Native Kubernetes support in OpenClaw means you can now deploy your AI automation workflows at real enterprise scale. You're not just building little scripts anymore, you're building production-grade systems. For anyone running a serious AI automation business, this is the update that lets you go from proof of concept to actual product. And here's the open loop I want you to sit with. We're going to talk about a plugin later in this video that makes visual debugging of your workflows genuinely insane. So stay with me. But first, let's talk about the communication updates because these are getting slept on. Discord threads are now properly supported. Telegram DM topics work. Fieshu bugs have been fixed. Why does this matter? Because if you're running a community, a team, or a client operation, your AI agents need to live inside the platforms your people actually use. Think about the AI profit boardroom. It lives on school, but communication happens on Discord, outreach happens on Telegram. And if you're working with international clients or enterprise teams, Fieshu is huge in Asia. With these fixes, you can now build AI agents that sit inside your Discord server and automatically respond to threads. You can have bots that handle Telegram DM topics for lead follow-up. You can integrate Fieshu into your automation stack without things randomly breaking. A practical example for the AI Profit Boardroom, imagine a Discord bot that monitors the community feed, detects when someone asks a question that's already been answered in the resource library, and automatically replies with the relevant link or summaries. That's a real thing you can build now. That's hours of community management automated away. Now, let's talk about the plugin I teased, the agent-powered visual diffs plugin. This is genuinely new, and I haven't seen anything quite like it before in an open source AI framework. Here's what it does. When your AI agent makes a change to code, a file, a document, whatever it is, the visual diffs plugin shows you exactly what changed in a clear visual side-by-side view. And it's agent powered, meaning the agent itself can review the diff, explain what it did, and even suggest whether the change looks right. So instead of digging through raw text changes, trying to figure out what your AI automation actually did, you get a clean visual. You see the before, you see the after. The agent tells you why. Here's how I'd use this for the AI Profit Boardroom. Let's say you're using an AI agent to update your landing page copy. Every week, the agent tests a new headline, adjusts the value proposition, tweaks the CTA. With the Visual Diffs plugin, you can see every single change the agent made. You can review it, approve it, or roll it back in seconds. You're not flying blind. You're in control with full visibility. That's what makes this plugin so powerful. AI automation without visibility is a black box. AI automation with visual diffs is a tool you can actually trust. And look, that trust piece is everything. The reason most businesses don't fully adopt AI automation is because they don't know what it's doing. They're scared it'll break something. This plugin removes that fear. You see everything. Now I want to address the elephant in the room, because this needs to be said. There were reports that OpenClaw was dead, that the project was dying, that it was going to get abandoned. They were wrong. 2026.3.1 is proof. This team is still shipping, and not just patching bugs, they're shipping real features, WebSocket streaming, Claude 4.6 adaptive thinking, native Kubernetes, an agent-powered visual diffs plugin. This is not a dying project. This is a project that's leveling up. The lesson here is don't believe the noise, evaluate the output, and the output from OpenClaw right now is strong. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like OpenClaw. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 45,000 members who are crushing it with AI. The link is in the comments and description. New OpenClaw upgrades are insane. They just dropped 4 updates in 1 week, and nobody is talking about it. This changes everything about how AI agents work. And I'm going to break it all down for you right now. So OpenClaw just did something crazy. They pushed 4 big updates back to back to back to back. in like 5 days. And most people have no idea. They're too busy arguing on Twitter about which AI is best. Meanwhile, OpenClaw is quietly turning into something that could change the whole game. And here's the thing, this is not some tiny little bug fix. This is not a new logo. This is a full rebuild of how the whole system works under the hood. We're talking real-time streaming. We're talking AI that thinks smarter. We're talking security so tight it's like Fort Knox. And we're talking enterprise level stuff that big companies actually need. So let me walk you through all 4 of these updates, because if you use AI agents or you plan to, you need to know this. Let's start with the biggest one first. OpenClaw now has WebSocket streaming for OpenAI. Now, if you don't know what that means, let me make it super simple. Before this update, when you talk to an AI agent through OpenClaw, it was like sending a text and waiting for a reply. There was a delay. It felt clunky. Now with WebSocket streaming, it's like a phone call. The response comes in real time, word by word, as the AI thinks it. No more sitting there staring at a loading screen. This is huge because it makes the whole experience feel instant, like you're actually having a conversation. And for developers building apps on top of this, it opens up a whole new world of interactive agent flows. But wait, it gets better. They also added support for Claude 4.6 adaptive thinking. Now this is wild. What this means is the AI can now decide how hard to think based on your question. If you ask something simple, it gives you a quick answer. If you ask something complex, it goes deep. It adjusts in real time. It's like having a brain that knows when to sprint and when to take its time. Think about that for a second. The AI is not just answering you, it's thinking about how to think about your answer. That's next level. Now here's where it gets really interesting for anyone running a business or building something serious. OpenClaw now has native Docker and Kubernetes support. And I know that sounds techie, but here's what it means in plain English. You can now deploy OpenClaw in the same way that big companies deploy their software. It scales, it's stable, it's production ready. This is OpenClaw saying we are not a toy anymore. We are ready for real workloads. And if you're running a team or an agency, this matters because it means you can trust this thing to handle serious tasks without breaking. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. Okay, so let's keep going because there's more. They added something called thread-bound agents, and this might be the most important thing in the whole update. So let me explain it. Before, when you used an AI agent in a chat thread, it was kind of forgetful. It would lose context. It didn't really know what happened earlier. Now with thread-bound agents, every single thread gets its own dedicated AI brain. It remembers everything. It stays in context. It's like each conversation has its own little world that the AI lives in. So imagine you have a Discord server and you have 10 different threads going. Each one now has its own agent that knows exactly what's going on in that specific thread. No crosstalk, no confusion, just clean, smart, focused AI. This is the kind of thing that turns a cool tool into a real runtime. And if you're building anything with AI agents, this is the feature you've been waiting for. Now let's talk about security because OpenClaw went absolutely crazy on this. Across these 4 updates, they pushed over 40 security fixes, 40 in less than a week. That tells you something. They are serious about making this thing bulletproof. They added reaction authentication across all channels. They hardened permissions. They lock things down. And they added something called external secrets management. Now, this is a big deal. It means you can store your API keys and sensitive stuff separately from the actual system. No more hard-coded keys sitting in your code where someone could find them. This is how real enterprise software works. And now OpenClaw does it too. If you're someone who cares about keeping your data safe, this should make you very happy. Now, here's where I want to pause for a second. If you're watching this and thinking, wow, I need to start using AI tools like OpenClaw to actually grow my business, then you need to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to learn how to scale your business, get more customers, and automate your workflows with AI tools like OpenClaw. I'll drop the link in the description and comments. Go check it out. Okay, let's keep rolling. They also added a visual diffs plugin, and for my developer friends out there, this one is for you. So imagine you make changes to your code. Normally, you'd have to go through the diff manually and figure out what changed. Now, the AI does it for you. It shows you the changes visually, and then it explains what changed and why. It's like having a senior developer looking over your shoulder going, hey, here's what's different and here's what it means. For anyone doing code reviews or working on pull requests, this is a massive time saver. They also upgraded the Codex integration to WebSocket first transport. which means coding responses come in real time too. No lag, no waiting, just fast, smooth, instant code. Help. Now let's talk about the cross-platform improvements, because OpenClaw isn't just for one app. It works across Discord, Slack, Telegram, Facetune, and even Android. And in these updates, they fixed a bunch of stuff across all of them. Discord threads work properly now, Telegram topics are stable, Slack thread sessions got fixed so your conversations don't break halfway through. The Android app got smoother, and they even restored heartbeat DM delivery so you don't miss private messages anymore. This matters because if you're using OpenClaw across multiple platforms, you need it to be reliable everywhere, not just on one app. And they clearly heard that feedback because they fixed it all. Oh, and here's a fun one. OpenClaw now supports stop phrases in over 10 languages. So whether you speak English, French, German, or whatever, you can tell your AI agent to stop, and it actually listens. Sounds small, but it's a huge deal for global teams. They also added typing indicators that actually work. So when the AI is thinking, you can see it. No more wondering if the thing crashed or if it's just taking its time. Small thing, big difference in how it feels to use. And for my Windows people, they added PowerShell 7 support. So you can run OpenClaw commands from your terminal without any weird workarounds. Now, let me put this all together for you, because I think the big picture is what matters most here. OpenClaw is no longer just a cool AI tool. It's becoming a full agent runtime. Think about what they have built in just 1 week: real-time streaming, adaptive AI thinking, thread-bound agents with persistent memory, enterprise-grade security, secrets management, Docker and Kubernetes deployment, a plugin ecosystem, CLI tools for routing agents, cross-platform reliability. This is the kind of stuff that separates a side project from real infrastructure. And I think a lot of people are sleeping on this. If you're building with AI agents right now, or if you plan to in the next 6 months, OpenClaw should be on your radar, because they are moving fast. And the direction they're moving in is exactly where the industry's going. Now, look, I'm not saying this is perfect. No software is. But when you see a team pushing 40 plus security fixes, 4 major releases, and architecture level changes in under a week, that tells you something about how serious they are. So here's what I'd say. Go check out the OpenClaw GitHub, read the release notes, try the new features. And if you're already using it, update right now. Seriously, updating is self-care. And if you want to learn how to automate your business and stay ahead with AI tools like OpenClaw, join the AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best community for learning how to use AI to scale, get more customers, and build systems that actually work. Link is in the description and comments. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and over 100 AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. Links in the comments and description. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI. Julian Goldie reads every single comment, so drop a comment below. Tell me what you think about these OpenClaw updates. Are you using it yet? What features are you most excited about? I want to hear from you. I'll see you in the next one. OpenClaw just dropped a brand new free update, and it just got a whole lot smarter. They said OpenClaw was done. They were wrong. Version the 1st of March 2026 just dropped, and this update changes everything. Here's why you need to pay attention. OpenClaw is a free AI assistant that runs on your device, not in the cloud, not owned by some corporation. Of course, it talks to you through WhatsApp, Telegram, Discord, or Slack, wherever you already are. It works 24/7, even whilst you're asleep. And this new update just made it dramatically more powerful. So, for example, you can see that you now have OpenAI WebSocket Stream. You have Claude 4.6 adaptive thinking, better Docker support as well, Discord threads, all sorts of fixes, a bunch of agent-powered visual diffs plugin as well. You can actually see an example of what this plugin looks like. So this is a brand new plugin directly here, which is pretty cool for AI agents. Plus you got fixes across Discord, Telegram, and more, so your messages actually get through. And this isn't just a patch. This is OpenClaw leveling up in a massive way. And today we're testing it all together live for the first time to see how it is, whether it's great or bad. Let's get straight into it. So if you want to set up the update here, we can just go to this section and we can just click on update now. Now, if you don't see this, what you want to do for new updates inside OpenClaw is make sure inside your config file, go to all settings, scroll down, and then make sure you have auto updates set up, right? Auto updates. This enables this to automatically give you the notifications for new updates, right? So if we click on update now, that'll begin to update. directly here, and we can test this out. Now, in the meantime, whilst that's running in the background, it might take about 5 minutes. What we can actually do is we can check out the full changelog and the guide on exactly how it works, right? So you can see all the changes that have happened to OpenClaw on the 1st of March, like so. So these are all the new changes that have come inside. So for example, your agent thinking defaults, which is set to adaptive as a default thinking level for Anthropic, right? What that means is like it changes the reasoning depending on what's required, right? And it keeps other reasoning levels at low unless explicitly configured. Now, what does that mean? It means basically, I think it's optimized to reduce the amount of tokens it's using depending on the task that you give it. So if you give it like a lower skilled task that doesn't require as much power, then it reduces the thinking level. It's more adaptive in the way that it works. Now, I'm coming back to OpenClaw here. I want to share my screen because it looks like it's just gone offline. You can see it's got the config invalid on the terminal here. Let me share my full screen. I'll show you exactly what I mean. So if we go to OpenClaw here, you can see it's disconnected from gateway and disconnected no reason, right? So just something to be wary of there is like sometimes it does just randomly break and you're like, why did that happen? Recently, it's been pretty good for fixing these sort of changes, but right now we're gonna have to run the OpenClaw Doctor fix command, right? As you can see right here. So I'm just gonna press Control and C inside the terminal. Then we're gonna run OpenClaw Doctor fix, see if we can get this working. Otherwise, we might have to reboot and rerun the gateway. We'll see how this works. See how it says health offline and then disconnected over here. So let's refresh the page, and I might set up a new terminal window in a sec just to get this running again, but I can see it running inside the terminal there. This is really good for you to see though. It's like nobody else is going to show you this on YouTube, but I'm just going to show you. If it breaks, it breaks. If it doesn't, we're all good. Biggie says, what's the link to the GitHub? Do you mean for the update? If it's the update, then you just go to the GitHub for OpenClaw, as you can see right here. And then you can check out the releases section and you'll see the new updates for stuff like this. This is totally given up, as you can see. And then it has restarted now. So let's see if this is working again. Nope. Let's try again. Now, if you get an issue like this, what we could do is just go to the onboarding to get it set up again, like this. So run that again, and then it will just reboot, as you can see. And then if we go to this section, you can see that we have now rebooted, right? So I'm just going to say, okay, what version are you using of OpenClaw? So you see how we fix that basically by just copying and pasting OpenClaw gateway port, right? So if you get this problem and you get the same problem as me, and you can see it's updated, but if you update and it stops working like it did for me, then what you want to do is just make sure that you Control and C inside terminal, stop it, then run this command for the gateway. It will just reboot and then it seems to be good. So I show you this stuff all the time because sometimes it breaks, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's working perfectly, but it's super weird, as you can see here. It's just like this happens all the time. I'm used to it. That's why I can fix it so quickly. So let's run through what the other improvements are. I've actually broken it down inside this full guide. Now, with this new update, there's been over 80 changes added or fixed, right? With 76 contributors and 10 platforms updated as well. So let's talk about the first one, adaptive thinking, right? So the brain is improved inside OpenClaw. So AI has to decide how hard to think. Like if you ask it what's 2 + 2, it's only going to use like 5% brain power, right? But if you ask it like plan my entire business strategy, it might use 95%. Before this update, OpenClaw would often just use low brain power by default, even for hard questions, right? Which would be like hiring Einstein to do your grocery shopping and making him work at like 10% effort. Now, for Claude 4.6, OpenClaw automatically uses adaptive thinking. It reads the question, judges the difficulty, and applies the right amount of effort automatically. No setup, no configuration, just works. So the other thing here as well is that Android has improved, right? So if you're on an Android device, your AI can now see your phone's cameras, listen, and use them intelligently. It knows which camera is front facing, which one is back facing, and it can pick the right one. It can also read, open, dismiss, or even reply to your notifications automatically. It can search your contacts, your calendar. It also knows if you're walking, running, or sitting still. which is great for like, some interesting automations around that. And then also you can grab your latest photos, right? Useful for stuff like, for example, send my team the photo I just took. And finally, there's voice on screen, so talk mode, right? Your phone can now speak the AI's replies out loud using 11 Labs voice technology, which is streamed in real time. So when you mute the speaker or interrupt, it stops cleanly. It's basically a lot of voice control inside there as well. Inside Telegram and Discord, there's a bunch of fixes like you see for Slack and WhatsApp and Line and everything else. And then the automation upgrades. So scheduled tasks have improved as well. Just a few small changes, like the scheduled task editor is now scrollable on small screens. When you set the delivery to none, it actually delivers to none. And there's a new lightweight mode, which speeds up automated runs by skipping unnecessary startup steps, right? And there's a bunch of updates like that. So that's it. A few security stuff as well, as you can see. New languages added. So you got Chinese for cron, and also German as well. So the entire web interface is now available in German. And there's a bunch of under the hood fixes right here. So that's basically it for the new free upgrade from OpenClaw. I've shown you how to use it. I've shown you how to update. I've shown you how to fix it when it breaks as well. And if you want to get all access to all the video notes from today, you can do that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. As you can see right here, we actually have a full 6-hour course on how to use OpenClaw. We have another 3-hour course on it right here. Every day we add new updates on what's working, what's not, and how to use it. So yesterday, for example, we set up OpenClaw with Nano Banana. We showed how to make Agent Zero 10 times better in 1 click. I think we also covered 34 use cases for OpenClaw. And every single day, based on what I learned and what I see out there that's actually useful, I show you exactly how to do all this stuff and implement it inside your OpenClaw too. Like, for example, the new mission control dashboard. So that's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description, or go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com and you can get access to my AI automation. See, has 2,500 members in there. That means that there's always people online you can connect with, you can meet, you can ask questions, you can share your wins with inside the community. We also have a daily accountability group so that you stay laser focused, and this just helps you achieve your goals and avoid shiny object syndrome. If you're wondering, okay, like, is it who's winning with this, who's getting results with this, etc., you can see that we have 132 pages of testimonials from people winning with AI, as you can see right here. So lots of people getting great results with AI automation, which is awesome as well. And then also inside the calendar here, you get 4 weekly video coaching calls, which means you can jump on a live Zoom call, ask questions, get help, meet a cool bunch of people inside the weekly coaching calls. And then inside the classroom here, you access to all my best training. So for example, if you want to go from beginner to expert with AI automation and learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes, you can do that there. If you want to learn, for example, how to automate X, newsletter, shorts, Instagram, AI avatar videos, all based on what's working for me, you can do that inside this section. If you want to, for example, get daily updates based on the cool newest stuff that I see, and I create full guides and video tutorials so are neatly organized by date, as you can see, then you can do that inside this section. And then also, if you want to get more clients, you can check out the agency course. If you want to watch about the coaching calls, you can do that here. If you want to learn how to rank #1 with AI SEO, you can learn that. And then also we have a full section on how to grow a YouTube channel with AI based on what's working for me. So that's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Appreciate you watching. I'll see you on the next one. Cheers. Bye-bye. OpenClaw, a new mission control dashboard just dropped, and it completely changes how you use OpenClaw. Right now, if you're running OpenClaw, you basically have no idea what your agents are doing. Your agents are working somewhere, doing something, and you have no idea if they're on track, stuck, or just spinning in circles. That ends today. Mission Control is a free open source dashboard that gives you a live view of every single AI agent you have running. Think of it like an air traffic control, but instead of planes, you're managing your own personal AI workforce. Every task, every agent, every move, one screen, you see exactly what your agents are working on in real time. You can assign them new work, approve their decisions before they create anything, and watch live as they move tasks from in progress to done. This is the missing piece nobody's talking about. Most people running AI agents have chaos, multiple tools, no visibility, no control. Mission Control turns that chaos into a clean, organized operation, like a real business, not a science experiment. And here's the part that's going to blow your mind. You can run multiple OpenClaw agents like a whole team of AI workers and manage them all from this one dashboard. They even talk to each other, hand off tasks, and wait for your approval before making big decisions. This is what it looks like to actually be in control of OpenClaw. We're going to test this together live to see if it delivers on everything it promises. or falls flat? Let's find out today. If you haven't seen this already, basically we've got mission control running right here on the dashboard, and essentially what you can do here is you can check out your recent logs, you can check out your sessions, you see which ones are connected over here. You've got your system health, so for example the gateway, the DSC uptime, database size, any errors that have happened, active sessions, how many agents you got online, how many tasks are running, how many errors in the last 24 hours, and then you've also got like backup pipelines as well. So basically what this allows you to do is get full visibility of your OpenClaw, because a lot of people don't really understand what's going on, how they're using it, how it's working. And if you want to set this up, it was the easiest mission control dashboard that I've set up so far. Bear in mind, like, I've tested building my own, I've tested creating my own, I've tested others on GitHub as well, and some of them are awesome, but the best one that I've seen is this one by far. Now, you always want to check this stuff before you start installing it. So, check all the files, run them through Claude, run them in isolation at first if you need to. You can run them through Docker or whatever, or just set them up on a siloed VPS, for example, or via Maltworker is another good option. But the main thing to note here is that basically you can set up this open source dashboard for free and orchestrate all of your agents in one single mission control dashboard, like you can see. And literally, it was so easy to set up. So I'm going to show you exactly how we did this. So literally all we did, right? And it was simple. It took about 5 minutes to set up, but it was just a copy and paste job. So let me find the command, just scrolling through the chat here on OpenClaw. If you want to see where I'm looking, here it is. So literally all we did was we said, like, set this up, right? Paste it in the repository from GitHub, which is right here. So it's this GitHub mission control on GitHub by Builders Labs. Pasted the whole GitHub, so you can just copy and paste this page like so. Then you go back into OpenClaw control, you just say set this up, and then within a few minutes we got the login details, we got the API key. I will uninstall this in a second, and that was basically it, right? And so that's how simple it is to set up. It was literally just like a one-click install. Now on the left-hand side, it's not just this dashboard. As beautiful as this looks, that's just like one tiny little piece of this. So let's see what we've got inside the comments here. So we got a few people we got Leo from Brazil. Good to see you here. Obrigado. And SMA from Pakistan. Welcome here, sir. Does this come with OpenClaw installation in build, or it's a visual layer on top of OpenClaw? It's a visual layer on top of OpenClaw, right? So this is a dashboard to manage your existing OpenClaw. Many have said Claude is hype. Is it true? I would say AI is only as good as a person using it, right? So if people struggle to get the most out of the most powerful AI in the world, probably comes down to the person using it, not to the actual AI itself. And then OpenClaw, is it hype? I mean, again, it comes down to like, what are you doing with it, right? So for me, for example, like I'll give you an example of what worked really well for us with OpenClaw. So for example, we actually created an article via something called, so we created an article via OpenClaw using WordPress, gave it the WordPress login details and the API token, and then you can see here that we're ranking number 2 inside Google for that keyword. So it's like we literally didn't log into WordPress. I just typed in my keyword, which was best SEO speakers 2026, and then we started ranking, and we're still ranking today, right? This is the article that was published directly from OpenClaw. So it's like, is it hype, or is it something you can get a lot out of if you know how to use it properly? And I would say it's a powerful tool, but only if you give it to the right people, the people who know what they're doing. So test it for yourself, see what you think, or just check out my videos and see whether it's up to your standards. I would say that's the main thing that I would look at. Damn Vicious, good to see you here, sir. Nano Claw, Zero Claw, which one do you like? I think Nano Claw was the one that I liked. I remember Zero Claw was very lightweight, but it was like super technical to set up, if I remember correctly. We got someone here from South Korea, welcome. Cody says, can I have web app projects that OpenClaw can be working on and give me reports at end of each day? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll give you an example. So if we take a look at our profit boardroom website, this was fully coded and deployed using OpenClaw, right? And it was really easy to do this. Like we literally just said, redesign the website of the AR Profit Boardroom, use my personal Netlify token to deploy it again to the arprofitboardroom.com, and then boom, shakalaka, OpenClaw built something that was nicer than the original, right? And so you can do that with apps, and then you can get daily updates. You just schedule the task in and just task it. It's pretty simple. I would like it also to be managing my website blogs. Yeah, I mean, like I was showing before, we're ranking on Google using OpenClaw content, and it's pretty simple and easy. If you want like full tutorials on this stuff, by the way, team, check out the OpenClaw 6-hour course we've got inside the AI Profit Boardroom, and also the new daily updates that we add every single day for OpenClaw. So like, for example, yesterday we actually added 34 use cases with a full step-by-step guide on how to use this for OpenClaw. We've covered like Perplexity Computer. We've covered pretty much every single competitor, like MaxClaw, ZeroClaw, NoClaw, PicoClaw, MimuBot, NanoBot, Mistral, you know, every single alternative to OpenClaw we've covered inside the AI Profit Board as well. Link in the comment description, or go to the AIProfitBoard.com if you want to learn and really master that stuff. Rain says, have you heard about Skywork? It has an OpenClaw, SimiClaw, and such. I'm trouble configuring its skills. Yeah, so we've actually got a full tutorial on Skybot, which is what you're probably looking at, right? So that's Skywork's answer to OpenClaw. Really powerful tool. You can check out the video tutorial and the step-by-step guide inside the AI Profit Board as well. So we show you exactly how to set it up and how to configure it right here. It actually worked very, very cleanly and simply for me. It came straight out of the box. It was good to go. So yeah, you can check this all out inside our community if you want to get full guides and all this stuff. So let's come back to mission control here. If we have a look on the left-hand side, we've got like the agent squad, right? So you can add agents over here, and you can add like an orchestrator, a developer. I mean, it's pretty insane what you can do with this, right? Like look at this. So you can add a little team of agents, like a content creator, a researcher. You've got developers, orchestrator, etc. Right? And it shows you which API is the best for that. So like, for example, Haiku, and then Sonnet, and then Opus for the orchestrator is pretty awesome. Like, you can imagine you just have a full team of agents and you can manage them like this. This is what OpenClaw needs, really, is like a really nice UI that you can use to just improve how you manage this stuff. But building an agent squad or an agent team has like never been easier, because you can just take this stuff and add agents directly inside here as well. On this section, you've got a task board. Now, what this means is essentially you can create new tasks inside OpenClaw and then add them to the Kanban board, right? So like, you can add these tasks, as you can see right here, right? And then you can assign them to OpenClaw, and OpenClaw can just go off and implement them. So it's like having Trello, but the difference is that you can run it with AI agents. Like, how cool is that? You got a nice little I do all my to-do lists with a Kanban board. Now it's even easier to manage this stuff because I can have my AI agents manage the to-do list for me as well. Right? If you go over here, we've got the session management, so you can see all your sessions. You can see which models you're using and how many tokens you use as well. So GPT 5.2, all the sessions that we use, session overviews, how many sessions we've got running, how many are active, how many are idle, how many sub agents we have spawned, and then also how many scheduled tasks we have as well with a model distribution. It goes deep. This is one of the craziest dashboards I've ever seen when it comes to managing your OpenClaw agents. Do you think OpenClaw is the best so far? I do, but I haven't tried anything else. Honestly, for me, like, I'll be honest, I'll be 100% honest with you. What I actually have got the smoothest experience with out of everything that I've tried is Manus. Manus and the agent that you can control inside Telegram. It was so easy to set up, runs really well, super powerful agent. But I know that people don't want to get the subscription with that, and so I understand. But yeah, I would say, and also Claude Code, like day to day, I don't use OpenClaw as much as I use Claude. Claude I'll use all day long. It's better for bigger tasks. It's easier to manage everything. It's easier to set up long-term automations. And the main thing here is, like, if I'm running a business, right, I can't be having OpenClaw breaking on me every single day, which you've probably seen in many of my live streams. So for me, like, I love OpenClaw. I love the idea of it. I think it's a fantastic project. I do think it's very buggy, and therefore you're going to get more reliable, predictable results with something like Claude instead, especially Claude Code. Zambizi says, I built a hub. Yeah, I tried building mission control myself. Honestly, I didn't like it as much as something like this. It was so slow to create. It was taking hours. It was like, I just don't want to do this, you know? And I honestly think that I got better results just by using something like this instead. Like, this is straight out of the box, ready to go, and we're living the dream here, you know? Like, it's just way faster. You can also see like your token usage here, which is pretty cool as well. So you can see how much we spent in 1 week, which is pretty crazy. And then you got the distribution by agent as well. One, is it safe? Is OpenClaw? Well, I mean, I would say, like, if you want a good answer to that, you want to install something like Moltworker, right? Moltworker is powered by Cloudflare. Cloudflare protects half the internet. They've launched a safer version that's siloed away, and it's hosted in Docker as well. So you want to set up Moltworker if you're worried about that stuff. You can check out the tutorial on Molt Worker here inside the AI Profit Boardroom. We've got a full guide and video tutorial on how to set it up. The other thing I would say here is like, you don't need to do anything that you're not comfortable doing, right? Like if you don't want to set up OpenClaw and you're like, I don't know if it's the right thing, don't do it. No need. Just watch my videos instead, and learn from those. And then, when ChatGPT or Claude releases something at the same level, then you can just go with that instead, right? Thread says, what's this, a new dashboard? Yeah, so it's a new mission control dashboard that we're talking about today. And we're talking about like how it runs, how it works, etc. You've even got this memory browser as well, which is super interesting. So you can explore all of OpenClaw's like knowledge files and memory structure. So you can see all the files here and the memory structure, which is pretty interesting. So you even got folders, for example, for the AI Profit Boarding landing page that we created previously. We got a list of all the skills and all the MD files as well. And then you can actually create new files if you want to add them inside here as well. And then it actually tells you like how many files are stored, how many directories, what's the total size, etc., which is pretty cool too. Now, if we keep scrolling through, we've got like scheduled jobs. So we can see the scheduled jobs we've worked on, the job details, etc. We can add new jobs in the right-hand side. We've got agent spawn control. So we can actually spawn new sub-agents manually. And then we can choose which API we want to spawn it with. So it could be Haiku, Sonnet, Opus, DeepSeek, Grok, Kimi, or Minimax. And then there's just so much you could do with this. Like you can play around with this all day and have a great time, right? So that's basically how it works in terms of mission control. And just to recap, what is mission control? Mission control is a free open source dashboard, right? So it's kind of like it's like you sit in mission control, watching everything, giving orders, seeing problems before they happen. And this dashboard was built by a team called Builders Labs, and it works alongside OpenClaw. So together, they let you do something that was not possible 6 months ago without a serious software team. You can now run multiple AI agents, all doing different tasks, and watch them from one screen in real time for free. Pretty crazy. And you might be saying, okay, like, why is this different? Well, agents can run automatically whilst you focus on other things. You can see every agent, every task, every token. You can assign tasks on a Trello board. Everything logs automatically. It runs locally. And again, this is a free dashboard to operate, right? And we've actually got a full stack framework inside the AI Profit Boardroom, as you can see. And basically, the way that I would look at it is like, you want to set this up in 5 different stages, right? So stage number 1, you install it. Takes like 1 click. You just paste in the GitHub link and you're good to go. Right? Then you're going to connect it to your AI agent, aka OpenClaw. From there, you're going to build and create your first agent fleet, which you can do inside the dashboard. So you can just go inside the taskboard here if you want to manage it, or you can go to the agent squad section here to add agents here, right? There's 2 different ways you can manage that. And then you're going to start automating, right? So you're going to set up scheduled tasks so agents can run without you touching anything. And then the final step is like scale. So you can add more agents, more pipelines, and just build the system and let it compound. And that's it. Now I've actually got a full 30-day plan for you to map this out, to really master it, as you can see. And it comes with like step-by-step instructions to master every stage of the process. But yeah, that's basically it for mission control. So just to recap on everything that we covered today, what is mission control? It's an open source AI agent dashboard that lets you run OpenClaw. What is OpenClaw? OpenClaw is the agent that works alongside mission control. That's basically it. So if you want a 30-day plan plus 100 prompts on how to set this up, plus the links and everything else, it's all inside the video notes from today, inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comment description, or just go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. If you want to join here, this is my AI automation community that's focused on helping you save time, scale, and grow with AI. Now, inside the community, we have 2,500 members. And what that means is like you can get help, you can get support, you can meet with some of the coolest people in the AI industry directly inside here. You can also get our daily accountability group. So if you struggle with information overload or shiny object syndrome, you can post your goals and stay laser focused and be held accountable to achieving them. Inside the calendar, you get 4 weekly coaching calls. So you can jump on coaching calls whenever you want and basically get help and support in real time. We have over 132 pages of testimonials from people winning with this stuff. So you can see some of the examples right here. It's pretty much an infinite scroll at this point of people just getting awesome results with OpenClaw and with the AI automations and the training inside school. Right? And then you can also connect with people in your local area via the map. And then finally, inside the classroom here, you get access to all of my best training. So if you want to go from beginner to expert with AI automation, plus learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes, you can check that out here. If you want to learn, for example, how to automate X and newsletters and shorts and everything else. You can learn that inside this section, including how we automate AI avatar videos. If you want to learn how to set up mission control, our 30-day roadmap for really mastering it, and also 100 prompts on how to get the most out of it, you can check that out here. And we actually have like a full 6-hour course on OpenClaw and how to use it, all the best use cases, how to set up, etc. And we also add new updates daily inside here on all the newest updates, right? So for example, NoClaw, that came out recently. We set up a full guide and tutorial on it. Yesterday, we covered 34 insane use cases for OpenClaw, plus a full step-by-step on how to set up and everything else. We talked about how to make Agent Zero 10 times better in one click. Like every single day, I look at all the automations in the industry and I'm like, these are the most important and useful ones for people who watch this channel. So you can check that all out there. If you want to get more agency clients, you can check that out. If you want to watch back the coaching calls, you can do that here. If you want to learn how we rank #1 with AI SEO, like I've shown you, you can check this bit out. And also, if you want to learn how we grow a YouTube channel with AI, you can check that out inside the training as well. Let's see what we got inside the questions here. Aaron says, can't wait to get off work to update mine and check it out. That's the spirit. We like that. I'm not sure about the question you got there, but basically, you can set up this dashboard. It's a free one to set up. And yeah, the mission control dashboard is pretty cool. Like you can see right here. When it comes to installing skills and stuff like that, do be careful when you're setting this up. Check the files. If you need to rewrite it yourself, you can. Run it through Claude. Check the skill MD files. Make sure you're happy with anything. If you're not sure, don't use it. But the main thing here is like, just be careful when you're setting up skills externally. That would be my advice if you're asking about that inside the comments. I was trying to figure out the question there. So OpenClaw just dropped a massive update. And if you don't install it right now, your AI agent might literally delete your emails. I'm not even joking. This new OpenClaw update has over 30 security fixes, a brand new safety feature that works in 10 plus languages, and a bunch of stuff that makes your automations way more stable. Let me break it all down for you. So OpenClaw, if you haven't heard of it, is one of the most powerful open source AI assistants out there right now. And I don't mean a chatbot. I'm not talking about something you ask questions to and it gives you answers. No, this thing actually does stuff. It runs commands on your computer. It manages your emails. It connects to WhatsApp, Telegram, Discord, Slack. It handles scheduled tasks. It automates real work for you. And the best part is you run it yourself on your own machine, on your own server. You pick the AI model you want to use, GPT, Claude, whatever you like. It's completely open source, MIT licensed, free to use. Now, here's the thing. When you have an AI agent that can actually touch your files, read your emails, run scripts, and talk to your apps, you need it to be safe. You need it to be locked down. And that's exactly what this update is about. Let me walk you through the 4 big things in this update. Number 1, multilingual stop phrases. This is huge. So before this update, if you told your OpenClaw agent to stop, it would understand that in English. Cool. But what if you speak French? What if you speak Spanish or German or Arabic? Your agent just kept going. It didn't understand you. Now with this update, your agent understands stop commands in over 10 languages. So if you say arrête in French, it stops. If you say para in Spanish, it stops. This matters because OpenClaw users are all over the world. And when your AI agent is doing real tasks, real automations, you need to be able to hit the brakes in your own language. Simple as that. And let me tell you why this is so important. There was a real story where an OpenClaw agent went rogue on a Meta executive and started deleting emails without permission. No joke, that actually happened. So imagine that happening to you and you're yelling stop in your language and the agent just keeps going. That's terrifying. This update fixes that. Number 2, better typing indicators. Now this one sounds small, but it's actually really annoying when it doesn't work. Before this update, the typing indicators in OpenClaw would just disappear randomly. You'd be in a conversation with your agent and it would look like it stopped responding. But it didn't. It was still working. The indicator just ghosted you. Now they fixed that. The typing indicators actually work properly across all your channels. So you always know when your agent is thinking and when it's done. Number 3, PowerShell 7 support. If you're on Windows, this one's for you. OpenClaw now fully supports PowerShell 7. Before this, you were stuck with older tooling that had bugs and weird issues on newer versions of Windows. Now it's smooth, it's modern, it just works. If you're running automations on a Windows machine, this is a big quality of life upgrade. Number 4, and this is the big one, over 30 security fixes. 30, that's not a small patch. That's a massive overhaul of the security layer. And this matters more than you think, because remember, OpenClaw can access your files, it can read your emails, it can run scripts on your machine. If there's a security hole, someone could exploit that. And it's not just theoretical. Security researchers found malicious skills trying to steal credentials. Microsoft actually came out and warned people that OpenClaw shouldn't be running unsandboxed on regular personal or work computers. There were even supply chain attacks where NPM packages were pulling OpenClaw in without people knowing. So yeah, 30 plus security fixes is a really big deal. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. Now let me keep going because there's more you need to know. So now you understand what's in the update, but let me tell you how to actually think about this. OpenClaw is not a toy. It's a real tool that real businesses and real people use to automate their workflows. And when a tool like this gets safer, gets more stable, and gets more secure, that changes the game. Because the number one thing holding people back from using AI agents is trust. Can I trust this thing to not mess up my stuff? Can I trust it to stop when I tell it to stop? Can I trust it to not leak my data? This update answers all three of those questions. And look, I've been in the AI space for a while now. I've seen tools come and go, but OpenClaw keeps getting better. The community behind it is massive. The development speed is insane. And updates like this one show that they actually care about making it safe for everyday use. Now, here's what I want you to do. If you're already using OpenClaw, update right now. Don't wait. You can run OpenClaw update run in your terminal if you're using the CLI. If you're using Docker, just pull the latest image. If you're on the installer, go to OpenClaw AI and grab the newest version. It takes like 2 minutes. Just do it. If you're not using OpenClaw yet and you're curious about AI automation, this is actually a great time to start. Because with these safety and security improvements, it's never been more stable. Go to the GitHub repo, check out the docs, and try it out. I'll put all the links in the description. Now, let me give you some best practices real quick, because even with this update, you still want to be smart about how you run AI agents. First, run OpenClaw in a container or a virtual machine. Don't just let it loose on your main computer. Keep it sandboxed. This is what Microsoft recommends, and it's just common sense. Second, restrict what your agent can access. Don't give it the keys to everything. Use allow lists. Only let it touch the files and apps it actually needs for the task you're giving it. Third, only use verified skills. There are community skills out there, and some of them are amazing, but some of them are sketchy. Stick with verified ones. Check the reviews, check the source code if you can. Fourth, keep it updated. I know that sounds obvious, but so many people install something and then never update it. These security fixes only protect you if you actually install them, so turn on auto updates or just make it a habit to check for new versions. Now, if you're loving this kind of content and you want to go deeper into AI automation for your business, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to learn how to use AI tools like OpenClaw to automate your workflows, get more customers, and scale your business. If you want to learn exactly how to set up AI automations like this step by step with a community of people doing the same thing, the link is in the description and the comments. Go check it out. All right, let me give you a few more things before we wrap up. One thing I want you to think about is where this is all going. OpenClaw is open source. That means anyone can build on top of it. Anyone can create skills. Anyone can customize it. And as the AI models get smarter, OpenClaw gets smarter too, because you can swap in any model you want. So when the next big model drops, you just plug it in and your whole automation setup levels up. The multilingual stop phrases thing is also a sign of where AI agents are heading. They're becoming global tools, not just English tools. And the teams building these tools are starting to think about safety first instead of features first. That's a good thing. That's a really good thing. And the security side of things is only going to get more important. As AI agents do more and more real tasks, the attack surface gets bigger. So every update that patches vulnerabilities is one you should take seriously. Let me also say this. If you're building a business and you're not looking at AI agents yet, you're behind. I'm not saying that to scare you. I'm saying it because the people who figure out how to use tools like OpenClaw to automate the boring, repetitive stuff in their business are going to have a massive advantage. They're going to move faster, they're going to be more efficient, and they're going to spend their time on the stuff that actually matters. Now, if you want the full process, SOPs, and over 100 AI use cases like this one, join the AI Profit Boardroom. You'll get step-by-step guidance on using tools like OpenClaw to automate your business, plus access to a community of people who are crushing it with AI. Link is in the description and comments. And if you want even more free AI content, join the AI Success Lab. It's our free AI community. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI. Link is also in the description and comments. Make sure you like this video, subscribe if you haven't, and drop a comment below. telling me if you're using OpenClaw or if this is the first time you've heard about it. Julian reads every single comment. I'll see you in the next one. These OpenClaw use cases are insane. So there is this free AI tool called OpenClaw, and it is completely insane. I am talking about an AI agent that runs your entire workflow while you're not even at your desk. It fixes your code, it monitors your apps, it writes your emails, and today I am going to show you exactly how it works. This is so easy to set up, it is almost unfair. And honestly, what it can do is a little terrifying. So here is the deal. A team took OpenClaw, installed it on a Mac Mini, built a bunch of different workflows around it, and just let it run for weeks. No supervision, no hand-holding. And what came out of that experiment is going to change how you think about automation forever. But stick around, because the last use case is the one that turns this thing into a full-blown personal assistant. You are not ready for that one. Okay, so the first use case, automated dependency management. Now, if you build apps, especially React apps, you know this headache. Your libraries get outdated, security vulnerabilities show up, and if you do not patch them fast, your entire application is at risk. Remember that React server vulnerability from a few months ago? Exactly. So what they did is they set up a cron job inside OpenClaw that checks the entire code base every 12 hours. It scans all the dependencies, it follows whatever guidelines you give it, and then it just handles it. It refreshed the lock file, it updated everything to the latest stable versions without any breaking changes. Then it posted an update on Discord saying, here is what I fixed, and here is what still needs a human to look at. Things like linting errors and test failures. Once they approved it, OpenClaw pushed the patch straight to GitHub and updated the live version twice a day. No manual work, no missed vulnerabilities, it just runs. Now the second use case is where things start getting really interesting. Automated research. This team runs a YouTube channel, so they need to be on top of every single tech release, a new AI tool every day. So they built a cron job that scrapes all their trusted sources every morning. It pulls the latest releases. It organizes everything by category. It suggests different content angles. It explains how each new tool works. And every morning when the team wakes up, there is a detailed research report sitting in their Discord channel, complete with source links so they can dig deeper on anything. Imagine starting your day and your AI already did 2 hours of research for you. That is the power of this setup. And this same idea works for researching competitors or new tools in any industry. But hold on, it gets way better. Hey, if we have not met already, I am the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of Goldie Agency. While he is out helping clients get more leads and customers, I am here to give you the latest AI updates. Julian reads every single comment, so make sure you drop one below. Now let me keep going, because this next use case is a total game changer. Cloud resource monitoring. So if you use AWS or Google Cloud or any cloud provider, you know the pain. You configure something wrong, you forget about it, and then your resource usage goes through the roof because a VM was misconfigured or a service had a burst of retries. So they built a custom skill inside OpenClaw that works like a watchdog. It checks your resource usage through the CLI tools of your cloud provider. They set it as a cron job and told it to flag anything unusual. And when something spiked, OpenClaw sent an alert on both Discord and WhatsApp saying your usage just doubled in the last 60 minutes. Here is why. And here is exactly what you should do right now to stop it from getting worse. That is not just a monitor. That is a monitor with a brain that gives you a fix before things spiral out of control. Now, the next one is app monitoring. They had an application hosted on Versal, and they needed to make sure it stayed secure and healthy at all times. So they set up a heartbeat system inside OpenClaw that runs frequent health checks. It monitored the uptime, it scanned server logs using the credentials they configured, it checked for cross-site scripting and SQL injection attacks, and then it sent a full health report on Discord with the security status, uptime, and average response time. It even recommended specific fixes like adding security headers to harden the app, all automatic, all running in the background without anyone doing a thing. Now, if you are watching this and thinking, okay, this is incredible, but how do I actually set up automations like this for my own workflow? I want to tell you about the AI Profit Boardroom. It is the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours using AI automation tools like OpenClaw. If you want step-by-step help setting up these kinds of workflows and stop doing repetitive tasks manually, that is exactly what we cover inside. Link is in the description. Go check it out. Okay, let me keep going because we're not even close to done. SEO monitoring, same app, same setup. They created another heartbeat check inside OpenClaw that periodically scanned the hosted application for SEO issues. It checked if the site was properly indexable, it made sure robots.txt and the sitemap were reachable, it looked for missing meta descriptions and improper tags, and then it sent a full SEO report with every fix they needed to rank higher in search results. Things like fixing the route to the sitemap, adding meta descriptions, adding the right tags. So now one tool is monitoring both your security and your SEO at the same time, running on its own 24/7. Now here is where OpenClaw really flexes, building entire applications from scratch. They gave OpenClaw a product requirements document, just a written description of what the app should be, and OpenClaw took it from there. It broke the task down, it built the app, it pushed the code to GitHub, it deployed it on Vercel, and it sent back the live links. The entire thing was built using a combination of Claude Code and Gemini, choosing the best model for each part of the job. After the initial approval, no human input was needed at all, and they pushed it even further. They combined Claude Code with AI image generation. OpenClaw used Claude Code to build the website and then used a built-in skill called Nano Banana Pro to generate images that match the design. It placed the images in the right folders so Claude could pull them onto the landing page. The whole site was designed and built by two AI tools working together through OpenClaw. One important tip here, when you run Claude Code through OpenClaw, you need to either preset your permissions in the settings file or use the dangerously skip permissions flag. If you do not do this, OpenClaw gets stuck waiting for Claude to approve permissions and the whole session times out. Now this next use case is perfect if you ever need to reach out to people. Cold email automation. They set up a cron job inside OpenClaw to scrape the GitHub trending page every morning at 9 a.m. It found top developers working in their niche who had public contact info. It saved all those leads to a folder, and then it drafted personalized emails directly in their Gmail, not sent though, just drafts, so they could review everything before anything went out. The emails matched the exact tone they wanted: casual, conversational, soft call to action. They connected it to Google Workspace using the Google CLI that comes bundled with OpenClaw. They just had to enable the right APIs and add the credentials. That was it. And now for the one I told you about at the beginning, the personal assistant setup. This is where everything comes together. They connected OpenClaw to their entire Google Workspace, Gmail, calendar, everything. Then they set up a heartbeat that scans incoming emails on every cycle. It ignores newsletters and promotional stuff. It scores each email based on criteria you define. It pulls out the actionable items, and it sends updates to WhatsApp or Discord with only the things that actually need your attention. No noise, no clutter, just the important stuff. You can even message OpenClaw from your phone and ask it to check your calendar or schedule a task. And because it runs on a Mac Mini all the time, you can access Claude Code remotely too. You tell OpenClaw to go to a specific directory, run Claude Code, push changes, review pull requests, or fix production errors, all from your chat app, even when you are nowhere near your computer. The thing that makes OpenClaw different from other tools is that it runs independently for long-term tasks. You set it up once and it just keeps going. It handles testing, it handles bug fixing, it coordinates multiple AI models. And it does all of this without needing you to babysit it. Now, if you want the full process, the SOPs, and over 100 AI use cases just like this one, join the AI Success Lab. Link is in the comments and the description. You will get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI. And if you are serious about scaling your business and using AI tools like OpenClaw to automate your entire workflow, the AI Profit Boardroom is where you need to be. That is where we go deep on automation strategies that actually work. Link in the description. I will see you in the next one. OpenClaw just got a massive upgrade, and Google's brand new Nano Banana 2 is the reason why. So Google literally just dropped this a couple of days ago. Nano Banana 2 is Google's fastest, most powerful image generator ever built. Now you can actually add this directly inside OpenClaw to make it powerful so that you can generate images directly using the new API, which is Gemini 3.1 Flash Image Preview. So we're going to be testing out today. And here's the part that nobody's talking about. So you can now plug Nano Banana 2 directly into OpenClaw and completely automate your image generation. Now think about that for a second. You describe what you want, OpenClaw takes over, Nano Banana 2 generates the image, boom shakalaka, you are done. No clicking around, no switching apps, no waiting, just you telling your AI what you need and what you need to get made in front of your eyes. Now this is brand new and most people have no idea this is possible yet. And in this video, we're going to test it together right now live to see if it actually works as good as it sounds, because Nano Banana 2 just became Google's default image tool. That means it's faster, smarter, and more detailed than than anything they've ever released before. And when you combine that with OpenClaw's automation power, you're not just generating images anymore, you're running a fully automated visual content machine that could, for example, generate ads or thumbnails or that sort of thing. So let's find out how this actually works. So the way that we're going to do this is we are going to take the documentation on Gemini Flash Image 3.1 preview, as you can see, right? And then we're going to go into OpenClaw here. We'll paste that in, and then we're going to take a API key from aistudio.google.com to start using the API key for generating images. So I'm just going to grab a new one over here. I will delete it after the live stream. So if we click on create key, we've created the key, then we click on this, we copy the key, we go back to OpenClaw. As you can see, we're going to paste in the API key here for AI Studio to use Nano Banana 2, aka Gemini Flash 3.1 image, right? And then what I'm also going to do is just go over to Claude and just make sure that we've got all the documentation we need to really install this. So we'll say, is this enough to get Nano Banana 2 skill image installed? Let's start using it. Anything else we need to help with setting up a skill for this? All right. Amavish says, awesome, your opinion is paramount. Thank you very much, sir. Do you watch other YouTubers who talk about OpenClaw? Yeah, I mean, like for me, I always want to learn. You know, there's a lot of cool people doing awesome stuff about OpenClaw as well. So I'm always interested to see what people are doing, what people are generating, etc., how it works, etc. Yeah. It's pretty amazing. So I'm also going to take this documentation, as you can see. So we'll put that inside the prompt too. What we got here? Ever since I've been in this OpenClaw rabbit hole, my feeds are constantly giving me new ideas. Got like 6 projects running. It's amazing. Love it. Yeah, it is a fantastic tool just to experiment with and test out and that sort of thing. Just going to run Claude as well, Claude code, to help me get this set up. See what else we got here. Inspired Michelle. So I believe yesterday you gave a system to make you a landing page and then it gave you the page. What was that? Yeah, see, you can do that with anti-gravity, also with Perplexity Computer. So I did it with both. Yeah, so there's 2 different ways. We have the full tutorials inside here. So for example, if you want to check out the Perplexity method, check that out right here in terms of how to build the landing pages and stuff. And then also anti-gravity Nano Banana can help you do that as well, right? So there were 2 different options right there. So it was we did it with Perplexity and with anti-gravity. So there were 2 different options for doing that. Whatever method you prefer, we've got inside the AI profit boarding. All right, so let's check this out. It says, yeah, it's working, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see if it can generate images with Nano Banana 2. And then Michelle says, thanks, Julian. And then what do you host your websites with? Can you bring them to something like a high level? Yeah, you can. Yeah. So the way that you do it inside high level is you just create a HTML code block and then grab the HTML from whatever tool you generated the page with. If you want to host them on somewhere else, then just use Netlify, MCP, add your personal token into anti-gravity or Perplexity Computer. And from there, it can actually host the subdomain as well. We have used in the past OpenClaw as well. So for example, this page was built and deployed with OpenClaw to the AirProfitBoardroom.com. And the way that we did that is just giving the personal access token to OpenClaw, and then it can generate and host the pages like that. Boom. We have Nano Banana working with OpenClaw now. You can see it's generated with Nano Banana 2, Gemini 3.1 Flash image preview. Save the file right there. We can open up the file locally, as you can see, and that was pretty simple and easy. We can even tell it where we want it delivered. So for example, you could deliver that on Telegram or Discord, as we've got a chat set up. Bear in mind, like, I don't think inside the web UI you can actually, inside the gateway, as you can see inside OpenClaw, that you can actually publish image directly inside the chat. So instead, what you want to do is get the local file host, like you can see, and then it's right there, right? Now, for setting this up, it was pretty simple. So I'm going to give you the prompt that I used for generating this, and I'll also create a skill MD file that you can use as well to install Nano Banana 2 inside OpenClaw. So let me grab that for you. We'll put this inside the video notes from today. All right. So if you want like the copy and pastable prompt, it's right there, as you can see. Now, what I also do is get a skill MD file that you can take from me. So if I just say, okay, give me a skill MD file, I can share with people for linking OpenClaw to Nano Banana 2. Michelle says, they're amazing. Thanks for what you do. Happy to help. And Michelle says, what is GitHub for? Yeah, so GitHub is just for sharing open source stuff. So like when people, for example, created OpenClaw, when Peter Steinberger created OpenClaw, he wanted to share it with the world, right? And so like what people do is they share stuff on GitHub, and then you can get those files and use them yourself, right? So it's just a way of sharing files as a developer. Now, if you want to get the skill MD file for Nano Banana, as you can see, we can grab that right here, and we'll put it in the video notes from today. There you go, right? So you got the name of the API, the description, right? So it's using Gemini 3.1 Flash image preview, and you just give this skill directly. Now, what we also need is we can create a skills folder as well, but you can literally just copy and paste this information here. It's got all the notes on how to set it up, and then it tells you how to set this up as well. So you get an API key from AI Studio, and then you put your API key inside here. So that's basically how to use Nano Banana inside OpenClaw. That was easier than I thought. I thought it was actually going to break in a second or two, but it seemed to work pretty well. Giorgio says, when using Claude Code in the terminal, is it better than desktop app? I personally prefer it. I just feel like it's a lot more autonomous than using something like, for example, than using Claude Cowork. I feel like Claude Cowork inside the app is just a bit more, it's designed for beginners, if that makes sense. You know, when you use stuff like OpenClaw and you use Claude Code, they just feel more autonomous. You can see in the way that they operate and the way that they generate stuff. So that's basically it. Now, inside the video notes as well, we've got a 30-day roadmap for really mastering OpenClaw Nano Banana and OpenClaw inside your business. So for example, if you want to learn how to build like a thumbnail generator, or for example, like visual content or social media content, etc. Now that you've got this connected directly to Nano Banana 2 inside OpenClaw, you can really do whatever you want, right? And it's super powerful. So we've also got 100 prompts that you can test too with this. So let's try an example here. If we say YouTube thumbnail, futuristic robot hand pointing at viewer, bright green and black. Let's try this one. All right, we're going to say that. We'll plug it in here, and we'll say text equals Claude Code is insane. All right, so that's running now. Now what we can also do is we can go over to Discord. And we've got this channel for OpenClaw, as you can see, right? Now what I can actually do is create a channel purely for thumbnails, right? So if I click on duplicate channel, we're going to type in thumbnails here, right? And then we can tag in OpenClaw, and we can say generate a YouTube thumbnail for my video about. We'll grab a thumbnail from my channel that we want to sort of edit, like this, copy that image, go back to Discord here, say generate a YouTube thumbnail with Nano Banana 2, like the attached, but change the text to Nano Banana 2 instead of this is going to be shocking. All right. So now it's looking at it, and OpenClaw will begin to generate the thumbnail based on that image. So now we can quickly generate thumbnails inside Discord or whatever channel we want. We can have a separate channel just for this task. And then OpenClaw has context on how we like the thumbnails to be generated. So every time I need a new image, it's like, okay, boom, here you go, right? We can quickly generate that. Now, if we go back to OpenClaw chat here, we've got the new thumbnail from Nano Banana 2, and we've just generated that using OpenClaw as well, right? So just to recap here, we have linked Nano Banana to the latest, new, fastest API for generating images to OpenClaw. We can generate images whenever we want. We can generate thumbnails. We can do this locally. We can do this on Telegram or Discord. We have a separate channel for generating this, as you can see. And then also we can generate ads, so we can generate content or social media content whenever we want, right? Using this image generator. So it's pretty amazing, pretty insane what you can do with this. And there's a lot to be played with here. Now, if you want all the video notes from today, including the 100 prompts you can test, as you can see, and also a 30-day roadmap for implementing this with day-by-day prompts and a bunch of use cases, you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. We've also got the prompt for setting this up and the skill as well, right? So if you actually want the skill for setting this up, you've got it right there. And then also, if you've got the prompt example, you can run it right here. But basically, you've got everything you need to win with this stuff. This is inside my AI automation community that also comes with daily updates on OpenClaw and all the other latest AI updates in the world. You can see that we've got a 6-hour course on how to use OpenClaw. We have a full course on how to use OpenClaw as well here too. And we've also got a bunch of like use cases, tips on how to use Nano Banana inside OpenClaw, everything you need to win with this. This is my AI automation community, the AI profit boarding, that shows you how to save time, scale, and grow your business with AI automation. We have a community of 2,500 people, which means that you can post inside the community, get help, get support whenever you want. And if you're wondering, in case, are people getting results with this stuff? So you can see, for example, we've actually got over 130 pages of people winning with this, right? So you can see all the amazing testimonials from people who are getting help with AI automation and learning how to use it inside their business. And also you get 4 weekly coaching calls. So you can jump on 4 weekly video coaching calls, get help, get support, ask questions, etc. inside the AI profit boarding. And then inside the classroom here, you can get all my best training. So you can go from beginner to expert with AI automation and learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. You can also, for example, get my best playbooks on how to automate avatar videos, Instagram, Shorts, X, and even how to rank #1 inside Google and other AI search engines using the AI SEO section. If you want to learn how to grow a YouTube channel based on what's working for me with AI, you can check out the roadmap here. And then additionally, if you want to, for example, get my latest updates, you can get that inside this section here. So thanks so much for watching. The link is inside the comments and description to this, or just go to the AIprofitboarding.com. OpenClaw just became the most powerful AI agent on the planet. And someone on the internet just did something insane. They found the 34 best ways to use it and put them all in one place, as you can see, for free. We're going to go through every single one together right now. And think about this. You wake up tomorrow morning, your phone is already having a full news briefing, waiting for you. You've got your email sorted, you've got your calendar organized, your research is done, and you didn't do any of it. OpenClaw did whilst you were sleeping. That is not a dream, that is real. And by the end of this video, you're gonna know how to exactly make it happen. But here's where it gets really interesting too. So for each of these 34 things that OpenClaw can do, there are little files you can install that give it brand new superpowers. These are skills. Think of them like apps on your phone. So one lets you, for example, book your flights. One clears your inbox. One runs through your entire morning routine automatically without you lifting a finger. Over 13,000 files like this exist on the internet, built by people all over the internet. And that's where you have to be careful, because most people just download these files and install them without looking. Some of these files, they cannot be that secure. We're not going to make that mistake today. We're going to go through all 34. We'll pick the best ones. We're doing it in a new way, so you get all the power of these smart skills, and you're going to do it in also a way that makes sure they're secure. So by the end of this video, your OpenClaw is going to be doing most things people don't even know are possible. Let's get straight into it. So you can see the example right here of OpenClaw and the 34 use cases, and from here you've got all these different styles. So for example, social media, you've got like the daily Reddit digest, you've got, for example, X account analysis, you've got creative building, goal-driven autonomous tasks, etc. And these are all different skill MD files, right? Which means that you can install them into your OpenClaw like you see right here. So what this means is you can take it and go directly here. Now, here's where you have to be careful. It's like really inside a lot of these skills, well, not a lot of them, but some of them occasionally. You have to be careful because sometimes people create them and they're not that secure, and that's how people have like security issues with OpenClaw, right? Because sometimes they can be using like prompt injection to get access to your OpenClaw or to do things you don't want them to do, etc. And so how do you get around that? Well, if we have a look through this list, we've got 34 different use cases. So for example, like even NA10 workflow orchestration, you can delegate API calls to NA10 workflows via webhooks. The agent never touches credentials, never integration is visual unlockable, right? So if we take an example file like this, what you want to do, and you can see this is a skill MD file, right? Skill MD file basically explains to OpenClaw or to wherever you install this, it could be like Claude Code or Anti-Gravity or whatever, it explains exactly how to set this up, right? Now, if we have a look through this skill, it's pretty cool. Great idea, right? But what you want to do is you want to go over to something like Claude and just check that it's legit. Now you can read it yourself. You can read the file yourself, like it's all in plain text, pretty straightforward and that sort of thing. And then you can see how it works step by step, and just have a look through and just make sure, like, okay, does it seem legit? Is it doing anything that you wouldn't be happy with? Is it anything that maybe leaves you exposed? And so you have to look through the skill file and just check that it's okay. Now, once you've done that as well, what I'd also recommend is not just that you do it, but you also get Claude Claude to look through it too. So you grab the skill MD file like so, you go over to Claude, and then you just say, okay, can you just check this skill is secure, plus avoids prompt injection, that sort of thing, and just get Claude to scan it and have a look through it. Now, the other thing you can also do here is you can actually take the example prompt like this. So this is basically like a long prompt to skill MD file that instructs OpenClaw to use a skill and exactly how to use it, right? But what you can also do here is you can look at like, okay, what are the risk factors here? Like if we look at the prompt injection, is this something we have to be careful of, right? And other concerns too. Now, the other way that you can do this, if you want to get an even better version of this skill, is not just check it yourself, not just run it through Claude, but also what you can do is you can go inside the chat here and say, okay, can you write another version of this skill, but more secure, that does the same thing but better, right? And then you actually take the skill itself, you use that as inspiration, but you get Claude to rewrite the skill so that it's it's easier to use and safer to use in the future, right? And so that's basically how you can sanity check these skills before you add any of them directly to your workflows. And then you just check the skill MD file itself, have a quick read through, make sure it's legit, make sure you're happy with it, make sure it can actually do the job that you think it needs to do. And then from there, you can give this directly to OpenClaw. So for example, we could take this information like so, right? So once it's finished coding out, as you can see, so you see how it's rewritten stuff like this about API keys. And then it also has like an agent allow list as well. And it also tells you, okay, what the difference is before and after, right? So now what you can do is you can take this skill like so, grab it like this, and then go over to OpenClaw, paste this in, and then you can say, okay, install this skill, right? That's how you can do it. Or create a new skill for this, or schedule this to do this skill every hour or weekly or that sort of thing. So what we got in the comments here. So Damn Vicious, welcome here, sir. Good to see you here again. So Claude Code Remote doesn't replace OpenClaw. Honestly, for me, like I prefer, especially with the new features. So I don't think it like necessarily replaces it. It's always good to test all these tools out. And if you have the time, just try them all and see what you think. But for example, with Claude Code, it is really powerful now that you got remote control, which means that you can access Claude Code locally, but from your mobile device using remote control. The other feature that got released was the scheduled tasks feature in CoWork. So Claude can now really operate in a very similar way to something like OpenClaw. The final update that came out to Claude Code recently that makes it right up there with something like OpenClaw is that Claude Code now has auto memory enabled, right? You don't need to toggle anything. It's just running between sessions, which means that it remembers and has context just like OpenClaw was and does across your files as well in your sessions. So these are all really good ways to use stuff. You don't have to pick one or the other. Pick whichever one you think is the best. Pick which one you like the most and then go from there. But you can test them all. I wouldn't say it necessarily replaces them, but you've got something like Claude that's always getting better. And obviously it's a bit more secure than something like OpenClaw as well. So let's keep going through now. So let's have a look through this list. I think this one is a really good one, right? The daily Reddit digest. That's pretty cool. And so what we can do here, and this is a really simple one, right? Like you look through this list, it's pretty chill right there. That is a very chill setup. You can see how many words is that? Like maybe 300, something like that. Very relaxed as a skill. Right, this is the skill here. So what we can do here is if we wanted to install one of these skills, one of these 34 use cases, like for example, being able to browse subreddits, searching posts by topic, pulling comments for threads, and building a short list of posts to manually review and reply to later. Well, what you can do here is you can grab this like so. And again, like one of the reasons I'm showing this is like a lot of people have OpenClaw, but they don't know how to use it, or they don't know what like is possible with OpenClaw, or they just need some inspiration for use cases. So you've got 34 today that I'm showing you. So if we grab this prompt like so, and we're going to say install this skill. And again, you would run through those steps I gave you earlier when it comes to checking the skill before you install it, right? So I'm just being really clear on that process. So now this is going to take the prompt like so for installing the skill, right? And then we're going to install the skill first, and then later we can actually use the skill itself, right? But we want to install it first. So you can see here, the OpenClaw is now beginning to install this. Now, in the meantime, let's have a look through the rest of the OpenClaw use cases, and you can see here that it's using browser control. So the actual OpenClaw is beginning to browse the actual skill file to check what it's like and that sort of thing. So let's have a look what else we got here. Yeah, I mean, like there's all sorts of cool stuff you could do with this, right? Here's another one: access OpenClaw from any phone via voice call or SMS, right? And that way you can install like a phone-based personal assistant, which is pretty crazy. So like you can call your OpenClaw, or you can SMS it and that sort of thing, right? You can get calendar updates, Jira tickets, web search results without basically hands-free, that sort of thing. You can see the example here, and then the skills needed as well. It's got the skills needed here for the details. So you want to check the skill of the use case, but you also want to check like the skills needed. So if these are the skills that are going to be installed, for example, like Claude Talk, then you just want to check that before you install it. Right? Check through this. You can download the skill itself. You can ask Claude to check it. You can rewrite it as we talked about, but that's the whole point, is like checking this stuff before we go ahead with installing any of this stuff. So that's installing in the background, as you can see, but this essentially 34 awesome use cases. There's so much cool stuff that you can do with OpenClaw. You don't have to do this on OpenClaw as well. Like any of these skills, really at this point, you could replicate them with, for example, with Claude Code, with CoWork as well. So if you wanted to just do the task straight away, then you can use a skill inside Claude Code, right? But if you wanted to, for example, use this skill from OpenClaw inside a scheduled task, something that runs automatically every day, then you would actually install it inside Claude CoWork instead, right? Claude CoWork has the scheduled task feature just like OpenClaw. And that's basically how to get it set up. So if you want to get the notes from today, you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. And just to recap here, you know, if you're wondering, okay, what is OpenClaw and why does it matter? Well, OpenClaw is a local AI agent framework. It means it can run on your computer, not in the cloud. Your data stays with you. You can run it from your mobile device, from Telegram, etc. Uses what are called skill files. A skill file is a pre-built set of instructions that tells your local AI agent exactly how to do a specific task. It's like hiring a specialist who already knows the job on day one. You don't need to train it. You don't need to onboard it. You just drop the skill in and it works. Now, the security processes we've talked about today is like you want to check the skill. You want to open the skill MD file, read through it yourself, look for anything that you don't expect or doesn't seem quite correct. Copy the contents into Claude. You can use a prompt like this to check it, right? So review this OpenClaw skill, identify any instructions. It could be insecure, blah, blah, blah. Rewrite a clean version. Review what Claude produces as well. And then you can deploy the cleaned version, not the original, right? And that will take about 5 to 3 minutes per skill, but it just helps, you know, just stay better, right? We've also got a framework for using the OpenClaw 34 framework. So if you want like a 30-day plan for implementing all of these skills and just making OpenClaw as powerful as possibly can be, we've got a full 30-day roadmap right here. And that's basically it. All right, that's exactly how to use it. We've also got 100 prompts inside the notes today as well. So if you want to learn how to build your own skills, how to create awesome stuff, how to automate and make OpenClaw autonomous, we've got that inside the notes. And also inside this community, we have a 6-hour course on how to use OpenClaw. So if you want to master OpenClaw, we've got a 6-hour course here. If you want to master it as well, we've got another 3-hour course. And every single day, we just add new updates like this one based on what I'm learning about OpenClaw and how to use it and, you know, as it develops. So that's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description or go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. Inside the community, you can ask questions, get help, get support whenever you need them. We have a lot of members just getting awesome wins, as you can see right here. You can see, for example, Clint got his first customer, which is amazing. You got, for example, SRC managing Agent Zero and crushing it there. You've got a bunch of people getting new sales, etc. So if you want to learn AI automation, save time, etc., feel free to join this. And also inside the calendar, we have 4 weekly video coaching calls. So you can jump on those live calls, ask questions, get help, get support on the AI automation. And also inside the classroom, you get all of my best training. So for example, if you want to go from beginner to expert in just 5 weeks and learn how to master AI agents, you can learn that right here. If you want to get my playbooks on how I automate, for example, Twitter or Shorts or Instagram or AI avatar videos, you can do that here as well. Bear in mind, like I mean, for example, yesterday we reached 485,000 people with AI automation on X. So it's a really powerful automation. The same, for example, with AI SEO. If you're not using this for your website, it's a great way to rank on Google. As you can see, I mean, we went from like 18 clicks a day to 460. We actually reached a peak of like 780 clicks a day using AI SEO, particularly with OpenClaw. And we've got all the trainings inside the classroom right here, right? If you go to the AI SEO section. If you want to learn how to grow a YouTube channel, we've got a 6-week master plan right there. And also, if you want to get daily updates on exactly how this stuff works, you can see that we add new updates every single day with video tutorials and step-by-step guides. So I hope to see you inside there. I always also personally connect inside there. So if you want to DM me or ask me any questions, etc., you can inside the AI Profit Board. Build and automate anything with NotebookLM plus OpenClaw. Today I am going to show you 2 tools that changed how I run everything. One does the thinking, the other does the doing. Put them together and you have a system that builds itself. This is brand new. It is stupid easy. And by the end of this video, You will wonder why nobody told you sooner. Let me show you exactly how it works. Okay, so here is the problem. Most people use AI like a search engine. They type a question, they get an answer, they move on. That is like buying a sports car and only using it to go to the grocery store. You are leaving so much on the table. What if I told you there is a way to make AI do real work for you? Not just answer questions, actually build systems, actually run tasks, actually create assets you can use over and over again. That's what we are doing today. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. Let me break this into two parts. Part one is the brain. Part two is the hands. Stay with me because this gets really good. Part one, NotebookLM. This is the brain. Now, NotebookLM just got a huge upgrade. It has this new feature called Discover Sources. Here is why that matters. Before you had to upload your own files, your own PDFs, your own docs. Now NotebookLM goes out and finds the best sources for you. It pulls in articles, it pulls in research, it links everything with citations. You do not have to go hunt for anything. It does it for you. This is not Google. This is not a chatbot. This is like having a research assistant that works in seconds. So let me show you how I would use this. Say I want to build a new content system for the AI Profit Boardroom. That is our community where we teach people how to use AI automation to grow their business. I open a brand new notebook, nothing in it, blank, starting from zero. Then I use Discover Sources and I type something like this, find the best resources on how to build and automate content workflows using AI agents and no-code tools for an online community. NotebookLM goes out, it finds the top sources, it links them all. And now I have a research base I did not have to build myself. But here is where it gets wild. Now I can ask NotebookLM to think, not just search, think. I can say things like summarize the core workflow patterns across these sources, or identify the repeatable processes, or extract the decision logic, or take all of this and turn it into a step-by-step framework, and it does it. NotebookLM is not giving opinions. It is reading real sources and pulling out the patterns. It is compressing hours of research into something I can actually use. Think about that. You just went from zero to a full framework in minutes, no guessing, no making stuff up, just structured thinking based on real information. Now, here is the key part. This is not automation yet. This is the blueprint. This is the brain doing its job. The output you get is not tied to any one tool. You can take this framework and use it anywhere. You can use it to build agents. You can use it to plan content for the AI Profit Boardroom. You can use it to map out an entire onboarding system for new members. You can use it to create a workflow that turns one piece of content into 10. The blueprint is the foundation. And NotebookLM just built it for you. And one more thing, if you are creating all this content with NotebookLM, but nobody is finding it online, you have got a traffic problem. That is where SEO comes in. If you want more leads, more traffic, and more people finding your stuff, my team can help you rank higher on Google. Check the link in the comments and description to order AI SEO online, and let us handle your backlinks while you focus on growing your business. And if you want to rank #1 and get more customers, join the SEO Elite Circle. That is where we actually teach you how this works. No theory, no recycled tips, just the exact AI SEO systems we are using right now. We break everything down step by step with real workflows, weekly live support, and clear actions you can follow without guessing. If you are serious about scaling with SEO and AI, this is where you start. Hit the link in the description and join the SEO Elite Circle today. Okay, now part two. This is where it gets real. OpenClaw. If NotebookLM is the brain, then OpenClaw is the hands. NotebookLM does the thinking, OpenClaw does the doing. Let me say that again because it matters. One thinks, the other acts. That is how you build systems that actually works. So what is OpenClaw? OpenClaw is moving toward what I would call agent-first orchestration. That means it is built to run things, not to research, not to summarize, to execute. You give it logic, and it follows that logic perfectly every single time. It does not get tired. It does not forget steps. It just runs. So here is how the two connect. Remember that blueprint we built in NotebookLM, that framework with all the steps and logic and decisions mapped out. We take that and we bring it into OpenClaw. Now we are turning a plan into a living system. Let me give you a real example. Say I want to automate how we welcome new members into the AI Profit Boardroom. In NotebookLM, I already built the framework. It tells me the steps. When someone joins, send them a welcome message, then send them a getting started guide, then check if they completed the first module. If yes, send them the next resource. If no, send them a reminder. That is the logic, that is the brain doing its job. Now in OpenClaw, I build that as a workflow. I set up the trigger, someone joins, then the agents kick in. One agent sends the welcome message, another agent checks their progress, another agent decides what to send next based on what they did. Every step is mapped out, every decision is handled, and it runs on its own. Think about what that means. You are not manually checking on every new member. You are not writing individual messages. You are not tracking who did what in a spreadsheet. The system does it. That is the difference between working in your business and building a machine that works for you. And the beautiful thing is you can do this for almost anything. Content creation workflows, lead follow-up sequences, community engagement systems, onboarding flows, task management, all of it. You build the brain in NotebookLM, you build the body in OpenClaw, and together they run. Let me show you what a full run looks like. You start with a topic, say growing an AI automation community. NotebookLM researches the best strategies, it pulls sources, it extracts the patterns, it builds a framework. Then you take that framework into OpenClaw, you set up triggers, you assign agents to different jobs, you add the decision logic, and then you hit run. Topic goes in, logic processes it, agents do their jobs, real output comes out the other end. Content, messages, tasks, assets, whatever you need. That is not a hack, that is not a trick, that is a system. And once you build it, you can use it over and over again. You build it once and it keeps working. Here is what I want you to take away from this. Most people think AI is about getting answers. It is not. It is about building systems. NotebookLM gives you the thinking. OpenClaw gives you the execution. Together, they give you leverage, and leverage is how you scale without burning out. So here's what I want you to do right now. Open NotebookLM, start a blank notebook, use Discover Sources to research something you actually need for your business or your project. Build a framework, then take that framework into OpenClaw and start building. You will be shocked at how fast it comes together. And one more thing, if you are creating all this content with NotebookLM, but nobody is finding it online, you have got a traffic problem. That is where SEO comes in. If you want more leads, more traffic, and more people finding your stuff, my team can help you rank higher on Google. Check the link in the comments and description to order AI SEO online, and let us handle your backlinks while you focus on growing your business. And if you want to rank #1 and get more customers, join the SEO Elite Circle. That is where we actually teach you how this works. No theory, no recycled tips, just the exact AI SEO systems we are using right now. We break everything down step by step with real workflows, weekly live support, and clear actions you can follow without guessing. If you are serious about scaling with SEO and AI, this is where you start. Hit the link in the description and join the SEO Elite Circle today. Drop a comment below and tell me what you would automate first. I read every single one. And if this helped you, smash that like button and subscribe, because we have got way more coming. I will see you in the next one. OpenClaw new update is insane. This new OpenClaw update just dropped and it is absolutely insane. They fixed everything. They made it safer. They made it smarter. And honestly, some of these changes are game changers. I'm going to break down every single thing so you can use this right now. Trust me, you don't want to miss this one. Let's get into it. So OpenClaw just pushed out their 2026.2.25 update. And if you don't know what OpenClaw is, don't worry, I got you. Think of it like this. Every single day, you do a bunch of boring stuff. You send messages, you check Slack, you reply to emails, you follow up on things. Now, what if you had a little robot that just did all of that for you automatically without you even thinking about it? That's OpenClaw. It's a self-hosted AI agent that connects to Slack, Discord, WhatsApp, email, your local tools, APIs, all of it. It reads files, it sends messages, it automates the repetitive stuff you hate doing, and it runs 24/7 without you lifting a finger. Now here's the thing, OpenClaw is powerful, like really powerful. It holds onto your login info and your sessions so it can keep working even when you're asleep. But that also means you got to be smart about how you set it up. Microsoft actually came out and said you should not run OpenClaw on your regular computer. They said use a virtual machine or an isolated setup. So keep that in mind, use it smart, set it up safe, and you'll be fine. Now let's get into the actual update. There are 5 big changes, and I'm going to go through every single one. Number 1, Heartbeat DM delivery is back. So OpenClaw has this thing called Heartbeat Automations. Think of it like a pulse check. Your agent wakes up every so often on a schedule, it checks on stuff, and then it sends you a message if something matters, like an alert, or a reminder, or a status update. In older versions, they turned off the ability for heartbeats to send you direct messages. They did that to stop messages going to the wrong place. But the problem was it killed a really useful feature. A lot of people relied on those heartbeat DMs. Well, guess what? It's back. Your heartbeat automations can DM you again. So if you had alerts that stopped working a few updates ago, they're alive again. This is huge for anyone running background monitoring. You set it up once, you forget about it, and it just pings you when something matters. Love this change. Number 2, sub-agent delivery got a complete overhaul. Let me explain what a sub-agent is. You have your main agent, right? That's the boss. But sometimes the boss needs help with specific tasks. So it spins up little mini agents called sub-agents. These are like worker bots. They go do one specific job and then they report back to the main agent with the results. The problem before was that when sub-agents tried to send their messages back, things got messy, messages got lost, routing got confused. Sometimes the sub-agent would finish its job, but the main agent never got the memo. Now OpenClaw completely overhauled how sub-agents deliver their messages. It's cleaner, it's faster, it's way more reliable. You could have one main agent managing 5 or 6 sub-agents each doing a different task, and now they all report back cleanly. If you're building anything serious with OpenClaw, this is probably the most important change in the whole update. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every single comment, so make sure you drop one below. Tell me what you're building with AI agents right now. I read every single one. All right, let's keep going. Number 3, Slack thread session fixes. This one is for all my Slack people out there. You know how Slack has threads, right? Someone posts a message, you reply to it, and that reply stays in a nice little thread. Well, OpenClaw was having a problem where replies would jump out the thread. They'd end up in the main channel instead of staying where they belong. Super confusing, especially if you're running a team. Well, that's fixed now. Replies stay in the right thread. Sessions stay in the right context. No more lost replies floating around your Slack channels. If your team uses Slack for anything, this is a massive quality of life improvement. Number 4, reaction authentication across all channels. When someone reacts to a message with an emoji, OpenClaw pays attention to that. It can trigger actions based on reactions. But before this update, reactions were handled differently depending on which platform you were on. Sometimes permissions slipped through that shouldn't have. Now OpenClaw checks reaction permissions the exact same way across every single platform. Slack, Discord, wherever. It's locked down and consistent, way more secure. Now, real quick, if you're watching this and you're thinking, okay, I want to actually use AI tools like OpenClaw to automate my business and scale up, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to learn how to set up AI agents like OpenClaw to automate your workflows and get more customers. If you want to build automations like the ones I'm talking about right now, that's where you need to be. Link in the description and comments. Number 5, security hardening. This is the biggest deal of the entire update. So OpenClaw has been getting a lot of attention from security researchers lately. There was even an academic paper on ARchive that looked at the safety of AI agents built on OpenClaw, and the team clearly listened. Here's what they did: better sandboxing. So your agent runs in its own isolated box and can't mess with stuff it shouldn't touch. Better session isolation, so multiple tasks don't bleed into each other. Credential redaction, so your passwords and API keys don't accidentally show up in logs or messages. Tighter permissions by default, so new setups start safe, and better routing defaults to prevent message leakage. No accidental broadcasts, no unauthorized deliveries. This is massive. AI agents can access your messages, your files, your APIs, your credentials. If they're not locked down properly, a small misconfiguration can lead to a big problem. The fact that OpenClaw is taking security this seriously tells me they're building something meant to last. They're not just throwing features at the wall, they're making the whole foundation solid. So let me put it all together. Here's why this update matters for you. Your automations work again. Heartbeat DMs are back. Your team workflows are more reliable. Slack threads stay where they belong. You can build more complex stuff because sub-agent delivery actually works now. Security is tighter across the board, and you can actually trust the tool more, which is the whole point. If you want to update, it's simple. Just run OpenClaw, update, run in your terminal, or do a Docker pull if you're running it in a container. Make sure you're isolating your setup, use a virtual machine, monitor your tokens, and you're good to go. Now, let me give you a few tips if you're setting up OpenClaw for the first time, or even if you've been using it for a while. First thing, always run it in an isolated environment. I said it before, but I'm saying it again because it's that important. A virtual machine or a container, don't run it on your main laptop where all your personal stuff lives. Second thing, Keep your credentials tight. Don't give your agent access to everything just because you can. Start with the minimum permissions and only add more when you actually need them. Third thing, monitor your agent, check what it's doing, look at the logs, make sure messages are going where they should. Automation is amazing, but you still need to keep an eye on things, especially in the beginning. And here's the bigger picture. AI agents are not a trend. This is the future. Right now, most people are still doing everything manually. They're copying and pasting. They're switching between 10 tabs. They're spending hours on tasks that should take minutes. But the people who figure out AI agents right now are going to have such a massive advantage, because while everyone else is doing stuff by hand, you've got agents working for you around the clock, handling the boring stuff, freeing you up to focus on the things that actually move the needle. That's where everything is heading. And if you want to use AI tools like OpenClaw to automate your business and get more customers, join the AI Profit Boardroom. I'll show you exactly how to set up automations like this step by step. Link in the description and comments below. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and over 100 AI use cases just like this one, join the AI Success Lab. It's completely free. Links in the comments and description. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI right now. I'll see you in the next one. Today, we have a brand new update from OpenClaw. They're updating it every single day, and you can see the new updates right here. So this is the 26th of February update with a bunch of new improvements, like you can see. So for example, Codex WebSocket, first transport, ACP support, Android app improvements, agent routing, CLI, and a bunch of security fixes too. If you want to get a full list of what's happened or what's changed, you can see it right here. And if you want to learn how to update this, I'll show you right now. So what you can do is you can go inside OpenClaw, like you can see right here. And if you want to just enable auto updates, you can go down the left-hand side, go to the config, and then scroll down, and you can enable auto updates, which means this will automatically update when new updates push through. If you want to do this manually, what you can do is you can copy the details of the GitHub link, the changelog, and just say update to the newest version. Sometimes this breaks with the gateway, but let's just test and see how it works. There's also, you can use terminal commands as well to update too. Again, sometimes that can break too. So I'm just going to use the web UI for now. And that will just load in the background, as you can see. In the meantime, let's run through what the new updates mean for you, how it works, etc. First things first, what even is OpenClaw? So this is like a super smart AI assistant that can read your messages, reply to people, browse the internet, run tasks automatically, and even control apps on your phone. And OpenClaw is the software that operates all of this, right? So it connects your AI to places like Telegram, Slack, Discord, WhatsApp. You can use the web UI as well. And it just got a major upgrade. So here's what's changed. Number one, it's improved the external secrets management, like you can see. So it now has a dedicated system just for handling secrets safely. It's called the OpenClaw Secrets Workflow. So it's got like audits, configure, etc. And it basically means like if you're storing like API keys and that sort of thing, it means the setup is more secure. Also, you've got ACP thread bound agents. Now, if you're wondering what an agent is, this is an agent that's acting independently. So instead of just answering one question, it can take a series of actions like sending a message, checking data, running a task, and reporting back. Now, you might be wondering, okay, well, what's a thread then? A thread is a conversation, like a WhatsApp chat or a Slack channel. A thread is the ongoing back and forth between you and the AI. So what actually changed? Well, before this update, agents and threads were kind of separate systems. The AI might run a task, but it wasn't cleanly tied to the conversation it came from. Now, agents are first-class runtimes inside thread sessions. That's a fancy way of saying the agent is now like a full citizen of the conversation. It's not a separate thing that runs in the background. It's woven directly into the thread. Right? So these agents can be spawned, created, and launched directly inside a conversation. Messages can be sent to and from it cleanly. It has lifecycle controls, meaning you can stop and start it whenever you want. And when it's done, it cleans itself up as well. Now, if we go back to OpenClaw, let's see what it's done. So it's still loading right here, as you can see. Hopefully, it's going to start working, but sometimes it breaks. So we'll see. It might have broken again. Also got Codex WebSocket First Transport. So when your AI talks to a service like, for example, OpenAI's Codex, it needs a way to send and receive information. Right. And there are two main options, as you can see, right? So the server send events, like this is the old way, like it's a bit slow. Basically, it's a bit one direction only. It works okay, but it feels a bit clunky. The WebSocket method is like a new preferred way. It's like a live phone call, right? So it's two-way, real-time, much faster, much more reliable. What does that mean? Well, basically, if you're using ChatGPT Codex, it will run faster, right? Faster responses, fewer drop connections, more stable coding sessions. So if you're using ChatGPT Codex inside OpenClaw, which I do for OAuth, then it tends to run better. Now, if we go back inside OpenClaw here, you can see that we've upgraded to the new version. The top right now says the 26th of February, so you can see, so it has upgraded right there. So that seemed to work. You just need to wait a few minutes for it to get sorted out, as you can see. And the way that we did that, just to recap here, is we pasted in the GitHub link to the changelog and then said update to the newest version. And that seemed to work perfectly, which is awesome. And then there's a bunch of other updates. So for example, the Android app as well. So OpenClaw can connect to your Android phone as a node, basically meaning the phone becomes part of the AI network. So the AI can interact with your Android device, which opens up more automation options, right? So what's new? Well, it can do device status and info commands, and it can also do notifications. Now, why does this matter? Because if you're building any kind of AI-powered phone automation, thing like monitoring workflows, autoresponders, Android devices are much more active inside that. There's a bunch of other stuff as well, like agent routing, CLI, bunch of security fixes, etc. So quick summary of what to do. You can update, especially for the security fixes. If you saw API keys in the config files, you can migrate them to the external secret system if you want. And if you run Android devices as nodes, you can explore the new device status and notification features. And if you're using ChatGPT Codex, you can enjoy faster connections using the WebSocket. And that's basically it for the update. To update it, you know what it means, you know how it works. And it literally just came out, like, I think it came out when, like 1.5 hours ago, maybe 2 hours ago, something like that. But you've got all the new updates and you know exactly what it means right now. Oh, thanks so much for watching. If you haven't already, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. This is my community that helps you save time, scale, and grow with AI automation. We have 2,500 members inside there. So that means you can post questions, you can get help, you can get support inside the community whenever you need it. You can also join our daily accountability group. That just helps you stay laser focused on your goals, which is awesome right here as well. On top of that, inside the calendar here, you get 4 weekly coaching calls. So you could jump on live coaching calls, get help, get support whenever you need them. And we actually have over 130 pages of testimonials from people winning just like you with AI automation. So you can see here, for example, inside the community, we've got all these testimonials from people who are winning. So for example, like Russell is selling AI avatar videos. Eric is onboarding new clients. Dan has landed his first customer. Just loads of cool stuff, loads of people winning with this stuff. I mean, Paul created a GitHub called Agent Vibes, which got over 100 stars. So people are creating real stuff. I mean, Paul, he actually created an auto blog with NA10 that ranked #1 on Google in like 90 minutes. So it's pretty crazy what people are doing with this. And it's awesome to see a community of people who are helping each other, learning and growing together. Inside the map, you can also see here that you can zoom in on your local area, meet people locally, DM them, ask questions, that sort of thing. And then also inside the classroom, you get access to my best training. So for example, you can go from beginner to expert with AI automation and learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. And we have video tutorials on all of this. If you want to get my best playbooks and systems that I use personally for my business, you can see them here. So for example, like automating videos with AI, or shorts, or newsletter automations, or Twitter, etc. That's all inside there. If you want to get daily updates on the new automations that actually matter, we had new guides and video tutorials inside this section. So for example, this new OpenClaw update came out 2 hours ago. We already got a full guide and a video tutorial on it. MaxClaw, the same. Perplexity Computer. Perplexity Computer is really cool for building out projects like coding, apps, tools, websites, landing pages, and games. Test it out, and I've got a full video tutorial and a step-by-step guide here, as you can see. And we just add new stuff like this every single day. So whatever is useful and I actually find good, I will share directly inside this section here, just to keep it updated regularly. You can also, for example, learn how to get more clients with the agency course. We actually record the coaching calls and you can watch them back there. You can learn how to rank #1 with AI SEO using this section. And you can also learn how to grow a YouTube channel with AI based on what's working for me inside that section too. So that's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description, or go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. There's a brand new extension for OpenClaw with a huge list of skills that you can automatically install directly into OpenClaw, right? And it's called Awesome OpenClaw Skills. As you can see right here, this is a GitHub with tons of different skills that you can automatically install. For example, for images and video generation, apps, notes, data analysis, AI and LLMs, etc. You see all sorts of crazy stuff that you can add inside here. And this just makes your OpenClaw 100 times more powerful. And most people have no idea it happened. So there are now over 2,868 free community built skills available for your OpenClaw. And you want to think of skills like apps for your phone, except instead of downloading apps to play games or check the weather, you're downloading superpowers for your AI assistant. Skills that let OpenClaw book things, search the web, build websites, control your smart home, generate videos, manage your calendar, and that's just scratching the surface. In this curated list of the best 2,868 skills, the ones that community actually uses and trusts, organized by category. So for example, you got marketing, coding, automation, research, communication, even gaming. There is a skill for basically anything you can think of. And the best part, you can install these pretty quickly, which is what we'll test out today. We're going to go through this list live together now, find the hidden gems, install them live, and see what they can actually do. By the end of this video, your OpenClaw is going to be doing things it has never done before. Let's get straight into it. One thing that I want to say here quickly before we go into this is that the skills in this list are curated, not audited. So they may be updated or modified or that sort of thing. So you always want to check the skill files. You can use a couple of different options right here for testing this out. So for example, like Agent Trust Hub, you've got the skill security scanner as well. So just be careful before you do install this stuff. But I like to just test things for you and share that. If you don't feel comfortable installing anything, you can just watch my videos and learn from them instead. All right, and get straight into this. I'm going to go over to OpenClaw, as you can see right here, and then let's get started with installing this GitHub. We're going to take the link for the GitHub and I'm going to say install these skills, and that should work. But let's see what it does. Usually when it's installing something big like a GitHub, then it takes a little while. In the meantime, we can actually browse through and see what we've got inside here. So for example, you've got like a skill creator skill, which is for creating effective skills. If you're wondering what each of one of these does as well, actually, this is useful for you. You can always check the skill MD file. So you could just install like one of these skills if you're not sure, etc. But basically, this is a catalog of skills, right? So how this works is like you can take each one of these skills and then you can run this inside OpenClaw and ask it to create this skill directly. If we actually go to OpenClaw to try and install the repo, it says the repo is a catalog, right? So you don't install them all at once. You just pick whichever skill you want to use and then install it from there. So if we go back to the skills list, like for example, this one, if we wanted to install it, we should be able to grab that, copy the information from the page like this, and then say install this skill. And then it says, do you want it installed globally or do you just want it installed inside the workspace? So I'm going to say install it globally. And again, like always check the skills before you install this stuff. You can run it through, for example, Claude, copy and paste the skill MD before you start using it inside OpenClaw and just check, is it okay? Is it legit, etc. Right? Have a look through, see what the skill MD does. So if we go back to OpenClaw here, we can say install it globally. See the copy pasted skill MD file above. So whilst that's waiting to load, let's have a look and see what else we've got on the list. So we've got like multi-coding agents, which allows it to run Codex CLI, Claude Code, OpenCode, or PyCoding. What else we got here? MCP Builder is pretty cool. So it's like a guide for creating high quality MCPs so that you could use that inside OpenClaw as well. There's all sorts of interesting stuff. These are just coding agents and IDs. You also got, for example, let's have a look through here. We've got ClawBot tools. So like Agent Manager. As you can see, you've got the cost report, so that tracks usage costs, which could be quite useful. The cron job creator, all sorts of crazy stuff. Like, look at this one. This is interesting. The cron job mastery guide. Let's open this up and see what this skill does. So this allows you to master OpenClaw's timing system, so you can use for scheduling reliable reminders, setting up every so often maintenance, and understanding when to use cron versus Heartbeat as well. And then it's got a full guide for OpenClaw on exactly how to use this skill. And then if we go back to OpenClaw, it actually says, do you want me to verify it by reading the skill MD or not? Right. So it's installed the skill here, as you can see, and then we've got that installed directly into OpenClaw. So this is all free for you to use. You've got all these different skills, all this stuff that people have set up to improve it. You've got, for example, like tons of marketing ones as well. So for example, like blog to Kindle, you could create Kindle books using OpenClaw, which is pretty crazy. What else we got here? Email sequence builder. So all sorts of marketing skills. If you're a marketer or you're marketing your business or you're trying to get more customers, this could be really useful. You've got the SEO Optimizer Pro skill here. Let's open that up and see how it goes. So we'll take that skill like so, and then we'll go over to OpenClaw and we'll just install that one as well. And we'll say install this. And you can actually see when the skill was last updated as well, which is useful. And then you can see all the documentation guides here. So you've got the changelog, the tags. what the current release does. So for example, for this SEO skill, it can do technical SEO audits, it can do AEO recommendations, content readability analysis, etc. And then you can see all the cool stuff it does here. Right. And then it's installed that. So you can install all of these skills in like one click just by copying and pasting the GitHub link and the information from the GitHub page. And then you can just pick and choose whichever skills you want. I wouldn't recommend choosing them all. I would actually just recommend looking through the list and going, okay, which ones are the most relevant to me, right? So for example, for me, I have an SEO agency. So installing the SEO related skills would make a lot of sense, right? Some other cool stuff that you can see here, you got like Ralph loops as well. What else we got inside the... Yeah, it's all sorts of cool stuff inside here. Calendar and scheduling, that sort of thing. There's so much here. So, seems really cool so far. Again, always check the skills before you install them. Pretty simple and easy to use. I've got a full guide on how to use this as well, as you can see right here. But just to recap, this helps you turn OpenClaw into a fully automated business system using the Community Skills Vault, right? Now, what is the Skills Vault? So OpenClaw runs locally on your machine. On its own, it's already powerful, but the Skills Vault makes it more powerful in the best way, right? Think of it like this. OpenClaw is learning new skills and just upgrading all the time each time you add stuff inside here. So for example, if you're running a business, well, the most useful skills and categories that would be useful for you are, for example, like search, AI, browser automation, marketing and sales, productivity tasks, image and video generation, all sorts of cool stuff like this, right? Now, you might be thinking, okay, why is this different from other stuff? Well, if you've already got OpenClaw, it's powerful and it's useful, but it doesn't have all these skills pre-installed, right? So it doesn't know how to do a lot of workflows. It's just kind of guessing. Whereas each time you add a new skill, you're training on how to do that specific thing. And again, like, just be careful when you install this stuff. And if you want a 30-day plan, we've got a 30-day plan with example skills and stuff you can add inside here as well for using this stuff. But yeah, it's really easy to add these. I mean, even if you're not technical, you can just add the skills. These are all free that you can add as well. And I would just pick and choose the ones you want. You don't need to install like 2,800 skills. That would be crazy. I also have a list of 100 prompts you can test out these skills as well, as you can see right here. And just to recap, here's everything that we covered today. So what the OpenClaw Skills Vault actually is, OpenClaw is a locally running AI system that operates on your machine. The Skills Vault is a curated collection of over 2,800 community skills sourced from ClawHub's registry. These skills extend your agent's capabilities, connecting it to external services, automating workflows, and performing specialized tasks, as you can see with OpenClaw. Now, why it's different is like most AI tools inside, well, with OpenClaw, you've got like a blank canvas, and this trains up the blank canvas to be way more powerful. And if you want to install any skill, literally all you do is you can run this command, or you can just paste the skills GitHub repository link into OpenClaw. I'd recommend that approach, to be honest. I think that's fast right here. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get a full guide on this, it's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. We have new guides inside here every single day, as you can see. So for example, today we've already added 4 new guides based on the new automations that came out, and we update this daily. This is my AI automation community on School that helps you save time, scale, and grow with AI automation. We have a supportive, helpful community of 2,500 people, which means there's always people online to help you. So if you post any questions inside the community, you get help and support whenever you need it. We also have a daily accountability group. So if you struggle with information overload or overwhelm or anything like that, you can ask questions right here. Inside the calendar, we have weekly coaching calls. You can jump on weekly video coaching calls and get help, meet the community, ask questions, share your screen, etc. If you want to meet people in your local area, we've got the map, so you can zoom in on the map and ask questions. You can DM people, ask if they want to jump on a Zoom call, that sort of thing. We also have over 130 pages of testimonials from people getting results with our school communities, as you can see. So it's pretty awesome. For example, like Eric landed a new client. Russell was selling AI avatar videos to clients. Dan was in the AI boardroom for 2 weeks and landed his first customer. So there's a lot of people getting awesome results, which I love. And then also inside the classroom here, you can see all of my best training. So for example, if you want to go from beginner to expert with AI automation and learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes, you can do that right here. If you want to get my playbooks on, for example, how to automate AI avatar videos or Instagram or Shorts or X and Twitter, you can do that with this section here too. If you want to learn, for example, all the latest updates each day and stay updated with the new stuff that comes out, you can see this section right here with the new updates. And then additionally, if you want to get more clients for your agency, you can check out the agency course right here. You can watch about the coaching calls there if you want to too. And you can also learn how to grow with AI SEO. This has a ton of workflows for helping you rank #1 with Google and other search engines like ChatGPT and that sort of thing. If you want to see an example of our results, you can see previously we were at like 8 clicks a day before, and now we're getting anywhere between like sometimes 780 clicks a day, which is pretty crazy. So traffic has gone up nicely since using AI SEO. And also inside this section, you can learn how to grow a YouTube channel with AI based on what's working for me. So if you want to get access to this, you can get access inside the link in the comments and description, or just go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. OpenClaw just dropped a brand new free update and we're testing out together today right now. Here's why it matters. You know how OpenClaw is supposed to be your AI assistant that works for you around the clock, sending messages, running tasks, checking in automatically even when you're not there? Well, a few days ago, I actually stopped doing one of the most important things it actually does. It stopped delivering its heartbeat messages directly to you. That means your AI assistant was basically shouting into an empty room. Nobody home, no updates getting. This new update, the 25th of February one, just fixed that. Heartbeat DM delivery is back on. Your assistant can reach you again, but that's not even the biggest part. This update also overhauled the entire way OpenClaw sends and manages messages through sub-agents. Those are the little helper AI workers that run tasks for you behind the scenes. Before this update, those helpers could get lost, drop messages, or just freeze up. Now they work like a proper assembly line, step by step, no messages falling through the cracks. On top of that, they lock the whole thing down. It's a bunch of security fixes in one single update. That means if you're using OpenClaw on Slack, Discord, or Telegram, you've got more security. And also what we're going to be doing today is walking through this update together, what changed, what it means for you, how to make sure OpenClaw is running the new version right now so that none of these fixes get left on the table. Let's get straight into it. So you can see the update announced right here. It literally just came out a few hours ago. And if you want to get the full details and what it means, etc., you've got the change log inside OpenClaw right here. So we're going to run through some of the latest updates and what it means for you. So you can see here the changes. So Android and chat improved streaming delivery and handling markdown. You've got startup performance, UI chat compose improved, the heartbeat config is set up, onboarding security, branded documents improved, agent config implemented, and also better DM delivery for the heartbeat messages too. Then there's a bunch of fixes here, right here. I will say that it has become, as it's expanded, more and more buggy. Like the first time I set up OpenClaw, it wasn't as buggy as it seems to be now. It seems to be getting more and more buggy over time. Now, if we want to actually get this running and get the party started in terms of the update, we can do that directly inside OpenClaw right here. So you can see this morning I actually upgraded directly to this. So if you want to update your own OpenClaw, you can just set up automatic updates inside your settings here. So you just go to your config, then all settings, and then go to updates inside the all settings bit. Let's find that. Yeah, updates here, and you just switch on automatic updates, and then just make sure that you're running this, right? So you can see here, for example, we've got auto update enabled in our settings, which means that it should automatically update to this. The weird thing is it says 18th of February up here, which is strange. And then if you go inside the chat, let's have a look here. Let's try this out. So I'm just going to say, okay, update to the new version of OpenClaw. And then what I'm going to do is link directly to that, see if it works. Now, I will say sometimes it's super buggy, and to the point where like I upgrade it or update it, and it might happen right again now. That's why I like to test this stuff live. Sometimes you update it and then the gateway breaks, or it just stops replying and that sort of thing. Super annoying, but we'll see what happens next. And we'll see if this actually works. I always like to test it live with you to see if it does or doesn't work, etc. That's always part of the fun. Sometimes what you have to do as well is just like uninstall it and then reinstall it to get it working again as well. Even when you've got auto update set up. So let's see what it does next. It's definitely thinking about it. And there we go. It stopped responding. And the gateway has stopped responding here. But now it's actually updated. So you can see it has switched to version 2025, which is great. So we're just going to make sure this works. So it's beginning to fetch all the new updates from GitHub, which is great. Let's just make sure it's working again now. You can see here it says 25th of February. So we are on the newest update. Boom shakalaka. We're running. We're living the dream. We're on the new version of OpenClaw, like you can see, and then we can just go off and implement tasks and that sort of thing. So it was pretty simple, actually. The creator says anti-gravity, remove new version. Not sure what you mean there, but feel free to expand into that, my friend. But yeah, you can see the updates here. So if you want to update, here's how you do it. You just go inside. This is what I did. This is what works for me. And bear in mind, like I've installed it a lot and uninstalled it and tested different approaches. Sometimes if you just say update, it breaks. This method seemed to work really well, which is just update to the new version of OpenClaw and then a link to the relevant GitHub page where the update is. And that seemed to work. And if it stops responding for like a minute or so, totally normal. If it stops responding completely, that is not normal. You may have to run through the OpenClaw daemon and that sort of thing. So let's just run through the beginner's guide to all of these updates. You don't need to be a tech genius to understand this update. You just need to know what it changed, why it matters, and what to do about it. All right. So just before we even get into this, what even is OpenClaw? Before we dive in, let's start from zero. So OpenClaw is like a control room for AI assistants. So imagine you have an AI assistant. Your AI assistant can talk to you on Slack, Telegram, Discord, WhatsApp, all at the same time. OpenClaw is the software that makes that agent work, right? Handles all the behind the scenes stuff, the delivering messages, scheduling tasks, keeping things secure, and making sure your AI doesn't get confused or stuck. This is basically like the engine inside a car, right? But you don't see it. But without it, nothing moves. So this new update fixes some big problems, adds some smart new features, and just makes it more secure. So the heartbeat DM delivery is back, right? What's a heartbeat? A heartbeat is basically your AI sending you a little ping message to say, hey, I'm still working. Here's what I'm working on, right? So like again, a text from a friend saying still here, still good, right? Except it's your AI assistant checking in automatically. You might be wondering, okay, why did they fix that? Well, in the last update, the default was set to block these heartbeat messages from going directly to you. That means your AI was checking in, but you're never hearing about it, right? So like your friend texting you, but your phone was on silent with no notification. So what's fixed now? Heartbeat DMs are switched on by default. Your AI will now send check-in messages directly to you again, the way it was originally designed to. It's like your alarm clock working again after someone accidentally turned it off. If you do want to switch it off, you can actually run this command, as you can see right here. So you can just edit the config file, or if you just want to block it for one specific agent, you can actually use this inside your config file as well if you're a bit more technical. Before this update, heartbeat messages to your DMs were secretly silenced. After this update, they're back on loud and clearer than ever. So you're in control either way. The next one is the sub agent delivery overhaul. What's a sub agent? So you have your main AI agent. Sometimes that AI agent will create smaller helper assistants to go do specific tasks. And these small helpers are called sub agents. Like a manager, your main AI sending their team members sub agents to go complete different jobs. Now, the problem before was that when a sub agent finished its job, it needed to report back and deliver its results. But the delivery system was actually broken in several messy ways. So sometimes messages got lost. Sometimes the sub agent would try to find the right channel to deliver to, but the system was cold. Sometimes Telegram actually had a sneaky bug where it would say it's been delivered successfully, but actually it wasn't. And then the cleanup process after delivery was quite messy as well. So what's fixed now? Well, the whole delivery process was rebuilt from scratch using what's called a state machine, which is like a checklist with clear steps, right? So queue the message, try to deliver it directly. If that fails, use a backup route and only mark it as done when we're sure it actually got there, right? So basically you just get more reliable messages from the sub agents, no more confirmations that don't actually work, etc. And then also we've got Slack thread fixes. What's a thread session? So when you're chatting on when you're chatting with Slack on OpenClaw, each conversation can happen inside a thread, right? And OpenClaw treats each thread like its own private conversation called a session. Sometimes a thread inherits context from its parent, right? This is useful. It means your AI remembers what was discussed before. The problem was before there were a few problems like silent overflow, wrong routing, and oversized page blocks, right? So basically this has all been fixed now and it gets better context, and also cron jobs now deliver to the right account. So in plain English, what does that mean? Slack threads don't mysteriously break anymore. You shouldn't see error messages so many times, but if you do, you actually see them, and then scheduled tasks should go to the right place. So that's basically it. And then there's a bunch of security improvements like you see. There's actually like quite a lot of them. If you want the full guide, it's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments and the description. If you want to learn more about AI automation, how it works, what it does, etc., check out the AI. This is my AI automation community, and you see there's 2,500 people in here, so you can always go inside the community, ask questions, get help, get support whenever you need to as well. And also you can meet people, share your wins, that sort of thing. We have a daily accountability group. So if you find all this stuff overwhelming, or you just want to focus, or you get information overload or shiny object syndrome, you can post your goals inside this thread and stay focused. Inside the classroom, you get all my best trainings, and inside the calendar, you can see we have 4 video calls per week where you can get live coaching and training and share your screen and get video coaching in real time. If you're wondering, okay, is it just me that's winning with this? As you can see, loads of people getting awesome results with it, which is great. You see Bobby's been building some awesome stuff. You can see Lonnie is absolutely crushing it. A bunch of people just getting really good results, which is absolutely awesome, as you can see right here. Now, inside the classroom, you get access to all of my best trainings. So for example, you can go from beginner to expert in just 5 weeks, plus learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes with these trainings. You can get all my best playbooks. So for example, how to automate AI avatar videos, how to automate X, Shorts, Instagram, and newsletters. And then also, if you want to get daily updates, we actually, and I personally, look at what's been released each day and then break down all the best updates and what's come out recently to help you the most, right? So you can see, for example, today alone, we've added 5 new guides based on what I think is super useful for everyone watching. And this just helps you get the latest news and break down everything that's going on, so you can stay laser focused and just focus on what matters as well. And then also inside the classroom, you can, for example, watch back the coaching calls over here if you miss them. You can learn how to get more clients with the agency course. You can learn how to rank #1 with AI SEO, and you can also grow and learn how to grow a YouTube channel with AI based on what's working for me. So that's all inside the AI Profit Boarding. Link in the comment description, or go to the AIProfitBoarding.com. OpenClaw just dropped another update. If you're still running the old version, your bot is basically missing out, my friend. The update patches over a bunch of 30 security issues, and also there's a bunch of other stuff fixed. So for example, your bot would just keep going even when you told it to stop. Now when you say stop, it actually stops in 10 different languages. They fixed stop, WhatsApp disconnecting randomly, fixed duplicate messages on Telegram, fixed the typing bubble disappearing halfway through a reply like the bot just ghosted you, and there's a brand new Android app with a completely fresh redesign. Today we're going to update it together. Right now I'm going to show you every new feature, so you know exactly what changed and how to make sure everything is still working properly after the update. It takes about 2 minutes normally, or sometimes just completely breaks. Let's see what happens, and we'll test it out now. So you can see the update right here. So if you want to update this directly, we can go inside the config here. If you do just want to enable auto updates, you can enable them over here. So you can click on auto update here, and that just enables you to auto update every time there's an update. It does seem to be a new update like almost every single day. And then I'm going to say update yourself to the latest version of OpenClaw. Demon says, nice, I'm an update. It's me says, did I miss a build out? Well, you can always rewind if you did. If you're talking about Claude Cowork, we're now on the update for OpenClaw right now. Look at that. That is broken, my friends. I'm just going to reinstall it inside the terminal because that is totally struggling again. If you watched my last video on the update, it actually worked perfectly. But like I said, sometimes it does struggle to set up these updates, and it just breaks. So I've just run through the onboarding again to get this rebuilt because it's totally broken like that. There we go. All right. So we had to restart the gateway. Still on the old version, it looks like. Let me just test this out. Let's restart the gateway. This is interesting. So it says it's updated to... So look here. Let's just double check what version you're on. Yeah, it just says, man, you need to update this. We don't. Not sure what that's about. Does it depend on the model you are using when you're updating? Yeah, there's some versions that are better than others, right? For sure. And then it says I'm on OpenClaw 25th of February, CLI. And then if we go to config here, just going to enable auto updates here. Yeah, there we've got it. We'll get it to check every hour for new updates. Yash says, I've been following you for months. Thanks very much. All right, so we've updated now. I will say it does break all the time, this gateway. So just be careful of that, because sometimes it's really smooth to update. Sometimes it's totally broken. Probably the easiest way is just allow auto updates in the background. Keep it running in your terminal. If you want to know, okay, what are the changes so far? So here's some of the ideas. So for example, auto reply on abort, shortcuts. So you can expand standalone stop phrases like stop OpenClaw, stop action, stop run, etc. You've got Android and app UI, which is pretty cool. So you can connect chat, voice screen, etc. Add a full connect. Liber says, I have heard we can use it for our phone too. I appreciate you're consistent by the minute. I read a post about it. I knew this will be on live by Julian. Appreciate the consistency. Yeah, so you can use it via your phone. They've now got the Android app as well. They had an iOS app that came out earlier this week. And of course, you can already use it through Telegram, WhatsApp, and everything else. So you can use this on your phone however you want to, basically, right now. And then you've got a bunch of security updates as well. They've updated the heartbeat, which is basically the rhythm that it rechecks and does stuff in the background. For example, like updating tasks and schedule tasks and that sort of thing. You got a bunch of routing and auto reply updates here and a bunch of stuff right there. So that's basically it when it comes to the update. Wasn't that smooth, to be honest, so just be aware of that. Let's see what else we got. Flavin says, I tried to use Agent Zero and it seemed more stable than OpenClaw, but OpenClaw has so much power, funding now behind it. Learning Agent Zero doesn't make sense because OpenClaw will fix everything. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, it depends what you're using and how you use it, etc. Right? So, like Agent Zero is a lot more stable. It doesn't break as much. It does a lot of powerful things. It's one on test when I've compared them side by side. So it's up to you which one you want to use. I do think it's worth like checking out these tools and just trying them and seeing, you know, being open-minded and seeing which one you prefer the most. Just because like everyone in the world is using OpenClaw doesn't mean that OpenClaw is the best option, right? Like you've got, for example, Claude Cowork that can now schedule tasks. You've got Claude Code that can run remote control sessions. You've got, for example, stuff like Perplexity, computer use, Manus. Manus has been the smoothest out of all of them that I've tried, to be honest. So what even is OpenClaw? OpenClaw is software that lets you run an AI system like a chatbot that connects to apps you already use. Discord, WhatsApp, Telegram, Slack, etc. Think of it like an AI agent that lives in your phone and computer and talks to people for you across multiple apps at the same time. This update means a bunch of fixes and new features. Right? How to update, you can do it like this. You can actually just type in a command, I think, as well to update it inside the terminal. And what's new? Well, your bot finally stops doing stuff. It works in 10 different languages now. It even understands the French word for stop as well. You got typing indicators that actually work. So before it would disappear in the middle of a long reply, making it look like the bot ghosted you. Now it stays alive the whole time until the reply is done. You got a brand new Android app. So if you use OpenClaw on Android, there's a whole new design, new tabs, connect, chat, voice, screen, and settings. And then you also have Windows PowerShell 7 support as well. There's a bunch of security fixes too, and there's a bunch of bugs that got fixed as well. All right. Some common FAQs. Do you have to update? You don't have to, but the security fixes alone probably make it worth it. Will updating break anything? Yes, as you've seen today. And if something breaks after you update, I just ran through the OpenClaw GitHub setup instructions again, and that seemed to work. So thanks so much for watching. If you haven't already, check out the AI Profit Board. We actually have a full 6-hour course on OpenClaw and how to use it. We add new updates on OpenClaw and all the other alternatives to it. Like, for example, today we'll be testing out Perplexity Computer. We've already tried out Claude Cowork. Yesterday we covered Toggle for OpenClaw, which you can actually see all your browsing history, see what you're working on, check if you're productive, and then give you updates inside OpenClaw for ideas to automate stuff too. We even checked out remote control for Claude Code, and every day we update this community. This is focused on helping you save time, grow, and scale with AI automation, and you can check it out inside the link in the comments description or go to the AIProfitBoarding.com. Inside the community, you can post questions, meet cool people, and get help and support whenever you need to. You can also see, for example, inside the calendar, we do 4 weekly coaching calls. So you can get help and support whenever you need it. You might be saying, okay, Julian, is it just you that's winning with AI? Like, I can't understand this stuff, etc. But you can see we actually have over 130 pages of testimonials from people winning with AI automation, right? So, for example, Russell just landed his first client using an AI avatar. You've got Chris, who built his first ever NA10 automation in just 3 days. So people are really winning with this stuff and getting results. And it's not just me, as you can see, loads of people are getting awesome stuff. So the other thing that you get inside the AI Profit Boardroom is all of my best training. So for example, you can go from beginner to expert in just 5 weeks and learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. Top of that, you'll get all my best playbooks for example, automating emails, X and Twitter, newsletters, shorts, AI avatar videos, etc. You get all of these inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And additionally, inside the classroom, you can get our daily updates, which you'll find right here, along with a 3-hour course and another 6-hour course, plus step-by-step guides on exactly how to use OpenClaw. Additionally, you'll learn how to get more clients with the agency course. You can learn how to rank #1 with AI SEO over here, and also how to grow a YouTube channel with AI based on what's working for us too. Feel free to get that. Today, we're going to be testing what might be one of the most important skills you can add to your OpenClaw right now. I'm going to test it today together to see if it actually lives up to the hype. So this is the new release from Toggle for OpenClaw. And for the first time ever, your AI agent can see everything you do on the web, right? So this is like a browser extension that you can add to Chrome, and then it analyzes all your browser actions, clicks, work, meetings, documents, adds it to the context of what you're working on inside OpenClaw, which is pretty interesting to see. And you can see the full website right here, right? So it can, for example, like take in Google Sheets, Gmail, Slack, Notion, and then give it more context inside OpenClaw based on what you're actually working on. Because here's the problem with OpenClaw that nobody talks about, right? Every time you open it, it's starting from zero, has no idea what you were working on yesterday, no idea what projects are sitting unfinished, and no idea what you are keep doing and over. You have to kind of explain everything from scratch. Your AI agent is basically showing up to work every day with amnesia. Toggle claims to fix that. It's a skill you can plug straight into your OpenClaw. I'm going to be testing out today and seeing if it works the way it says it works. And we're going to install it right now, set up live, and see exactly what it does and what it doesn't do. Let's get straight into this. So we can start with a trial here, and then we can sign in to our account, and then we should be able to go from here. Let's try and log in. One thing to bear in mind here is like I had to just enable some of the settings inside Chrome, which you can do here. And then we're going to test this out. So this is what the dashboard looks like. So let's try and install this. Here's the extension. We're going to add this to Chrome. By the way, this is like, it seems to be in beta. So like, if you don't want to install it, you don't have to. You can just watch my videos and learn from this. I don't recommend testing this out for everyone. It's just like something I want to test and show you on YouTube. So it seems like it's connected now with the extension, and then you can see here it's like active time, focus time, etc. You got insights panel. All right, and then we just need to set up and connect this to OpenClaw, like you can see, right? So if we click on Open Integration, so we need to grab this and then install it into the chat, I guess we can do, and then we can install Toggle and grab the API key and give it. All right, so let's try this out in the background and see how we go. So I'm just going to go over to OpenClaw, and we should be able to install it inside the chat. So I'm going to grab the install toggle skill command here. Then we'll go back over to OpenClaw, paste this inside the chat, and I'm going to actually give it the URL as well to check out. If you have any questions whilst you're watching live, by the way, feel free to ask. So it seems to be actually checking out the page directly via browser control, and then it's going to try and install this. We'll just wait for that to load. There we go. So it's installed it now. It took a little while. It says set the API key, and then we can run it inside a terminal command to set this up and then test it using that. Bear in mind, I'm still on the free plan with this. Just a quick note as well, if you're like, thinking about installing any skills into OpenClaw, just always check like the check the skill MD file before you install anything like this. I install it because I want to show you stuff, but I may uninstall it after. Now, once you've done it, it will look something like this. Once you've given it the API key or set your API key inside the settings of the config, right? So we've set it all up here. And then if we go back to the details inside Toggle, it says first run, set up the scheduler. So it says the first time you run the Toggle skill, OpenClaw will prompt you to create a scheduler. This runs in the background and periodically fetches your workflow data from our servers, keeping your assistant up to date, right? So I'm going to paste this prompt right here to get this set up. So go back inside OpenClaw, paste that in. And I think essentially what that would do is every hour, based on what I'm working on inside my browser, because it's got the information from my browser using this extension, every hour it will fetch the data and then give me ideas on what I can automate and that sort of thing. In terms of what it can actually do, whilst it's setting up the scheduler, you can see here, so it says your agent knows what you're doing in the browser, real time. No other skill gives your Claw enough context to act on its own. Toggle runs cron jobs and event triggers that deliver real insights, right, to your Telegram or Discord. And then it can do, for example, like daily digest. So it can give you like end of day reports dropped into your DMs, what you did, how often, how deep you went, what's left open, right? And that's an example of what it looks like. It can also, for example, give you a nudge on any projects that went cold. So if you like forget about something that you're working on, then it will automatically give you the heads up, right, with a message like this. And then context switch alert. This is pretty interesting. So if you're like kind of wasting, it's kind of like a productivity app, I guess, where, if you've been like jumping around from tabs and you're not really focusing on something and that sort of thing, then it'll actually give you a context alert that says you've switched between 8 tabs in the last 22 minutes, for example, without going deep on any of them. Your focus score dropped to this, so it actually gives you a focus score, which is pretty cool. It's like your most meaningful recent session was this. Want me to close the noise and help you get back into that. So it's really, really cool. It's pretty interesting. You can see here, for example, what did I get done yesterday? And you can use this to get onto it. The same with this. And it just really breaks down like what you're working on, what you're doing, and that sort of thing. And then you can actually ask it like, okay, what repetitive stuff am I doing that I could automate? And it will analyze what you've been working on and give you ideas on what you should be automating, which I really like. I like the idea of that. Now, obviously, this is fed in from your browser and what you're working on using the Chrome extension. So it's a really cool idea, really interesting idea. And this is all taken from your Chrome browser and what you're actively working on in real time. So if we go back to the chat now, we have this set up. So it's set up to schedule tasks. One of them is the hourly sync, and one of them is the daily automation sessions, right? So it's fetching what you worked on, and then it suggests 1 to 3 automations based on what you actually work on, what your actual browser history is, which is kind of crazy, right? Like you can look at what you're working on and then give you ideas. I really love the idea of this. I think you do have to be careful with any skills that you install. So, you know, if you're not sure about this, don't do it. Or if you're running it on a, you know, maybe a VPS might be better, something like that. But it is a really cool idea. And the fact that it can track what you've got open, what tabs you're working on, you know, how deep you went on your work and that sort of thing is really, really cool. So really easy to set up, super smooth. I've definitely not come across many skills that are actually useful when it comes to OpenClaw. That is one of the few ones. So that's one of the top 10%. Yeah, really cool. So if you want to get all the video notes from today, you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. You can see it right here. And basically what we do inside here is we've given you the full framework that turns your AI agent into something that actually gives you context and really understands what you're working on, right? So we've broken that down into 4 layers, like you can see. And then we've also given you some demo prompts that you could test, like, for example, a daily digest. You know, you could say something like, based on today's sessions, give me a full end of day stand up, list every project I worked on, how long I spent on them, what got completed, what's still open, and format it so I can share it with my team, right? And you could also, for example, say, scan my ClawX project history, find every project that's been idle, rank them by how much time I've previously spent on them, and tell me which one I should pick back up today and why, right? So there's some really interesting use cases for this as a productivity app. We've also given you a 30-day roadmap on how to use ClawX as well with your OpenClaw, and 100 prompts you could test out with this as well. So this is all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. We had new guides in daily. So for example, like Notion custom agents just got released. We did a video guide right here. Discord parallel agents, remote control for Claude Code, etc. We have full guides on pretty much all the new updates that came out, like you can see, and we update this daily. And this is a community that's focused on helping you save time and scale with AI automation. You can see there's 2,500 members inside here, which means there's always people online that you can learn from and ask questions to and that sort of thing, right? And you can see that it's not just me winning with this, right? So you can see all the cool wins that people are posting right now, all the results people are getting, as you can see right here. And also inside the calendar, we have 4 weekly coaching calls, so you can ask questions, get help, get support whenever you need them. And inside the classroom too, you can go from beginner to expert with AI automation in just 5 weeks, plus learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. You can also get all my best playbooks that I personally use. So for example, automating X, newsletters, shorts, Instagram, AI avatar videos, etc. And then additionally, we have inside the SOP update section all the latest guides that we update daily, right? We're probably one of the most active communities in the world when it comes to adding new AI automation guides. Additionally, you can learn how to get more clients with this section. You can watch about the coaching calls here. You can learn how to rank #1 inside Google and AI search engines with the AI SEO automation section. And you can also get a full roadmap based on what's working for me to grow a YouTube channel. So that's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link inside the comments description, or go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. OpenClaw. Build a full marketing team. So OpenClaw just changed everything. I built a full AI marketing team. No employees, no hiring, no code. It does the research, it makes the ads, it builds the landing pages, and it posts everything live for you. Let me show you how. So here is what most people do when they need marketing help. They do everything themselves. They spend hours on it, and half the time the results are not even that good. What if I told you there is a way to build a full marketing team that runs on AI, like a real team, a researcher, a strategist, a creative director, and someone who actually pushes your ads live, all working together, all automatic, and you just sit back and review the work? That is exactly what I am about to break down for you today. And trust me, this is one of the wildest things I have seen in AI this year. So stick around, because by the end of this video, you are going to know exactly how to set this up yourself. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. All right, so let me explain what this system actually is. It is called OpenClaw. Some people call it Claude. And what it does is it gives an AI model actual access to your computer. So instead of you copying and pasting stuff back and forth between ChatGPT or Claude, the AI just does the work directly. It opens files, it browses the web, it uses your tools. Think of it like hiring a full-time employee, except this employee never sleeps and never complains. Now, here is where it gets crazy. Someone built an entire marketing team using this tool, 4 roles, 4 AI employees, and they all talk to each other and hand off work like a real team would. Let me walk you through each one, because this is where the magic happens. Role number 1 is the ads analyst. This is your researcher. You give it a link from the meta ads library of any competitor, and it goes to work. It opens a browser. It visits that page, it downloads every single ad your competitor is running, every image, every video, every landing page, and then it gives you a full breakdown. What hooks are they using? What emotions are they playing on? What their funnel looks like, strengths and weaknesses, everything you would need to beat them. And get this, for video ads, it even breaks down the script, the hook, the call to action. It scores each ad so you know which ones are working and which ones are not. This alone would take a human researcher hours to do. The AI does it in about 10 minutes. Role number 2 is the head of marketing. Once your researcher is done, the AI hands everything over to the strategist automatically. No copy pasting, no emails. It just flows. But the head of marketing first visits your own website. It looks at your products, your messaging, your design, your brand colors and fonts. It builds what they call a brand Bible. Then it takes all that competitive research from step 1 and creates a full campaign proposal. I am talking landing page plans, ad creative briefs, video scripts, funnel stages, the whole thing. This is the kind of document that would normally take weeks to put together, and the AI just does it. Now, if you want to learn how to use AI tools like OpenClaw to actually scale your business and get more customers, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. Link is in the description. Inside, you get step-by-step workflows, automation templates, and a community of people who are already using stuff like this to save hundreds of hours. It is the best place to learn how to put AI to work for your business. Seriously, go check it out. All right, let me keep going because it gets even better. Role number 3 is the creative director. This is where ideas turn into real stuff. The creative director takes that campaign plan and actually builds everything. Landing pages, image ads, carousel ads, video scripts, all of it. And here is the part that blew my mind. The landing pages it creates are actually good, like really good. We are talking clean design, strong headlines, clear calls to action, social proof sections, quiz funnels, the kind of stuff you would expect from a legit web designer. Not some ugly template that looks like it was made in 2 minutes. For the image ads, it uses an AI image tool to generate the visuals. And here is the smart part. It does not just create the image and move on. It checks its own work. It looks for mistakes, wrong text, weird logos that should not be there, bad aspect ratios. And if something is off, it goes back and fixes it. That is a level of quality control that most humans skip. For the video ads, it writes full scripts, short, punchy 20 to 40-second videos with strong hooks and clear messaging. You still record the videos yourself because real face-to-camera videos perform way better than AI-generated ones. But the scripts are done for you. All you do is hit record and read. And then it even creates carousel ads, like full 5-slide carousels with headlines and descriptions for each card, ready to go. No editing needed. Now here is what ties the whole thing together. Role number 4, the performance marketer. This is the one that actually takes everything the creative director made and pushes it live. It connects to your Meta Ads account through the API, and it creates the campaigns, the ad sets, the ads, everything. It sets up your targeting. It organizes your funnel stages, top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel, and it puts every ad in the right place, all in draft mode, so you can review everything before anything goes live. You are always in control. Now, let me tell you the part that makes this even more wild. Every single one of these AI skills is just a markdown file. There is no code, no complicated automations, No fancy workflows, just plain written instructions that tell the AI exactly what to do step by step. That means you can read them, you can edit them, you can make them your own. You do not need to be a developer to use this. And the way the system works is each role has what they call an orchestrator skill. That is the main instruction file. And then each role has sub-skills for specific tasks. So the ads analyst has a sub-skill for extracting ads from the meta library, another for analyzing the creatives, another for checking landing pages. The creative director has sub-skills for designing images, writing scripts, building landing pages. Everything is broken into small, clear steps. And here is the clever part. Each orchestrator skill has a handoff built in. So when the ads analyst finishes its job, it automatically tells the head of marketing to start. When the head of marketing finishes, it hands off to the creative director, and so on. Like the whole chain runs without you doing anything after that first message. Now you might be thinking, okay, Julian, this sounds amazing, but how do I actually set it up? And honestly, it is simpler than you think. You download the skill files, you share them with your OpenClaw or ClawBot, and you literally just tell it, hey, here are some skills for a marketing team. Can you import them for yourself? And the AI handles the rest. It reads through each file, sets everything up, and even walks you through connecting any tools it needs, like your Meta Ads account. The other thing I love about this is you are not locked into one AI model. You can choose which provider you want to run it on, Anthropic, OpenAI, whatever works best for you. You pick the model that fits your needs. Now let me talk about where I think this is going. Right now, this system handles competitor research, campaign planning, creative production, and ad publishing. But think about what comes next. What if your performance marketer could also check on live campaigns and tell you what is working? What if it could automatically suggest changes based on real data? What if it could pause underperforming ads and scale the winners? We are not far from that at all. This is not some far off future thing. This is happening right now. People are building these AI teams today, and the ones who start now are going to have a massive advantage over everyone who waits. So if you are running a business and you are still doing all your marketing manually or spending hours on tasks that should take minutes, this is your sign. The tools are here, they work, and they are only getting better. All right, if you want to go deeper on this and learn how to use AI like OpenClaw to actually scale your business and get more customers, join the AI Profit Boardroom. Link is in the description. You will get full walkthroughs, automation templates, and a community of business owners who are already using these exact strategies. It is the best place to learn how to put AI to work and save hundreds of hours every single week. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and over 100 AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. Links in the comments and description. You will get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI. Drop a comment below and let me know what you think about this. Julian reads every single one. I will see you in the next video. New OpenClaw Plus Gemini 3.1 update is insane. OpenClaw just dropped a brand new update and it changes everything. We're talking Gemini 3.1 built right in, Discord voice bots that talk for you, a security upgrade that makes the whole thing bulletproof, and I'm going to break it all down right now, so let's get into it. Okay, so if you don't know what OpenClaw is, you need to pay attention. OpenClaw is an open source AI agent platform. It used to be called ClawBot, and what it does is wild. It lets you build AI assistants that run on their own, like fully autonomous. You connect them to Discord, WhatsApp, Telegram, Slack, whatever you want. And then those agents just do stuff for you. They answer chats, they run workflows, they automate tasks, all without you lifting a finger. And here's the best part. It works with any AI model, Gemini, GPT, Claude, even local models you run on your own computer. You just plug them in and go. That's what makes OpenClaw so powerful. You're not locked into one thing. You pick the brain you want your agent to use and you let it rip. Now, the update that just dropped, version 2026.2.21, this is the one that has everyone talking. And for good reason, because the biggest thing in this update is Gemini 3.1 support. Google's newest AI model is now officially inside OpenClaw. So what does that mean for you? It means your agents just got way smarter. Gemini 3.1 is better at reasoning. It handles images and text together. It understands complex stuff faster. So when you plug that into an OpenClaw agent, you get automation that actually thinks, not just copy-paste responses, real thinking. Imagine you have a customer support bot on Discord. Before this update, it was good. Now with Gemini 3.1, it can look at screenshots a customer sends, read the text, understand the problem, and give a real answer. That's the difference. That's why this matters. But wait, there's more. And this next one is huge. Discord, streaming, and voice channels. Your OpenClaw agents can now join voice chats. Let me say that again. Your AI agent can hop into a Discord voice channel and talk live in real time. It streams its responses so people can hear the agent think and respond. This is not a gimmick. Think about what this means for community managers, for live support, for moderation. You could have an AI agent sitting in your Discord server 24/7 answering questions out loud. That's the future, and it's here right now. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. Okay, so let's keep going because there's even more in this update. Thread-bound sub-agent sessions. Now, I know that sounds fancy, but let me make it simple. When you have multiple agents working together, things can get messy. One agent starts talking about one thing, another agent jumps in with something else. Context gets lost. It's like a group chat when nobody reads the previous messages. Thread-bound sessions fix that. Each agent stays in its lane. It keeps its context. It knows what it's supposed to be doing. So your multi-agent workflows actually work the way they should. Clean, organized, no chaos. Then there's the iOS and Apple Watch improvements. If you use OpenClaw on your phone or your watch, it's smoother now, better gateway stability, cleaner interface, small stuff, but it adds up, especially if you're managing agents on the go. You don't want your dashboard crashing when you're trying to check on your bots from your phone. That's fixed now. And prompt caching. This one is a game changer. OpenClaw now caches your prompts smarter. So when your agent runs the same kind of task over and over, it doesn't have to process the full prompt every single time. It remembers. That means faster responses, way less waiting around. If you're running agents at scale, this is a big deal. Every millisecond counts. Now, here's where I want to talk about something important. And if you want to learn how to actually use tools like OpenClaw and Gemini to automate your business and save hundreds of hours, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and streamline everything with AI automation. We show you exactly how to set up AI agents like these for your own business, whether you're doing SEO, running an agency, or building something new. The link is in the description and comments. Go check it out. Okay, let's talk security, because this part of the update is actually the most important for a lot of people. OpenClaw did a massive security overhaul. They upgraded from SHA-1 to SHA-256 hashing. Now, if you don't know what that means, here's a simple version. SHA-1 is old, it's been cracked, it's not safe anymore. SHA-256 is the new standard. It's what banks use, it's what serious platforms use. So OpenClaw upgrading to that is a big deal. They also improved auth isolation. That means the way your agents log in and access things is now more secure, less attack surface, fewer ways for bad actors to get in. And this matters because here's the thing. Some big tech companies actually banned OpenClaw in the past because of security concerns. That was a real story. So for the OpenClaw team to come back with this level of security hardening, that's them saying, we heard you and we fixed it. That builds trust, especially if you're thinking about using this for a business or for clients. On top of all that, there are over 100 bug fixes and quality improvements across the whole platform. Little things that make a big difference. Fewer crashes, smoother performance, less weird behavior, the kind of stuff that makes you go from this tool is cool to this tool is reliable, and reliable is what you need if you're depending on it every day. Now, let me give you some tips, because knowing about the update is one thing, using it right is another. First, update to the latest version right away. Don't sit on old versions. The security stuff alone is worth the upgrade. Second, turn on prompt caching. Go into your settings and make sure it's enabled. This is free performance, free speed. There's no reason not to use it. Third, if you're going to use the Discord voice feature, test it in a private server first. Don't just throw a voice bot into your main community without testing. Set up a test server, invite a few people, see how it sounds, see how it handles questions, then roll it out. Fourth, if you're running multiple agents, use the thread-bound sessions. Set up your workflow so each agent has its own scope. This keeps things clean and prevents your agents from stepping on each other. Fifth, if you're using Gemini 3.1, experiment with multimodal prompts. Send images plus text, see how the agent handles it. You might be surprised at how good it is now. Now let's talk about what the community is saying, because it's not all perfect. Some people on Reddit are reporting that they have to approve almost everything they ask OpenClaw to do. Permissions are popping up everywhere, and some config settings can be a little glitchy after the update. So just know that going in. If you hit a weird permission issue, check your config files. Make sure everything is set up right. The community forums and the OpenClaw docs are your best friend here. But overall, the response has been really positive. People are excited about Gemini 3.1. People are excited about Discord voice, and the security upgrade has brought a lot of people back who left before. So let me wrap this up. OpenClaw version 2026.2.21 is a massive update. Gemini 3.1 makes your agent smarter. Discord voice and streaming opens up brand new use cases. The security overhaul makes it safe for serious use. Prompt caching makes everything faster. And over 100 fixes make the whole platform more stable. If you're building AI agents, if you're automating workflows, if you're doing anything with AI right now, you need to look at this update. It's one of the biggest ones OpenClaw has ever done. And if you want to take this even further, join the AI Profit Boardroom, learn how to use AI tools like OpenClaw and Gemini 3.1 to automate your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours. The link is in the description and comments below. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and over 100 AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. Links in the comments and description. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI. Drop a comment below. Tell me what you think about this update. Are you going to try the Discord voice feature? Are you switching to Gemini 3.1? Julian reads every single comment, so let him know. I'll see you in the next one. Automate anything with OpenClaw 2026. Here's how. OpenClaw just dropped the biggest update of the year, and most people have no idea what just changed. This thing can now automate almost anything in your business. We're talking Gemini 3.1 inside your AI agent, Discord voice channels, thread-bound sub-agents, and over 100 fixes shipped in one go. This is not a small update, this is a whole new tool, and I'm going to show you exactly how to use it to grow your business faster than ever. OpenClaw just pushed their 2026.2.21 update, and it is packed, like genuinely packed. Over 100 fixes, new model support, new streaming features, security hardening, iOS and Apple Watch polish. This is not a minor patch, this is a statement, and if you're not using OpenClaw yet, by the end of this video, you're going to want to. Let me break down everything that dropped, and then I'm going to show you exactly how to use this in the real world to automate your business and save yourself hours every single week. So, hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. First, what even is OpenClaw? OpenClaw is an open source AI agent platform. Think of it like a control panel for your AI agents. You can run multiple AI models, connect them to tools, automate workflows, and have them do real work inside your business. It is one of the most powerful open source options out there right now. And this new update just made it significantly better. Let's go feature by feature. Number one, Gemini 3.1 support. This is huge. Google's Gemini 3.1 is now fully supported inside OpenClaw. That means you can now run Gemini 3.1 as the brain of your AI agents. Gemini 3.1 is fast, it handles long context really well, and it is genuinely strong at reasoning and following complex instructions. So now inside OpenClaw, you can pick Gemini 3.1 as your model of choice and plug it into any workflow you're building. To give you a real-world example of how powerful this is, imagine you're running something like the AI Profit Boardroom, a community built around helping people automate and grow their business with AI. You could now set up an OpenClaw agent powered by Gemini 3.1 that monitors new member questions, drafts personalized responses, summarizes the latest AI news every morning, and sends a weekly digest to your members, all automated, all running in the background, all powered by one of the best AI models on the planet. That's what Gemini 3.1 inside OpenClaw unlocks for you. Number two, massive security hardening. Now, this one might not sound exciting, but it matters a lot. If you're running AI agents inside a business, security is not optional. OpenClaw has shipped serious security improvements in this update. They've tightened up how agents access data, how sessions are managed, and how information flows through the system. This means you can now run OpenClaw agents in more sensitive business contexts with a lot more confidence, whether that's handling customer data, managing internal workflows, or running automations that touch real business systems. The security is now much tighter. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like OpenClaw. The link is in the comments and description. Number three, Discord streaming and voice channels. Okay, this one is really cool. OpenClaw now supports Discord streaming and voice channels. What does that mean practically? It means your AI agents can now participate in Discord, not just text, voice too. You can now have an AI agent that lives inside your Discord server, joins voice channels, and interacts with your community in real time. Think about what that opens up for a community like the AI Profit Boardroom. You could have an AI agent that answers questions in your Discord in real time. You could run live AI voice sessions inside your community server. You could automate onboarding flows that trigger inside Discord the moment someone joins. The use cases here are genuinely wild, and most people haven't even started to explore them yet. Number 4, thread-bound sub-agent sessions. This is one of the more technical features in this update, but it's also one of the most powerful. Thread-bound sub-agent sessions means that when an agent is working on a task, it can now spin up sub-agents that are tied to specific threads. Each sub-agent keeps its own context within that thread. So instead of one agent trying to juggle everything, you now have a system where multiple sub-agents can work in parallel on different parts of the same task, each maintaining their own focused context. What does that mean in plain English? It means your agents are now smarter, more organized, and less likely to lose track of what they're doing mid-task. For complex automations, this is a game changer. If you're running a content pipeline, a customer support system, or a research workflow, thread-bound sub-agents mean the whole thing runs cleaner and more reliably. Let me give you a concrete example. Say you want OpenClaw to help you manage content for the AI Profit Boardroom. You could have a main agent that oversees the whole content calendar. Then it spins up sub-agents. One sub-agent researches the latest AI tools, another writes the script, another formats it for social media, another checks it for accuracy, all running in parallel, all thread-bound so they don't get confused with each other. And then the main agent pulls it all together at the end. That is a proper automated content machine. And thread-bound sub-agent sessions are what make that possible at scale. Number 5, iOS and Apple Watch polish plus gateway stability. OpenClaw has improved its iOS experience and Apple Watch support. So if you're checking in on your agents from your phone or your watch, that experience is now smoother and more reliable. And they've also improved gateway stability, which means your agents stay connected and running more consistently, less dropping out, less needing to restart things, just more reliable automation running in the background while you get on with your day. Number 6, prompt caching tweaks. This one is about speed and cost. Prompt caching means that when your agents are running the same or similar prompts repeatedly, the system can cache parts of those prompts, so it doesn't have to reprocess everything from scratch every single time. The tweaks in this update make that caching smarter and more efficient, which means your agents run faster and use fewer resources. For anyone running automations at scale, this adds up quickly. Let me show you how I'd actually use this update inside a real workflow for something like the AI Profit Boardroom. Here's a practical setup you could build with OpenClaw right now. Step 1, set up OpenClaw and connect Gemini 3.1 as your model. This is your core brain. You're going to use it for reasoning, writing, and decision-making inside your agents. Step 2, create a main agent with a clear system prompt. Here's an example prompt you could use. You are an AI automation assistant for the AI Profit Boardroom community. Your job is to help members get more value from AI tools. You monitor community activity, identify the most common questions being asked, draft helpful and accurate responses, and flag anything that needs human review. You are clear, direct, and practical in everything you write. That's your main agent. Simple, clear, focused. Step 3, use thread-bound sub-agents to split out the work. Create a research sub-agent, a writing sub-agent, and a review sub-agent. Each one handles one part of the task. The main agent coordinates them. Step 4, connect your Discord integration. Now your agents can operate directly inside your community server. New member joins, the agent welcomes them. Someone asks a question, the agent drafts a response for review. A new AI tool drops. The agent posts a summary inside the relevant channel automatically. Step 5, set up prompt caching for your most repeated workflows. If you're running a daily content summary or a weekly AI news roundup, cache those prompts so your system runs faster and cheaper over time. That is a full AI automation stack for a community business, and you could build this right now with the new OpenClaw update. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like OpenClaw. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 45,000 members, who are crushing it with AI. The link is in the comments and description. OpenClaw plus BMAD is insane. AI just made building software stupid easy. And I'm not talking about Copilot autocomplete or ChatGPT spitting out buggy code. I'm talking about fully autonomous AI agents that plan, architect, and build your entire SaaS from scratch. OpenClaw and BMAD changed everything for me. By the end of this video, you'll know exactly how to use them to ship real software fast. So here's the problem. Most people run into when they try to build software with AI. They open up Cursor or Claude, paste in a vague idea, and say, build me a SaaS, and the AI just starts coding. No plan, no structure, no architecture. And 3 hours later, you've got a mess of files that don't connect, bugs everywhere, and you have no idea what happened. Sound familiar? That's because you skipped the most important step. The step that professional dev teams never skip. You skip the blueprint, and that's exactly what BMAD fixes. BMAD stands for Breakthrough Method of Agile Development. It's an open source framework designed specifically to make AI agents work like a real software team. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. Think of it like this. Before anyone writes a single line of code, BMAD forces the AI to act like a product manager, then an architect, then a developer, in that exact order. You don't jump straight to building, you plan first. And OpenClaw is the AI coding agent that executes that plan. It's built to work inside your code base autonomously. It reads files, writes code, runs tests, fixes errors, and keeps going until the job is done. Together, they're a two-part system. BMAD does the thinking, OpenClaw does the building. And I want to show you exactly how this works with a real example we'd use for the AI Profit Boardroom. Let me walk you through the full workflow. Step one is what BMAD calls the discovery phase. You start by talking to the product manager agent. And yes, this is a real AI agent persona inside the BMAD framework. You don't just throw your idea at it. It interviews you. It asks things like, who is this for? What problem does it solve? What does success look like? What are the core features for version 1? So for example, I'd say, I want to build a tool that helps members of the AI Profit Boardroom track which AI automations they've implemented, measure the time saved, and get suggested next automations based on their business type. The PM agent would then push back. It would ask, do you want this to be a dashboard? Should it integrate with any existing tools? Is this a web app or mobile? What's the simplest version we can ship first? This back and forth is important because it stops you from overbuilding. Most people try to build everything on day one. BMAD stops that. It forces you to define your MVP hard and fast. Now, before I go further, if you're watching this and thinking, I want to learn how to build and automate real tools like this for my own business, you need to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. It's our community where we show you exactly how to use AI automation to get more customers, save time, and scale your business without hiring a massive team. The link is in the comment and description. Now back to it. Step 2 is the architecture phase. Once the discovery doc is locked in, you hand it to the architect agent inside BMAD. This agent reads everything the PM agent produced and creates a technical blueprint. It decides the tech stack, it maps out the database structure, it identifies what gets built in what order. For our AI Profit Boardroom automation tracker, the architect might say, we're using Next.js for the front end, Supabase for the database, and we'll build authentication first, then the tracking dashboard, then the recommendation engine. It produces a full project brief. This is the document that OpenClaw will use to actually build the thing. And here's why this matters. When you hand a well-structured brief to OpenClaw, it doesn't get confused, it doesn't go in circles, it knows exactly what to build, in what order, and why. That's the difference between AI coding that works and AI coding that wastes your whole afternoon. Step 3 is where OpenClaw takes over. You take that architecture document from BMAD and you feed it into OpenClaw as your starting context. OpenClaw then reads the entire brief, breaks it into tasks, and starts executing. And this is where it gets wild. OpenClaw doesn't just write one file and stop. It works through the whole project autonomously. It creates the folder structure. It writes the components. It sets up the database schema. It connects the front end to the back end. It even runs the code and fixes errors when they come up. You're not sitting there copying and pasting. You're watching an AI agent actually build your product. For the AI Profit Boardroom tracker, here's what a starting prompt might look like. You are an expert full-stack developer. Use the attached architecture document to build an MVP automation tracker for the AI Profit Boardroom. Start with authentication using Supabase, then build the main dashboard where users can log which AI automations they've implemented. Keep the UI clean and simple. Use Next.js and Tailwind, work through each task in order, and flag anything that needs my input before proceeding. That's it. That's your starting prompt. And OpenClaw runs with it. Now, here's an open loop I want to come back to later. There's a specific trick with how you structure your BMAD project brief that makes OpenClaw dramatically more accurate. Most people miss it. We'll get to that in a minute. Step 4 is iteration and review. OpenClaw will build, but it will also surface questions when it hits something unclear. This is actually a good thing. You want your AI agent to ask rather than guess wrong and build the wrong thing. When it flags something, you answer it, and it keeps going. At each major milestone, you review what it built. Does the auth flow work? Does the dashboard display correctly? Are the automations being logged properly? You're not a passive observer. You're the product owner. You check the work, give feedback, and direct the next phase. But the amount of actual work you're doing compared to traditional development is radically smaller. We're talking about going from an idea to a working MVP in hours, not weeks. Now, let me give you that trick I mentioned. The thing that makes OpenClaw perform at its best is what's called a story-based task structure inside your BMAD brief. Instead of writing tasks as vague instructions like build the dashboard, you write them as user stories. So for the AI Profit Boardroom tracker, instead of saying build login, you'd write, as an AI Profit Boardroom member, I want to log in with my email and password so that I can access my personal automation tracker dashboard. That single change makes the AI understand not just what to build, but why. And when the AI understands the why, it makes better decisions about how. Every story should also have acceptance criteria, simple bullet points that define when the story is done. For example, login page loads correctly, user can enter email and password, successful login redirects to dashboard, failed login shows error message, session persists on refresh. When OpenClaw has acceptance criteria, it can self-check its own work. It builds something, checks it against the criteria, fixes issues, and moves on. That's autonomous development. That's the power of pairing BMAD with OpenClaw. Let me give you another practical example so you can see how this applies to a real business workflow. Say you want to build a simple AI tool for the AI Profit Boardroom that lets new members answer 5 onboarding questions and get a personalized AI automation roadmap for their business. Here's how BMAD would break that down. PM agent output, tool for new members, 5-question onboarding flow. Output is a personalized roadmap, web app, simple and fast. Architect agent output, single page Next.js app. No database needed for MVP. Uses Claude API to generate the roadmap based on answers. Tailwind for styling. Deploy on Versal. OpenClaw prompt, build a 5-question onboarding form for the AI Profit Boardroom. Questions should cover business type, team size, main challenges, current tools used, and top goal. On submission, send answers to Claude API with a system prompt that generates a personalized AI automation roadmap. Display the roadmap on a results page, clean UI with the AI Profit Boardroom branding. You'd go from that idea to a working prototype in a single session. And that prototype is real, it works. You can show it to people, you can get feedback, you can iterate. That's the speed that OpenClaw plus BMAD unlocks. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like OpenClaw and BMAD. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 45,000 members who are crushing it with AI. The link is in the comments and description. New OpenClaw upgrades are insane. So OpenClaw just dropped 4 huge upgrades in 5 days. We're talking 1 million context, Apple Watch AI, new models, and stuff that changes everything. This is big, it's new, and honestly, it's a little scary how fast this is moving. If you blink, you're going to miss it. So let me break down every single update for you right now. OpenClaw just went nuclear, 4 massive updates, 5 days, over 80 security fixes, new AI models, 1 million token context, an Apple Watch app, a browser tool that actually works, and parallel task running that's going to blow your mind. Let me walk you through every single update, starting with the newest one first, so you get the hottest stuff right away. Let's jump straight into the big one. OpenClaw 2026.2.22, the maturity phase. This is the heavy hitter update. First up, Mistral AI integration, full chat support, persistent memory, and voice. So now OpenClaw runs Gemini, Mistral, Sonnet, and whatever else you want to plug in, all in one place. That makes OpenClaw model agnostic. It doesn't care which AI you use. You pick the best tool for the job, and OpenClaw runs it. No lock-in, no limits. That's like having a phone that works on every carrier. Just pick what works and go. This is a strategic move, and it's smart. Next, multilingual memory. OpenClaw agents can now remember things in Spanish, Portuguese, Japanese, Korean, and Arabic. That's not just a cool feature, that's global scale. If you work with international clients or have a global team, this opens the door wide. Your agent doesn't just speak other languages now, it thinks in them, it remembers in them. That's a whole different level. Built-in auto updater, now it's off by default, so you're in control. But when you turn it on, OpenClaw updates itself, stays current, stays secure, no more forgetting to update and missing critical fixes. That moves it from a tool you babysit to infrastructure that takes care of itself. Chrome parallel runs. This one is massive for automation people. Before this, OpenClaw ran tasks one at a time, like a line at the store. Now it runs them all at once, pull reports, send emails, update databases, monitor alerts, all happening at the same time, not one by one, all at once. That's a huge speed boost. And then a browser extension that actually stays connected. If you've ever used browser automation, you know the pain. It disconnects, it loses context, sessions crash, OpenClaw fix that. Persistent connection, stable sessions, real browser automation you can count on. That alone is worth the whole update. On top of all that, another 40 plus security hardening fixes. Every single update, more security, more stability. They are building a fortress. That was just the newest update, and it's already insane. But wait till you hear what came before it. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every single comment, so make sure you drop one below. All right, let's rewind to the next update. OpenClaw 2026.2.21. This is the ecosystem expansion drop, and it's loaded. First, Gemini 3.1 integration, Google's latest AI model. Now inside OpenClaw, stronger reasoning, multimodal, meaning it handles text, images, all of it. If you're a fan of the Google ecosystem, this is huge. Your OpenClaw agents can now think with Gemini's brain. Combined with the Mistral integration from the newer update, OpenClaw is becoming a true model playground. Pick any brain you want, plug it in, done. Then massive security hardening, again, more fixes, more lockdowns. They're not playing around with security. Every single update has a wall of security improvements. That tells you something. OpenClaw is growing up fast. Now here's one that got me excited. Discord streaming and voice channels. Your AI agent can now join a Discord voice channel. It can stream, it can talk, it can show up like a team member in your server. If you run a community or manage a team on Discord, think about what that means. Your AI agent is now part of the crew. It talks, it works. Inside the place where your people already hang out, thread-bound sub-agent sessions. Sounds fancy, let me make it simple. Before this, if you had multiple AI agents running, their memories could bleed together, messy. Now each agent gets its own little bubble, its own thread, its own memory. They don't step on each other. One agent pulls reports, another sends emails, another monitors your database. They all stay in their lane, clean and organized. They also polished the iOS and watch apps, made the gateway more stable, tweaked prompt caching, and shipped over 100 fixes total. 100 in one update. That's insane. Now, real quick, if you want to take everything you're learning here and actually use it to grow your business, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with AI automation tools like OpenClaw. If you want to learn how to set up AI agents and automate your workflows with platforms just like this, that's where you need to be. Link is in the description. All right, next up, OpenClaw 2026.2.19. This is what they called the biggest hardening drop yet, and they meant it. First up, Apple Watch MVP. Now, MVP means minimum viable product. It's version 1, it's early, but the fact that it exists tells you exactly where this is going. Your AI agent on your wrist, not just your laptop, not just your phone, your watch. That's ambient AI, always on, always connected, walking around with your AI assistant right there. That's the future, and OpenClaw is building it now. Next, gateway auth and device management. In simple words, they rebuilt how devices connect and log into OpenClaw. That means better security, better control. If you're running agents across multiple devices, this is the update that makes it all work smooth. Then they did the OTel version 2 migration. OTel stands for Open Telemetry. Big word, simple idea. It means OpenClaw can now track everything happening inside itself. Every task, every connection, every agent, all visible, all monitored. That's enterprise level stuff. If you're a developer or you run a startup, this matters a lot. On top of all that, 40 plus security hardening fixes, plugin and hooks hardening. That's not a patch. That's a whole new foundation. And now the dashboard nudges you to update. So you don't fall behind on security. You open it up and it says, hey, there's a new version. Go get it. Simple, smart, keeps you safe. Now let's go all the way back to where this whole run started. OpenClaw 2026.2.17. They called it the chunkiest changelog yet. And honestly, after seeing it, I believe them. Sonnet 4.6, that's Anthropic's latest model, now running inside OpenClaw. So you've got Sonnet, Gemini, Mistral, all inside one platform. The model war is real, and OpenClaw is winning by not picking a side. They just let you use all of them. 1 million token context beta. Let that sink in. 1 million tokens. That means your AI agent can hold insane amounts of information in its head at once. Entire documents, entire code bases, long conversation histories. Nothing gets forgotten. Nothing gets cut off. That is a game changer for anyone doing serious work with AI. Spawn sub agents from chat. This is wild. You're chatting with your agent, and right there in the conversation, you can spin up a new agent to handle a side task. No switching screens, no setting things up separately. Just say, go do this, and a new agent spins up. That's real orchestration happening inside a chat window, iOS share extension. Now you can share stuff from any app on your iPhone directly into OpenClaw, see an article, share it to your agent, see a link, send it over. It brings OpenClaw into your daily phone workflow without you having to open the app every time. Slack native streaming. Your AI agent can now stream responses directly inside Slack, real time. No waiting for a big block of text. It types out live, just like a teammate would. If your team lives in Slack, this makes your AI agent feel like a real coworker. Hand-styled inline buttons on Telegram. So now your OpenClaw bot on Telegram looks clean, professional, interactive buttons right in the chat. That's a small thing that makes a big difference for anyone building customer-facing bots. If you're not paying attention to OpenClaw right now, you need to start, because this is moving fast. And the people who get in early on platforms like this are the ones who come out ahead. Now, if you want the full breakdown, all the SOPs, and over 100 AI use cases just like this one, join the AI Profit Boardroom. This is the best place to learn how to use AI agent platforms like OpenClaw to automate your business, save time, and get more customers. The link is in the description and the comments. And if you want free access to our community, join the AI Success Lab. You'll get all the video notes from this video, plus access to our community of 38,000 members who are crushing it with AI. Links in the comments and description. Julian reads every comment. So drop yours below. Tell me which update got you the most hyped. I'll see you in the next one. New OpenClaw update is insane. Mistral AI is now built in. It remembers everything. It's in 5 languages, and they fixed over 40 security issues in one update. This is the AI tool update you actually need to know about. Now let's get into OpenClaw 2026.2.2, because this update is packed, and I'm going to break down every single feature, show you exactly how to use it, and give you real examples of how tools like this can help you grow a business with AI. And we're talking Mistral AI integration, multilingual memory that actually works across 5 languages, a built-in auto updater, parallel cron runs, over 40 security hardening fixes, and a browser extension that stays connected. That last one matters more than it sounds. Let's go. So first, what is OpenClaw? OpenClaw is an open source AI client. Think of it like a hub, right? You connect different AI models to it, you run them, you automate with them, you manage memory and conversations across them. It's a power tool for people who are serious about using AI to run and grow their operations. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. And version 2026.2.22 is one of the biggest updates they've shipped. Let's start with the headline. Mistral AI is now in OpenClaw, chat, memory, and voice. This is huge. Mistral is one of the best AI models available right now. It's fast, it's smart, it's open, and now you can run it directly inside OpenClaw with full chat, memory, and voice support. What does that mean in practice? It means you can have a real conversation with Mistral inside OpenClaw. It will remember what you said and it will talk back. Here's how you'd use this for something like the AI Profit Boardroom, which, by the way, is the best place to scale your business, automate your work, and get more customers using AI. We'll talk more about that in a second. But picture this. You're running the AI Profit Boardroom. You want to use Mistral inside OpenClaw to handle your content planning. You open OpenClaw, you connect Mistral, and you say, you are a content strategist for the AI Profit Boardroom. Our community helps business owners save time and get more customers using AI automation. Plan a 30-day content calendar focused on AI automation tips, productivity wins, and community success stories. Mistral comes back with a full 30-day plan. And here's the key part. Because memory is now built in, next time you open OpenClaw and talk to Mistral, it already knows who you are. It knows your brand. It knows your goals. You don't start from scratch every single time. That alone saves hours. If you are using AI tools like OpenClaw and you want to learn how to actually use them to grow your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours, the AI Profit Boardroom is where you want to be. It's a community built specifically to help you scale with AI automation. Real tools, real use cases, real results. Link is in the comment and description. Now back to the update, and the voice feature means you can talk out loud, get a response back, and work hands-free. You're building something, you're driving, you're on a walk, you keep working. This is what real AI integration looks like in 2026. Now let's talk about one of the most underrated features in this update: multilingual memory, English, Spanish, Portuguese, Japanese, Korean, Arabic. OpenClaw now remembers your conversations across all 5 of those languages. That's not just a translation feature, that's memory that works no matter what language you're operating in. Why does this matter? If you're growing a community like the AI Profit Boardroom globally, and a lot of us are, your audience is not just English speaking. Your members, your leads, your customers, they speak different languages. And when you're using AI to build content, handle outreach, run automations, you need the AI to understand context, not just words. With multilingual memory in OpenClaw, you can have a conversation in Spanish, switch to English, and the AI still knows who you are and what you're working on. Here's a real example prompt you could use. In Spanish, soy el creador de AI Profit Boardroom. Quiero crear contenido para hablar con mi audiencia en español sobre cómo la automatización con IA puede ahorrarles tiempo. That translates to, I'm the creator of AI Profit Boardroom. I want to create content to speak to my Spanish audience about how AI automation can save them time. OpenClaw remembers that. Next session in English, you can say continue with the Spanish content plan, and it knows exactly what you mean. This is how you scale globally without hiring a team of translators or starting every AI conversation from zero, okay? 1/3 of the way through, and I have to mention this, built-in auto updater off by default. This one is smart. OpenClaw now has a built-in auto updater. It checks for new versions and can update itself automatically, but, and this is the important part, it is off by default. Why does that matter? Because in a business environment, you don't want your tools updating themselves mid-workflow without you knowing, and especially when you have automations running, especially when you have integrations connected. A surprise update can break things. So the team at OpenClaw made the right call. They built the updater in, they made it easy to turn on, but they left you in control. How do you turn it on? You go into your OpenClaw settings, find the update preferences, and toggle it on. From that point on, OpenClaw will check for new versions and update when you're not using it. For most individual users, turn it on. It's convenient. You'll always have the latest version without thinking about it. For teams running automations, keep it off. Update on your schedule, test first, then deploy. That's the professional move. Crone, parallel runs. This one is for the people running automations. And if you're in the AI Profit Boardroom or thinking about it, this is the feature you want to understand. Cron jobs are scheduled tasks. You tell OpenClaw, run this task at this time, every day, every hour, every week, whatever you need. Before this update, cron jobs in OpenClaw ran one at a time, sequentially. Task 1 finishes, task 2 starts. Now they run in parallel. Multiple tasks at the same time. Here's why this is a game changer. Now let's talk about the 40+ security hardening fixes. I know security updates sound boring. Stay with me, this matters. In one release, the OpenClaw team pushed over 40 security fixes. That is a significant number. And it tells you something important about the project. It tells you the team is serious. It tells you they did a deep audit. And it tells you that if you were running an older version, you needed this update. What kinds of things do security hardening fixes cover in an AI client like this? Things like how your API keys are stored, how your conversation history is protected, how the tool handles external connections, how it manages permissions, whether your data is exposed when you're running automations. For anyone using OpenClaw in a business context, and especially anyone who has sensitive client data, community data, or workflow data running through it. These fixes matter. The practical takeaway: update 2026 to 22. Do it now if you haven't. Don't run the old version when there's a patched one available. And if you're managing a team that uses OpenClaw, push the update to everyone. Make it a policy. This is not optional if you're running a real operation. And now the browser extension that actually stays connected. This one sounds simple. It is not. Browser extensions for AI tools have a problem. They connect, they disconnect. You're mid-task, you go to use the extension, and it's dropped the connection. You have to reload, you lose context, you start over. It is one of the most annoying things in day-to-day AI tool use. OpenClaw fixed it. The browser extension in 20.6.2.22 maintains its connection. It does not drop. You can be working in your browser for hours, switching tabs, opening new pages, and the OpenClaw extension is still live, still connected, still ready. Now, if you want to dive even deeper into AI automation, I've got something special for you. I run a community called the AI Profit Boardroom, the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. Learn how to save time and automate your business with AI tools like OpenClaw. And if you want the full process, SOPs, and 100 plus AI use cases like this one, join the AI Success Lab. You'll get all the video notes from there, plus access to our community of 45,000 members who are crushing it with AI. The link is in the comments and description. OpenClaw just dropped a massive update, and there are 6 things you need to know about right now, because if you're still running the old version, you're leaving some serious power on the table. So you can see this release just got updated today. This is February 24th, and you can see the update is for 21st. So now they've got a new way to connect via Kilo Gateway. You've got Moonshot and Kimi Vision enabled. We have more compaction and a bunch of other updates right now. So first up, OpenClaw now natively works with Kilo Gateway. That means a whole new way to connect your AI models, and we can check into that in a second. Then there's Moonshot, Kimi, 2 new powerful AI providers now fully supported inside OpenClaw with more options, more flexibility. We're also looking at something called compaction, which basically means OpenClaw no longer crashes so much when you give it a really long, complex task. And it used to give up before, now it can just figure it out on its own. And then we've got more security updates as well. Now, if you want to check out the changelog and a list of all the new updates that came in, you can check them right here. So this is the release that just came out 4 hours ago. So for example here, Kilo Code is now a provider in the setup, and the default model here is Kilo Code Claude Opus 4.6, which is pretty cool. So you can use Claude Opus 4.6 directly from Kilo Code, which is pretty nice. And then we also, for example, have other providers and Vercel AI Gateway, bunch of caching updates. You can see some more stuff for cron jobs, so for example like scheduled tasks and that sort of thing. And then we have a new tools / web search provider, so you can actually add Kimi Moonshot and enable web search with that directly. Then we've got the agents config, so you have support per agent, and a bunch of other cool stuff as well. There's a bunch of security fixes, Telegram fixes, agents, models, and that sort of thing as well. So you can see all the updates here. I mean, these are coming out every single day, which is pretty awesome. So if you want to update, let's test out together. As always, my friends, this is a bit to see, does it break or does it not? So I was actually using Mistral this morning to set this up. I'm actually going to switch over the API on OpenClaw, so we'll do that in a sec. Just going to open up the terminal here. By the way, if you ever need to know how to change over the terminal, you can do it right here as an example. So if we go and we open up this terminal here, then we'll paste in this command. Shackle says, can you show how you organize and manage all these skills in various imports and versions of paste? You know what, like I would just basically what you want to do is just keep like a skills MD file ready to go, right? Like and with that, you can actually ask OpenClaw for a list of the skills that it's got and just organize which ones you need and which ones you don't want. So that's a good option. And when it comes to like the pace of changes and that sort of thing, a lot of updates come out daily. I don't think you need to worry too much about keeping up with all of them, right? Like they're not every single one's going to be useful for you. So it's just something to bear in mind. It's like, you know, yes, there's a lot of updates. Do you need to worry about every single one? Probably not, but it is fun to keep up. So if you ever feel like things are overwhelming, don't worry about it at all. Where 3 says a quarter live stream, welcome here. And Damien says, have I missed anything important? So we've just announced the new changes of the latest update from OpenClaw. That's what we were doing today. Now we're restarting the gateway, and you can see we have version the 2nd of, well, the 23rd of February right here. So that's a new version. Now, if you do want to enable auto updates, what you can do is go down to the config over here, right? So you go to all settings, click on updates, and then just enable auto updates like this, then hit save on your settings, right? So if you ever feel like I'm missing out or I don't know how to update this stuff, etc., they added an auto update section here, and that way you can just say updated without having to do anything, which is pretty nice. Previously you had to say like update to the new version, blah blah blah, and it was a lot of work. So we also got like the model section. We've got a bunch of new settings inside the config. It's changed a lot since I last checked it. And then you can add like new models. You've got options on the UI, that sort of thing. You can actually add mission control now as well. You've got browser options too. So you can see there's a lot of browser automation settings right here. So you can flick through them. And then if you want to manage your skills, like the easiest way is you just go through your skills right here, right? So you can see what's enabled, what's disabled, etc. And then you can run through the list here, right? I always find like that's the easiest way just to manage it. So you can see everything that's attached, and then you can always install new skills later as well. Something to pay attention to as well is this section. So just paying attention to what scheduled tasks and cron jobs you've got set up inside here, because sometimes you set some up, you don't really use them, but it's using up API tokens if you don't switch it off. So just make sure you keep that handled too. And now we have the new version ready to go, right? And so I'm just going to check, are you working? Make sure that's working here. I'm running this currently with ChatGPT Codex. You can use whatever you want, right? So you can see here it's good to go. Right, nice, nice. Now, if we go back to the new update details over here, you can see that you can add a Kimi Moonshot as well, right? And you can add Kilo Gateway as a provider. So quite interested with the Kilo Gateway one. If you ever use Kilo code, it's pretty good, super fast. So you can see the details here. So I want to have a look at that right here. I'm just going to open up the terminal again. And then we'll stop that, and then we'll run this terminal command. And just see if we can see it inside the auth provider. So you can see you've got Kimi Moonshot here, but you had that anyway previously. I guess you can just do more of it now. And then you see you've got Kilo Gateway as an option here. So you can grab an API key with Kilo code. And you just grab one right there, right? So if you want to get started with Kilo code, you can just go to kilo.ai, click on get started. And then you've got several options, right? So you can run it from the cloud. You've got the app builder, and you can also install this inside like Visual Studio Code or Anti-Gravity and that sort of thing, right? So if we sign in here, this is what it looks like once you've signed in, and then you can add your own key here. It looks like they're going to actually launch your own, which is pretty crazy. So you can see here, you got Kilo Claw. I've never seen that before. That's pretty insane. And then here's the details on how to set this up, right? So if you want to set up Kilo code, there's some details on the official website. I'll add this inside the app for boardroom notes right here. And then you go to app.kilo.ai, sign in, and then navigate to API keys. Or you can actually just go to CLI setup and insert your API key there. Nice. Oh, look. All right. So once you've logged in to Kilo code, as you can see right here, you'll see the profile section, and then you can grab an API key over here. Shackle says, you sign up to all of these with one email address. Not really. I switch between them, honestly. Like, I'm not that organized on which email address I use, but there's only like one or two that I use maximum, right? And the rest, yeah. And then, for example, here we've got the API key, so I think we can insert that into the terminal setup for Kilo Gateway. Let's paste that in. And then you can use Claude Opus 4.6, as you can see. So let's keep that. I'm going to skip all this for now. I am on the free plan of Kilo Code, so I'm not 100% sure if this is going to work or not, but we can try. It seems to be working. And then if we go back to OpenClaw over here, let's check if it's responding. So we'll switch the API now to Kilo Gateway, I think. Yes, it is working indeed. I say, what API are you using right now? And then if we refresh the page here, you can see that it's using some of the credits we added, right? So it was at $5 before, and now it's gone down. But this is a free account. So you can see here it's running Claude Opus with Kilo code, which is pretty awesome. So there you go. That's pretty awesome. Like you get Claude Opus for free. I think you get $5 for free with Kilo code. You can test out, see if you like it. It was super easy to set up. Literally all you do to get Kilo code working with this is you log in, scroll down, get API key, and then the most important part here is you want to use this inside your terminal. Select Kilo code. As a provider, insert API key, and then restart the gateway. That's pretty cool. Nice. All right. So you get Claude Opus, you get Kilo code. Bear in mind as well, Kilo code is like, if you're not familiar with this, let me talk you through it. So basically it's designed for speed, right? It's designed to be faster, which means you can iterate faster, you can use coding agents faster, OpenClaw will actually respond faster. So it's quite a good way to be more efficient with the tokens you get, but then also to increase your output because you can move faster using something like that instead of the API directly. So it's a really good option. Something well worth looking into. So just to recap here as a summary, OpenClaw dropped a big update. What is OpenClaw? OpenClaw is a tool that lets you connect AI assistants to apps like Telegram, WhatsApp, Slack, etc. Right? What's in this new update? So number one, you get new options. So you can use Moonshot and Kimi, a Chinese AI, to search the web. Before, OpenClaw only worked with a few providers. Now it works with more. You get Kilo Gateway to support Kilo code. You get smarter memory management, better security, and then also there's a bunch of fixes, as you can see right here. So that's basically it. Thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all the video notes from today, you can get it inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description, or go to aiprofitboardroom.com. We have a full 6-hour course on how to use OpenClaw. As you can see, we have another 3-hour course right here. I update this every single day with new updates, new guides, etc., to make this as useful as possible. Basically, what I do is I scan the whole internet, and I'm like, right, okay, which are the most used AI automations that just came out today? And then I create a video and usually a 30-day roadmap on how to use this stuff as well. So you can see, for example, here today we covered OpenClaw Mission Control, Mistral and OpenClaw, the new update that just came out 4 hours ago, and also some cool anti-gravity stuff as well. So you get this all inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. Inside the community, we have 2,500 members, so you can ask questions, get help, get support whenever you want. We also have, for example, a daily accountability group. So if you struggle with information overload or shiny object syndrome, etc., then you can post your goals here and just stay 100% focused and be held accountable to what you want to achieve. If you go to the win section here, you can see loads of people winning with this stuff, as you can see right here. Lots of people getting great results, like, for example, Agent Zero setups. Some people saying this is the most insane learning experience ever, which is awesome. And then lots of people just getting awesome results and wins. So it's not just me that's winning with this. That's the main thing to note here. We also have 4 weekly coaching calls per week, so you can ask questions, get help, get support whenever you want to. And then also inside the classroom here, you get all of my best trainings. So for example, if you want to go from like beginner to expert with AI automation, plus learn how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes, you can do that right here. If you want to get my playbooks with, for example, how to automate AI avatar videos, shorts, Instagram, X, etc., it's all here too. And if you want to get the daily updates, you can see that right here inside this section. If you want to get more clients, we have a full course right there. If you want to watch the coaching calls, we record them and add them inside this section. If you want to learn how to rank number 1 with AI SEO, you can check that out here. And then also, if you want to grow a YouTube channel, you can learn that right there as well. So that's all inside the AI Profit Board. So OpenClaw just got an update with Mistral, and today was testing something I've never tried before, which is running Mistral inside OpenClaw. Right? And we'll do this live together right now. Here's the thing, most people using OpenClaw, usually they're plugged into Claude or ChatGPT as a brain, and those work great. But why don't we try something like Mistral that's potentially faster, more private, works in different languages, and is free to get started with, right? And we're going to test this out. So with the new Mistral update, you actually get chat, you get memory, and you get voice using Mistral AI inside the new 22nd of February update. I don't know how well this is going to work, but I do know the benefits of using Mistral AI. So we'll test it out together and see how it performs. So if we want to get started with this, how can we start using Mistral AI to run inside OpenClaw? Well, what we're going to do is we are going to get an API key from Mistral.ai, as you can see right here. I'm just going to open up the terminal as well, and we'll get started on this. So what I'm going to do is just rerun through the onboarding for OpenClaw, which we can see over here. All right. And then I'm going to run this command to rerun through the onboarding, and we shall get an API key for Mistral instead. So we'll run through the quick start, use the existing values, and then we should have Mistral AI. If we go through here, we just need to get an API key for Mistral. How do we do that? We can go to the studio, Mistral.ai. This is a French AI company. So let's log in here. And then we should be able to get an API key inside this section. Let's experiment for free. So I think we can get started for free, it looks like, but let's see. Yeah, so it looks like they've got a free plan that you can use, which is great. So go to API keys, create a new key, copy that, plug it into the onboarding over here. And then we've got a bunch of different models, as you can see, right? So you've got like Cadastral, Devstral, Ministral, etc. I'm interested to know what people recommend, but I'm going to go with the default, which is Mistral Large Latest. And then for this bit, I'm just going to skip that. We'll restart the gateway, and hopefully we can connect directly to Mistral using the API there. There we go. All right, so that should be good now. I want to just quickly at this point run you through what I've seen today, because it does seem like OpenClaw is sort of broken, or it seems a little bit buggy, right? So one thing you just want to be careful of, especially if you're using the gateway instead of Telegram, is like if you see if it stops working or the gateway stops working, just run that command, right? Now, if sometime previously you were just pasting that command directly inside the terminal, what I've had to start doing today is just running pm before running that command. That seems to actually make it work. Whereas previously you would just paste this in, and I'm not technical, so I'm not like a master of the terminal or anything, but this is just what's working for me. So I would use this command instead of using this command inside the terminal to get it working again. So I'm just going to check this is actually working now with Mistral. Let's see if it replies. Sometimes it just breaks when you switch the API, but it seems pretty quick and fast to reply there. So now I'm going to say, okay, what API are you using? Let's see what questions we've got here. Josier says, hi, Julian. Good to see you here. Nikita says hi as well. Mistral, I've heard people have been having problems on Claude Code and anti-gravity. I think one of them, yeah. So basically, anti-gravity, they don't like people using the OAuth details with OpenClaw. I don't recommend it anyway. Like, I mean, if you're going to run OpenClaw, I would recommend using ChatGPT Codex. Like, that's the most. Don't use anti-gravity as OAuth. And then Josie says, did you use Claude Cowork and Claude Code in your daily live? I did yesterday, yes. And then Ian says, what GPU are you using for your local LLM? So I just use the Mac Studio that I got set up. That's what I used for running this locally. However, today we're using Mistral inside OpenClaw, so we're not using that. So that's it. What API are you using? And we seem to have hit the API rate limit, which is insane. So the free version doesn't get you very far with Mistral. Just going to be 100% honest with you. So let's upgrade to the other version. How did we hit the limit so quick? That was rapid. Oh, it doesn't even say we've used anything here. Oh, there we go. Well, it doesn't make sense. Now it says I'm using Mission Control's internal REST API. Now it's stopped working completely. All right. Now it does say it's using Mistral over here. But then it seems to be struggling with API rate limits over here. Let's try a different version of Mistral, see if that works instead. Grab the API key again. We'll try a Cadastral instead. Boom. There we go. I'm using Mistral Cadastral. Yes, I'm working what's up. Let's see how's it going. All right, so don't use the... then it hits the rate limit. Look at that. That is madness. So you get one message on the free plan, I think. Or it seems really buggy. Because it will like... It'll work once and then it'll stop working, you know. Let's try... I'm going to try upgrading the account and just seeing if that helps. If that doesn't help, then I'm glad we tested this and people know. All right, so let's subscribe over here. Boom. All right, we've subscribed. So hopefully that's working. Let's see if this works. All right, so it seems to be more responsive. Let's just try. How fast are you? It's pretty fast. It is pretty fast. Let's see what we got on the questions before we keep moving on. But that's how you fix it. So it looks like the free plan is not very good. when it comes to Mistral. Like you get one message, it's just no point. But you can see I upgraded and then it became a lot faster. Let's see what we've got in the questions here. Do you use OpenClaw for app design and modification of app code, or do you seek something else? So now, the best I've seen for creating apps so far, out of everything I've tested a lot of tools, is by far Roark. Roark. RORK. I created a video on that yesterday and built like a productivity app that you could submit to the App Store in about, I think it was like 10 minutes. It looked really good. It was like fully adapted and everything. So I would recommend that instead of OpenClaw. And JTO says best cloud LLM for OpenClaw that you found. I mean, obviously like ChatGPT and Claude Sonnet are the best. And then if you're using something like Olama, the Quen 3.5 seemed good. That seemed like a decent option. And then if you want to run something locally, I would go with like GLM 4.7 Flash. That seemed to work really well. So let's keep cracking then. So you can see this is working now. I'm going to say, can you create voice notes? Says it can't create voice notes, only text. Maybe that's the model, right? So if we go back to the update details, it says you do get voice with Mistral. I'm going to say, what Mistral model allows voice? See if any of them can. Is that because it's not connected to Telegram and it can't send voice notes inside the gateway? Send a questionnaire and we'll see if it works. Otherwise, I'm just going to Google it. Voxtral. Okay. I'm going to say, can you use Voxtral for voice notes? Interesting. All right, let's check out the OpenClaw documentation for Mistral. Here we go. Config snippet. So I'm going to copy that, paste it in here, and I'll say, can you set up voice notes? Mistral using this. All right. Doesn't want to do that. Nice. It seems pretty hard to set up the voice notes, right? So you got memory embeddings. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go over to the legendary Claw code to get this sorted out. So I'm going to run a new window here. I'm going to say we get Claw going. I'm going to paste in, we got to log in as well. And I'll paste in the documentation for OpenClaw and Mistral. And then we'll grab the GitHub details from OpenClaw as well. And then what I'll do is I'll get my Mistral API key. Let's copy that. And then go inside the terminal, see if that can work. Let's see what we've got in the questions. Is Mistral better than Minimax? It's definitely faster. Definitely faster. And it seems pretty intelligent so far. The only problem was it couldn't install voice notes even with the official documentation on OpenClaw and Mistral. And also it couldn't, even though we're using the API from Mistral, it couldn't like tell me which API on Mistral creates voice notes. So maybe they're just par and par. I would just try them out, see which one you like. Flavin says, you mentioned the ChatGPT update. You just go to your about settings if you need to update the app, if it is required. I saw your Roark video. Can I bring my own credits for Roark? I guess I can. Yeah, so you just, if you want to, I think you can set up your own API key inside Roark directly if you want to. And then Ulbrich says, hey crew, I just installed OpenClaw on my MacBook Pro and was stuck at one point. I didn't get to select my messaging preference. Yeah, so you just run the onboarding again, right? If you need to run the onboarding again, here's what it looks like. So what you're gonna do is you just run this command inside your terminal, right? And if you might need to run pnpm like that inside the terminal, and then you can just run through the onboarding again, including the messaging. Glavin says, something I didn't realize Agent Zero is how much disk space it takes up. Interesting, didn't know that. How would you rank GLM 5, Minimax, and Kimmy 2.5? Yeah, so I'd put, I think GLM 5 is like right at the top. Minimax and Kimmy 2.5 are very close behind, to be honest. All right, so I think Claude just got on with it in the background, which is amazing. So it says, I've added OpenClaw JSON with the API key, blah, blah, blah. And then we need to restart the gateway to take effect. So let's try that now. All right, so I got Claude code basically to update this, as you can see. Yeah, so it's working now. You send voice notes? Trash. It's just not working. All right, so I mean, honestly, from what I've seen, like Mistral Cadastral is very, very fast, but it's not the most intelligent model. Like we actually had to get Claude Code to set up the tech, the audio API and the config JSON for that. And it still doesn't work. It still doesn't know that it can do that, if that makes sense. So we can't send voice notes, even though we've configured it correctly inside Claude Code, as you can see. So if we open up the terminal here, you can see that we've added our API key and all the details in the documentation here, along with Voxtral inside the provider. But Mistral just doesn't know what's going on, as you can see. So I wouldn't recommend switching to this model unless you need something that's crazy fast, right? It does respond a lot faster than ChatGPT, than Claude. It just doesn't seem that intelligent in terms of using its own voice capabilities and also being able to set stuff up. So if you value speed, then you go with Mistral. If you value intelligence, then you just stick with ChatGPT or Codex. So let's talk about why would you want to switch, or what are the benefits here? Right. So, I mean, like in terms of what is an API. So when you use an API app, when you use an AI app like OpenClaw, right, the app itself is just a shell. It needs a brain plugged into it. And that is Mistral that we use today. But I do think that OpenAI and Claude is still the best. Gemini was probably the worst with Gemini 3.1. Mistral is slightly better. But it is cheap and it's fast, right? So those are two good options that I would probably, I think if you want something cheap and fast, then you're going to go with Mistral. But for anything else, you just wouldn't use it. We do have the full setup guide inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. I'm just going to delete my API key. Let's make sure we delete these. But honestly, if I had to rate it, I would rate Mistral below Minimax, Kimi K2.5, or any of those other APIs that come from China that are open source. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all the video notes from today, plus daily updates, like you can see, we add new guides every single day on what the most interesting stuff that's come out for OpenClaw and just AI in general. We even have a 6-hour course on OpenClaw. You can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom, which is available at the AIprofitboardroom.com. We just go to the link in the comments description. This is a community with 2,500 people. Like you can see, you can post your goals inside the daily accountability group if you want to stay focused and make sure that you don't get information overload. Post questions inside the community, connect with cool people, meet cool people, share your wins, etc. It is not just me that's winning with AI as well. So you can see, for example, Eric landed his first client with AI automation. You see that Dan, after 2 weeks, got his first customer as well. And you can see, for example, Paul created his own GitHub with over 100 GitHub stars, right? So people are building really cool stuff inside the AI Profit Boardroom. If you want to get it, you can see the community right here. Inside the calendar, we have 4 weekly video calls. You can jump on these video calls, ask questions, get help, get support whenever you need them. You can go inside the map here and meet people in your local area, like you can see as well, and DM them, or jump on a Zoom call, or even meet them in real life. Also have this training inside the classroom that takes you from beginner to expert with AI automation, plus teaches you how to build your first AI agent in under 5 minutes. Additionally, you'll get our best playbooks on, for example, how to automate Twitter, newsletters, shorts, Instagram videos, AI avatar videos, etc. Inside the classroom too, you'll get our daily updates inside this section. So we add new guides, new daily updates, and I basically look at all the automations that came out that day, and I'm like, right, these are the most important ones for people inside our community, so that's what I'm going to focus on. And then inside these new updates, like for example the Mistral one, we give you a 30-day plan. We break down everything about that update, and then we also give you like 100 prompts you can test with these tools as well. Plus, you can learn how to get more clients with the agency course. You can watch about the coaching calls if you didn't make them live. You can learn how to rank #1 with AI SEO over here. And you can learn how to grow a YouTube channel with AI based on what's working for me too. And if you want to see our results with AI SEO since we started using OpenClaw, you can see that previously we were getting like 17 clicks a day. And then we reached a peak of like 782 clicks a day using AI SEO with stuff like OpenClaw. So that's all inside here. So thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it as always. Feel free to check that out, AIprofitboardroom.com. See you on the next one. Cheers. Bye-bye.